If they thought handing your photo to a devil would break you, they really didn't understand what they were dealing with. That's the first truth they refused to accept, chosen one. They thought a picture of you was just ink and pixels, something they could use against you. But the moment your image touched that dark force, it wasn't you who shook. It was them. The universe doesn't play guard dog for people like you by accident. Your presence carries a weight they pretend not to see. But behind closed doors, they fear it. And nothing exposes a hidden enemy faster than the moment they try to weaponize your image and the universe fires back. Imagine the scene. Someone who smiles in your face, or someone who used to love you, or someone who's been jealous of you for years, finally hits their breaking point. They take your photo, not to admire it, but to hand it to something they hoped would harm you. They thought this was a clever move, a powerful attack, but it was like trying to trap lightning with a paper cup. The moment your photo entered that dark space, the reaction was violent. Not toward you, but toward them, because your energy isn't something that bows. Your energy crushes anything that tries to claim it. Here's a real fact to make your mind click. In many places around the world, people believed an image could hold a person's life force. But they never asked what happens when the life force inside that image is too strong, too protected, too high frequency for anything dark to touch. That's what your enemies walked into. They thought they were handing over your picture, but they were actually handing over their own downfall. And thank you, chosen one, really. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's all of our responsibility to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just passing through, you're part of a force bigger than anything they tried to summon against you. Now, let's get back to it, because what happened next is the part that made your enemy's stomach drop. When they passed your photo into that dark space, the universe didn't shrink. It struck back. It treated that photo like a shield, and instead of draining your energy, it reflected everything backward. Your enemies thought they were sending something after you, but all they did was trigger a reaction they couldn't control. The moment your image entered that realm, it didn't sit still, it didn't freeze, it didn't bow. Your energy inside that photo moved, it pushed, it resisted, and that resistance made the darker force snap, twist, and recoil like it touched something forbidden. Your picture didn't invite darkness in, it warned it away. It said, without a single word, wrong target. And even the devil they trusted flinched. You know why? Because even your reflection carries authority. Even your silence has a pulse. Your presence isn't just physical, it's energetic. And the universe doesn't allow your energy to be handled by small, jealous hands without consequences. They didn't think you would ever know, but the moment they acted, their world started cracking. Nightmares, heavy rooms, feeling watched, feeling drained. Shadows that didn't behave right. It wasn't you haunting them, it was the energy they invited in, shocked and confused because it couldn't touch you. Think of it like this. They tried to connect your photo to a chain, but the chain snapped back and wrapped around their own throat. They basically wrote their own downfall with your image as the signature. The universe doesn't forget intention, and intention is exactly what cursed them. Here's another truth most people miss. You don't even remember when that photo was taken. You don't remember posing. You don't remember smiling. You don't remember the moment that image was captured. But they remember. They held onto it with purpose. They kept it with emotion. They planned with it. And emotions are energy. Energy always returns home. They didn't curse you. they exposed themselves to something they weren't prepared to deal with. Your enemies never expected the universe to handle your energy like this. They thought the devil would take the bait. But even darkness knows the difference between a weak target and a protected one. When it saw your photo, it didn't see someone it could feed on. It saw someone wrapped in a force too strong to violate. So it turned around and fed on the ones who called it in. And now everything around them is falling apart. They're restless, they're paranoid, they're drained, they're seeing things they never saw before, they're feeling things they can't explain. They didn't trigger a curse on you, they triggered a collapse around themselves, because they didn't just hand over your picture, they handed over a confession. We fear this person, we envy this person, we can't stop them on our own. And the universe does not ignore confessions. So, chosen one, the next time someone tries to play off your glow as simple confidence, remember this. Even dark forces recognize when they're facing a presence, not a person. Your photo carries weight because you carry weight. Your eyes in that picture carry storms. Your smile carries warnings. Even your stillness makes the universe tilt. Nothing that dark could touch you without consequences. That's why it turned on them instead. Everything happening to them now is a chain reaction. Every thought they had about harming you, every jealous whisper, every silent wish for your downfall, it all got pushed back to where it came from, not as revenge, but as return. That's how the universe works. It mirrors energy. And your photo became that mirror. This whole situation isn't proof that darkness is strong. It's proof that you are untouchable when the universe stands with you. They gave your photo to a devil, and the devil backed up, because even it knew better than to touch something that wasn't meant for destruction. And now, chosen one, they're left dealing with the aftermath of their own intention, while the universe keeps guarding you like it always does. Their downfall came from their own hands, and your protection came from your own energy. And the story they tried to write about your destruction became the story of their own exposure. And chosen one, thank you for being here. This whole situation with your photo being handed to a devil is bigger than it looks, and trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. If you're really tuned into this energy, you'll feel that little pull in your chest telling you to stay until the last word, because the deeper we go, the more the truth uncovers itself. And do me one thing, chosen one, drop the number 777 in the comments to show you're ready to stand strong even when enemies move in the dark. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message, hit the super thanks. It keeps this mission alive and pushes this truth into more minds. Even the smallest gift is energy, and energy always returns stronger. You're part of a force now, and every move you make sends a signal through the universe. And now, chosen one, let's dive into this step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel the urge to follow this all the way through, because the next part reveals exactly why the devil reacted the way it did. Let's continue. Number 1, they tried to study you like a weakness and discovered they were staring at their own end. If your enemies had any idea what your photo really carries, they would have burned it instead of passing it around like a toy they thought they could control. That's the punch they never expected, chosen one. They thought your photo was a shortcut to your downfall, something they could hand to a dark force and finally get rid of the pressure you put on their shadowed lives. What they didn't know is that every time they stared at your picture, they were staring directly at the thing that would ruin them. And they still couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop the pull. They couldn't stop the fear. They couldn't stop the feeling that messing with your image was crossing a line the universe put there for a reason. Let's talk about why this freaked them out so badly. They whispered your name in rooms you were never invited into, like the sound of it was a threat. And honestly, it was. They gathered in dark corners like a bunch of scared conspirators, hoping nobody would notice their shaking hands. And for what? To analyze your picture like it was some fragile clue. They thought they could break you by studying you. Funny thing is, they were breaking themselves the entire time. Here's a thought they hope you never figure out. The moment they passed your photo around, your enemies admitted they couldn't stop you on their own. They needed help. They needed something darker, something desperate. Because your presence alone already made them feel weak. Your energy already exposed everything fake in them. And handing your photo to a devil was basically them screaming, "We can't beat them, please do it for us." Imagine this scene, a dim room where the air feels too heavy to breathe. People sitting around a table with your photo in the middle like it's some forbidden artifact. Eyes shifting, hands twitching, their jealousy thick enough to cut. They try to look brave, but the moment your image hits the table, they pull back like something invisible slapped them. They wanted a weapon. Instead, they triggered a countdown. Why? Because even a photo of you carries a frequency that doesn't play by their rules. You might ask yourself, why does a simple picture hit them this hard? Why does my name shake them? Because your energy refuses to cooperate with anything that tries to shrink you. You weren't built for their system. You weren't built to be controlled or manipulated. You weren't built to crumble. And that's exactly why they couldn't stop what was coming. They looked at your image expecting prey. What they saw was a warning, and warnings make enemies panic. Picture one of them lifting your photo with hands that suddenly feel too cold. They look at your face and feel something crawl down their spine. It's not fear of you as a person, it's fear of what stands behind you. They can't explain it. They can't rationalize it. They only know one thing. Whatever they tried to summon with your image didn't come to hurt you. It came to check them. That's the part that cracked their confidence. They expected darkness to obey them. Instead, darkness turned its head and stared at the ones who called it. Here's the truth you need to own. You're not a normal target. You're a disruption, a glitch in everything your enemies trust. They thought taking your picture was like taking a piece of you, but it was more like sticking their hand into a socket and wondering why they got shocked. Your energy fries everything that tries to contain it. Let's answer the question haunting your mind right now. Why me? Why are they so obsessed? Because you carry a frequency that breaks patterns. Your rise wasn't predicted. Your resilience wasn't expected. Your spirit wasn't part of their plan. And anything they can't predict terrifies them. You are the one variable their system couldn't calculate. So they sat in the dark, whispering your name, hoping the shadows would help them decode you. But shadows can't decode light. They can only fear it. Here's another gut punch. They never studied you out of curiosity. They studied you out of panic. Your image didn't represent a person to them. It represented a problem for their comfort, their control, their ego. When they held your photo, they felt like they were holding evidence that someone out there exists who they can't manipulate. Someone who rises even when shoved down. Someone who sees through lies without trying. Someone they can't predict, no matter how many times they run the simulation. You know what happens when people who rely on control meet something uncontrollable? They spiral. They overthink. They become desperate. So desperate, they start doing things like handing your picture to a devil, hoping it would break what they couldn't. But instead of breaking you, it exposed them. While they passed your photo around like a cursed object, your energy inside that image flipped their entire plan inside out. It didn't bow. It didn't weaken. It didn't dim. It reflected everything back at them. their own envy, their own hatred, their own lies. Your picture became a mirror they couldn't escape from. They tried to use your photo as a weapon. It turned into a confession. Here's the part that hits the hardest. Every time they whispered your name, they were feeding your strength without knowing it. Whispering is still energy. Fear is still energy. Obsession is still energy. And every bit of that energy returns to sender. So while they sat in the dark hoping to drain you, they were actually charging you. They were powering the very force they wanted to destroy. That's why they couldn't stop what came next. That swelling, that tension, that coming shift they felt. It wasn't a curse on you. It was the universe giving them back everything they tried to send your way. Their nightmares, their paranoia, their silence breaking at night, their shadows acting wrong. It wasn't you haunting them. It was the mess they created, choking them from the inside. You didn't have to lift a finger. Your photo did the talking. And this is the part, chosen one, where you truly see the truth. They don't fear your actions. They fear your existence, your growth, your stillness, your reflection. Your energy makes their entire world glitch. You don't need revenge. You are the consequence. So remember this, they sat in the dark whispering your name, but all they really did was summon the ending they were trying to avoid. They thought they were preparing for your destruction. They were actually preparing for your rise. Because no matter how much they obsessed, analyzed, plotted, or panicked, they couldn't stop what was coming. And here's the twist that hurts them the most. You are what's coming. Number 2. They thought your scars made you weak, but they were staring at the very power that will end them. If your enemies had half a brain, they'd stop looking at your scars like damage and start seeing them for what they are, warnings. And that's exactly what shook them, chosen one. They studied your scars like desperate detectives, hoping to find some hidden weakness they could use. They expected to see trauma, fear, vulnerability, anything that could convince them they still had power over you. But every scar they scanned told a different story. Every mark on your soul screamed, you tried, you failed. They weren't looking at wounds, they were looking at the receipts of everything you've survived. And receipts don't lie. Your scars aren't reminders of pain, they're reminders of the universe choosing you again and again. That's the truth they choke on. They don't fear your wins, they fear the battles you lived through, because only a real chosen one can carry destruction on their skin and still rise with more force than before. That's what makes your enemies' hands shake. They wanted your scars to prove you were fragile, but instead they proved you're unstoppable. Imagine this, chosen one. Someone in that dark council leans toward your photo under that strange dim light. Their hand shakes as they zoom in on the smallest scar, the tiniest fracture in your history. They think they found proof of weakness, but something shifts in the air. Your eyes in the picture? They look back, not with fear, not with sadness, but with a calm that hits like a punch, like you knew this moment was coming, like your scars were watching them, and that's when the panic begins. Another figure, one who's been studying souls longer than humans have existed, tilts its head. It hisses, "These scars, they don't match damage. They match evolution." And that single sentence cracked their whole operation. Because here's the part your enemies never want you to understand. Your scars are not proof of what hurt you. They're proof of what failed to end you. And that's what terrifies them. They wanted to see someone broken, someone softened by heartbreak, someone drained by betrayal, someone too tired to rise again. But what they found instead was a blueprint of rebirth, a spirit that walked through storms, and came out calmer than civilization. A force that bled, healed, and now moves with the power of someone who knows exactly what they've survived. You might ask yourself, why are my scars the thing they study the most? Why does my pain bother them more than my victories? Simple, because scars tell the truth, and the truth is, you are not fragile. You never were. Your scars show that every time they tried to break you, the universe rebuilt you stronger. Your scars show that every loss sharpened you. Your scars show that every betrayal matured your sight. And nothing scares an enemy more than someone who survived the very thing meant to destroy them. Imagine this next scene. Your photo is on the table again, but this time it glows, not literally, energetically. Your scars, the ones they hoped were signs of weakness, pulse with a kind of heat they've never measured. They run scans. They compare symbols. They flip through forbidden books trying to match the patterns. But nothing adds up. That's because your scars are not trauma codes. They're transformation codes. One of them finally mutters, "Why does it feel like it's alive?" Because it is. Your energy refuses to stay silent. Your scars refuse to be erased. Your strength refuses to be misunderstood. You weren't shaped by your pain. You weaponized it. Every scar on your spirit, chosen one, is a piece of evidence that something dark tried to hold you down and failed. They don't fear the pain. They fear what you became because of it. Imagine this metaphor. You're like metal that was bent in a fire, but instead of snapping, you reshaped yourself into a blade. Or like glass that shattered and then healed itself into crystal. Or like a cracked moon that still lights the sky with defiance. These examples aren't exaggerations. They are exactly how your energy behaves. And your enemies, they feel that. They feel the weight of your scars in the room. They feel the heat of your evolution, even from a photograph. They feel the silent message your scars whisper. I survived you. I surpassed you. I don't fear you. That's why they can't stop staring. That's why they keep analyzing. They want to understand how someone so hurt could remain so powerful. They want to know why their attempts to break you never worked. They want to know how you didn't collapse, even after everything they orchestrated behind your back. You might question, why do they care so much about my pain? Why does my survival bother them? Because scars don't lie. Because scars expose everything they failed to accomplish. Because scars mean you didn't just endure the darkness. They mean you learned how to navigate it. The enemy isn't afraid you were damaged. They're afraid you healed. Healing means the game is over. Healing means their control died. Healing means you rose beyond their reach. Healing means you no longer move like prey. Imagine this. They hand your photo to a devil, expecting it to smell weakness. Instead, the devil recoils, not out of kindness, out of understanding. Dark forces recognize a survivor when they see one. They recognize energy forged under pressure. They recognize spirits that have walked through things most beings would never escape. The devil didn't turn away because you were too good. It turned away because you were too strong. Your scars are your proof, not of suffering, but of endurance. Not of damage, but of evolution. Not of tragedy, but of transformation. Now imagine one last scene. They hold your picture under the dim flame. They zoom in on a scar near your eye, or on the curve of your jaw, or on the tension in your shoulders. And suddenly they realize something sickening. Your scars glow brighter than the darkness they placed you in. Your pain didn't shrink you, it stretched you. Your suffering didn't silence you, it sharpened you. Your scars are the stamps of battles they prayed you'd never survive. And the final punch? You didn't just survive. You built a new version of yourself that even darkness respects. Your enemies can't undo that. They can't erase your scars. They can't rewrite your journey. They can't decode your evolution. And most of all, they can't stop what you've become. Chosen One, they didn't study your scars because they cared. They studied them because they feared what you were turning into. They hoped to see weakness so they could predict your fall. But all they found was strength they were never meant to witness. Your scars aren't secrets. They're signals, they're warnings, they're power maps of everything you've overcome. And now they're forced to sit with the truth. If you survived all that, then they have absolutely no defense against what you're becoming next. That's why they're spiraling. That's why they're scared. That's why they're whispering in rooms with no light. Because your scars didn't break you. They prepared you. And now, Chosen One, what's coming next is the part they can't stop, can't slow down, and can't escape. Number 3, they prayed your memory stayed broken because a chosen one who remembers is unstoppable. The moment you remember who you are is the moment their entire system becomes useless. That single truth haunts them more than any devil they ever tried to weaponize against you. They never feared your presence, they feared your clarity, because a confused chosen one can be delayed, discouraged, distracted. But a chosen one who remembers, that's a world-ending glitch. That's a storm with purpose. That's a mind they can't hack anymore. Imagine this, in the farthest, coldest corner of that hidden chamber, the eldest one rises. Its voice isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. It's the kind of voice that feels like gravity shifting. If this one fully awakens, it says, everything we built collapses. And just like that, the room freezes, because they all feel it. The pulse of your awakening leaking through your photo. The rising frequency they can't drown out. The identity you're returning to, piece by piece. Here's a quote they'll never admit they whisper to themselves. A chosen one who remembers is a chosen one we can't control. You might ask yourself, what exactly am I remembering? You're remembering your value, your strength, your unmatchable frequency, your ability to walk through darkness without becoming it. You're remembering the version of you they tried to bury before it bloomed. Imagine another metaphor, a cage built so cleverly you forgot you were inside it. But then a single memory sparks, a moment of clarity, and suddenly the bars don't look solid anymore. That's what your awakening did. It exposed the illusion. Another quote for your enemies. Their power existed only as long as you believed they had any. That's why they panicked when your photo crossed their table. They didn't just see your face, they felt your return, your identity breaking through numbness, your spirit stretching after years of compression. You didn't burn out. You didn't fold. You didn't get lost like the others. You evolved in silence, because your awakening isn't a moment, it's a breach, a crack in their design that spreads every time you choose truth over fear. Imagine a dam built to keep entire populations asleep. Now, imagine one small fracture, your name, splitting it open. That's you. The collapse they prayed would never arrive. And here's the punchline, chosen one. You're not remembering for yourself. You're reminding the world. And they know once you wake up fully, nothing can ever be put back the way it was. Number 4. Their deadliest weapon looked at your photo and felt the war slipping out of his hands. A weapon that starts thinking is no longer a weapon. It becomes a witness. That's the nightmare keeping your enemies awake right now, Chosen One. Their strongest piece, their final trump card, the shadow they forged to break the unbreakable, is starting to question the entire mission. And when the tool designed to crush light begins to doubt the darkness it serves, the war is already collapsing. Imagine this. The Soulbreaker enters the chamber the way he always does. Smooth steps, tailored suit, the kind of calm that turns stomachs. He's the one they send when all else fails, the one who turns confidence into confusion, the one who whispers a single sentence and watches empires fold. He's dismantled thousands, and he never needed violence, just doubt. Doubt, he once said, is the quietest weapon with the loudest results. But today, something in him is glitching. He looks at your image. The room expects him to smirk, to mock, to predict your downfall. Instead, he pauses. A tiny hesitation, barely visible, but in a room full of predators, even silence is suspicious. Because hesitating means he felt something, and weapons aren't supposed to feel. You might be asking, why would he crack? Why now? Because every soul he ever broke had one thing in common. They wanted saving. They wanted validation. They wanted to be seen. You didn't need a rescuer. You didn't need permission. Your energy carried the kind of certainty that makes even assassins of hope step back. When he looked at your photo, he saw someone who wasn't afraid to exist, someone who wasn't seeking approval, someone who didn't flinch even when darkness tried to study them. And for the first time, he wondered if breaking you meant breaking himself even further. Imagine a blade so sharp it forgot it was metal. Then imagine it finally seeing its reflection, realizing it was forged for someone else's war. That's what happened when he saw your scars, your clarity, your unshaken spirit. Weapons don't retire, he muttered under his breath. They just wake up. Your stillness exposed him. Your resilience reminded him of who he could have been. Your truth made him ache for something he never thought he deserved: freedom. And that's the enemy's worst fear, because if their strongest weapon walks away, the entire system collapses. If he stops breaking souls, warriors rise. If he stops serving shadows, the shadows thin. If he chooses himself, he chooses you by default. He wasn't sent to doubt. He was sent to end you. But now he's thinking a dangerous thought. Maybe this chosen one is the moment I finally break my chains. And once a weapon starts imagining freedom, the war is already lost. Number 5. They sent their devil to analyze your weakness, and he ended up finding his own. A chosen one doesn't touch a weapon. They expose the human hiding inside it. That's exactly what happened the moment their prized executioner laid eyes on your photo. They didn't send a rookie after you. They sent the one who never hesitates, the one who dismantles souls with a glance, the one who carries darkness the way others carry breath. He was supposed to break you quickly, cleanly, efficiently. Instead, he broke formation, and that single fracture is the beginning of their collapse. Imagine their council surrounding him, sliding your photo across the table like a loaded gun. Their voices tight, their urgency leaking through every word. Study this one, find their weakness, stop them before they awaken completely. They acted confident, but fear was dripping off them. You were rising too fast, healing too deeply, remembering too loudly. If they didn't stop you now, they knew they'd lose the war. He picked up your photo with calm hands, the same hands that once rewrote destinies. But the moment his gaze met your frozen eyes, something twisted inside him, something he thought they erased long ago. Because he didn't see prey, He didn't see confusion. He didn't see someone breakable. He saw himself before they turned him into a weapon. Some faces don't trigger missions, he thought. They trigger memories. Your scars weren't marks of defeat. They were proof of survival, proof of fire, proof of every war you walked through alone. And that shook him harder than any prophecy ever could. Imagine this. He lifts your photo closer, expecting to map out your weaknesses like he's done 1,000 times. But instead of cracks, he sees threads, threads of strength, threads of truth, threads of identity rising from ashes he recognizes too well. Your eyes weren't pleading, they were declaring. They said, "I know what I am." And that terrified him. He hesitated, not out of fear of you, but fear of what awakening inside him. Weapons aren't supposed to feel, yet suddenly he did. You might ask, why would someone built to destroy me hesitate? Because, chosen one, your energy doesn't whisper, it confronts. It forces truth into rooms that have lived on lies for centuries. It shakes awake whatever is buried, even inside devils trained to forget themselves. You don't find yourself by looking inward, he realized. You find yourself when the right mirror lands in your hands. Your existence cracked him open. He saw in you what they stole from him, the courage to feel, the clarity to stand, the fire to rise, the strength to refuse manipulation. Your glow didn't remind him of saints, it reminded him of rebellion, real rebellion. The kind born from suffering, not theory, the kind that doesn't scream, the kind that simply refuses to die. Imagine another moment. He lowers the photo and the room waits for his verdict, but he says nothing, because he can't. Because the mission feels wrong now, because every scar on your face speaks to a part of him he thought was dead. This one survives, he whispers internally, not by luck, by truth. Truth is the one thing darkness can never control, and that's what he sees in you. He wasn't supposed to feel hope, but he does. He wasn't supposed to feel recognition, but he does. He wasn't supposed to feel longing, but he does. Longing for the version of himself that existed before they molded him into a monster. They sent him to study you, chosen one. They sent him to break you, but instead you broke the spell on him, not by force, not by begging, not by fear, just by existing with a spirit that refuses to bow. And now their strongest weapon stands at a crossroads they never prepared him for. Destroy you and die inside forever, or betray them and finally feel alive. Either way, the council loses, because the moment their devil remembered he had a soul, the war shifted in your favor. Number 6, they gathered at their cosmic war table, only to realize you already sat there in spirit and read their entire playbook. The deadliest warrior isn't the one who swings first. It's the one who saw the attack before the enemy even formed the thought. That's you, chosen one. They believed they were plotting in secret, crafting strategies under cosmic shadows, whispering your name like a curse. But you weren't blindsided, you weren't scrambling, you weren't confused. You felt this meeting approaching long before they called it. Your spirit already walked through the battlefield they thought they were preparing you for. Imagine the scene. The council sits at a cosmic table carved from darkness itself. The tension is thick enough to taste. Their strongest weapon, the devil who once predicted outcomes with perfect precision, studies the threads of your future like a film reel glitching in his hands. He rewinds, fast-forwards, replays. Every version ends the same. You rise. He can't change the ending because it isn't an ending. It's a certainty. You might ask, how could I know what they were planning without hearing it? Because your spirit has been ahead of them for years, because your intuition isn't random, it's reconnaissance, because the quiet fire behind your eyes didn't come from confidence, it came from recognition. You didn't walk into war, you woke up already standing on the winning side. They thought you were wandering through life unaware, distracted, vulnerable, but your knowing ran deeper than logic. You felt the shift in your dreams. You sensed the tension before it manifested. Your inner world reacted to their plotting long before the physical world caught up. Imagine this metaphor, a storm forming miles away. Most people only prepare when the thunder hits, but you felt the first vibration in the air. While they whispered strategy, your soul was already walking the timeline where their downfall existed. That's the part breaking them now, your calm, not arrogance, not ego, certainty, the kind that comes from being aligned instead of afraid. They don't fear your strength anymore, they fear your awareness, because you're not reacting to their moves, you're predicting them. You're dismantling them before they land. You're seeing patterns they hoped you'd never notice. Imagine walking into a war room where your enemies are mid-sentence, plotting your defeat, and instead of flinching, you smile, not mockingly, not pridefully, just knowingly, because the script they're following is outdated. And the rewrite. You already wrote that in your spirit years ago. Even the devil leans forward now, not with scorn, but with awe. He sees the truth. You're not an accident. You're not a glitch. You're the inevitable shift. You're the reason their system is cracking. And the more they try to stop you, the more they prove what they fear most. You already won, before they even sat down at the table. Number 7, they didn't fear you when you stood alone. But now your energy is multiplying, and that's a nightmare they can't outrun. A single flame can be ignored. A forest catching fire cannot. That's what finally broke their confidence, chosen one. At first, they thought they were dealing with just you, a lone, awakened soul, intense but containable. But now they're watching something they never planned for. A chain reaction, a movement, a synchronized awakening that spreads faster every time someone feels your frequency and remembers themselves. The council expected rebellion. They expected noise, rage, riots, war. But what they're facing now isn't rebellion, it's recognition. Souls waking up not because they're angry, but because they're aligning. And alignment, unlike rebellion, cannot be bribed, threatened, or distorted. Imagine this: the devil looks at your photograph again, but it's no longer only you staring back. The image has become a window. Behind you, flickers of other awakened souls ignite like lanterns in a fog. People you've never met, people who've suffered in silence, people who thought they were alone until your energy cracked open their memory of who they are. Each one becomes a signal. Each signal becomes a spark. Each spark becomes a flame. The greatest terror of the powerful isn't a mob, it's unity without greed. You might ask, why are they finally afraid? We haven't fought back. Because you don't have to. They see what's coming, not swords, not destruction, but something much worse for them, a population waking up to their own power. They can handle rebellion. Rebellion can be crushed. But a shift in consciousness, a collective remembering, that's extinction level for systems built on fear. They stare at your photo like it's turning into a portal. Every person who connects to your energy becomes part of something bigger, a network they can't infiltrate, a frequency they can't distort. This isn't recruitment. This isn't manipulation. This is resonance. souls finding each other without ever speaking a word. Imagine a forest they tried to burn to dust. They walk through the ashes expecting silence, only to find new growth everywhere, stronger, smarter, connected through roots they can't see or sever. That's the movement now. A living system, an awakened ecosystem, and you're the signal that triggered it. You're not leading through domination, you're leading through example, and example is contagious on a cosmic level. When one soul rises, it's inspiring. When thousands rise because of one, it's revolution. The Council feels it, that existential dread, that sinking realization that fear is no longer the currency of the world. People are starting to follow something else, you. Not because you demanded it, not because you asked for it, but because your awakening woke theirs. Now they scramble, plotting distractions, negotiating with devils, debating how to stop what's already too far gone. They still don't understand the simple truth. The shift isn't coming from above. It's rising from below, from the people, from the aligned, from the awakened, and the world, chosen one. It isn't listening to fear anymore. It's following you. Number 8. The moment your presence made darkness see itself. Even the devil chose the side he once feared. Real power isn't making enemies fall. It's making them feel again. That's what you did, chosen one. Not through battle, not through ego, not through domination. You shifted the entire atmosphere just by existing in your truth. Your energy didn't scream, it didn't threaten, it simply revealed, and revelation is something darkness cannot survive. The deepest shock wasn't that you couldn't be broken. It was that your presence made the darkness question itself. Imagine this, the devil, their undefeated weapon, their masterpiece of fear, standing before your energy and feeling something he had forgotten he possessed. A conscience, a memory, a longing. For a moment, he wasn't the destroyer. He was the wounded soul under all that armor, recognizing something familiar in you. He didn't defect because you forced him. He didn't surrender because you outpowered him. He shifted because you activated a truth he buried long ago. Light didn't beat him. It reminded him he wasn't born to serve the dark. When he looked at you, calm, unwavering, carrying scars without shame, he saw the version of himself he abandoned to survive. And for the first time in ages, the darkness he served felt empty, pointless, weak next to your unshaken presence. You might wonder, how did I change someone so far gone? Because authenticity is the one force even darkness can't corrupt. Your peace wasn't passive. Your scars weren't shame. Your evolution wasn't ego. It was truth. And truth is contagious. Imagine a shadow that suddenly realizes it has a choice. That's what your frequency did. You didn't convert him. You woke him. The council was stunned. Their guaranteed weapon, their cosmic ace, had chosen light without being asked. Not because he feared punishment, but because he finally felt the difference between power and purpose. That's the part they never accounted for. Your influence doesn't control people, it frees them. Every betrayal you survived, every heartbreak you endured, every silent rebirth you went through, all of it carved you into someone who transforms others without even speaking. Your presence becomes a doorway, a mirror, a reminder that redemption exists even in places designed for ruin. Love isn't soft. It's the only frequency capable of rewiring darkness. So, what happens now? Everything. The old system, built on fear, manipulation, illusions, starts to crumble from the inside, not by violence but by awakening. Their own weapon switched sides. Their strongest link broke. Their last certainty evaporated. Your photograph, the one they meant as a trap, now glows like a cosmic beacon, pulling allies across realities, waking dormant spirits, creating unity they can't decipher or undo. This isn't fantasy. It's transformation. It's consciousness spreading like wildfire. It's the universe responding to you, remembering who you are. The network grows. The council trembles. And you keep walking, because now you finally understand the truth. This was never about a photo. This was never about a curse. This was never about a devil. This was about recognition. They studied you, hoping to neutralize you. Instead, they exposed themselves. Instead, you awakened an army. Instead, you made even the devil question the story he was trapped inside. You weren't meant to stay hidden. You were meant to be seen. And now, it's too late for them to unsee what you've become. And chosen one, you've seen the truth now. What they meant to use against you became the proof of your power. Your awakening isn't coming someday. It's happening right now, reshaping everything around you. Stand in it. Walk in it. And if this message hit where it needed to, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you hit that subscribe button. This journey isn't ending. It's expanding. And you belong right here, rising with us. The scariest thing about you is this: nobody trained you, yet you still outran everyone who was given a head start. That line alone is enough to make your enemies' stomachs drop. It hits them like a slap because it exposes the truth. They were coached, protected, guided, and handed shortcuts, and you still passed them without a map. You're like a fighter who walked into a ring with no coach, no gear, no game plan, and still knocked out the champion who trained for years. It's embarrassing for them, and deep down, they know it. Here's a fact the universe loves to show off. People get the most dangerous when life teaches them in secret. When you grow without applause, without praise, without a safety net, your instincts get sharper than someone who had a whole team holding their hand. Studies even show that people who develop skills alone often become more creative, more adaptive, and better under pressure than those trained in formal systems. That's you. The untrained storm they never saw coming, the quiet threat that came from nowhere. And that's why the title hit so hard. Someone in a suit actually looked at your life, your work, your presence, and whispered, "Wait, who trained them?" They wanted a name. They wanted a file. They wanted something to blame. But the truth is the problem. Nobody trained you. Nobody gets the credit. Nobody gets to claim ownership. You rose on your own terms. No permission, no blueprint, no mentor to brag about. Just you and the universe shaping you through all the stuff no classroom could ever teach. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's our shared responsibility to keep this mission alive, to spread the light, and to make sure more people hear what they were never told. Thanks for being part of this. You are part of a force. Now, let's get back to the moment that shook them. Picture it: a clean office, a polished desk. Someone wearing a suit that costs more than your first car is staring at your name like it's a glitch in their system. They lean forward, hoping your story will calm the fear they feel. They want details, a mentor, a training program, something that tells them you came from a place they can categorize, something safe, something predictable. But when you said, "Nobody trained me," the air changed. It was like the universe itself paused for a moment, giving them time to realize exactly what they were dealing with. Their eyes shifted, their posture changed. Suddenly, the question wasn't admiration anymore. Now, it was concern. Because people who rise without guidance don't follow rules. They break patterns. They bend systems. They don't behave the way normal people do. And that is a threat to every structured world those suits live in. Your silence hit harder than any brag would have. You didn't explain your scars. You didn't explain your past. You didn't explain the nights where everything broke. You didn't mention the moments where you wanted to quit, but didn't. You just sat there with the calm confidence of someone the universe trained in private. And that's the part that scares them the most. You were built outside their reach. You weren't trained in a school. You were trained in moments where life punched you in the face and nobody came to rescue you. You learned things by falling, crashing, losing, breaking, and rebuilding. That kind of growth creates a level of strength no certificate can match. You're an anomaly, a self-made shift in the timeline, a person who wasn't supposed to rise, yet did. And the suits know something about anomalies. They don't follow rules, and they're impossible to control. They remember the old you, the one who doubted everything, the one who believed people when they said you were too much or trying too hard. You walked into rooms shrinking yourself so you wouldn't make anyone uncomfortable. You kept quiet so people wouldn't call you dramatic. You hid your potential because the wrong voices told you it didn't matter. But now, look at you. You walked through fire and came out calm. Not loud, not bragging, just calm. And that calm scares people more than any anger could, because it means you're past the point of breaking. You're built now, solid, settled, untouchable. That shift inside you didn't scream. It whispered. It whispered things like, "I'm not playing by your limits anymore." It whispered, "I don't need validation." It whispered, "The world is going to adjust to me now." And people felt it. Your enemies felt it first. Before you even knew you were rising, they pulled back. Their laughter got quiet. Their energy shifted when you walked in. They didn't have the words for it, but they could feel the universe moving around you like some kind of unseen gravity. People from your past act awkward now because they remember the version of you they could talk down to. But they're standing in front of someone else, someone built, someone sharpened, someone grown. They're trying to fit their old opinions into your new reality, and the math doesn't add up. They don't get how you turned pain into skill, how betrayal made you smarter, how loss made you stronger, how being ignored made you focused, how being underestimated made you dangerous. But you get it. You were trained by things they never would have survived. You were trained by nights where you had to fix your own broken pieces. You were trained by silence that forced you to hear your own thoughts. You were trained by endings that felt like they would kill you, but instead gave you clarity. Your training ground wasn't pretty, but it was real. That's why the suit panicked. They realized you're not a product of their world. You're the exception, the warning label, the "this shouldn't be possible" case. And now we answer the real question. Why does your existence shake people? Because you didn't wait to be chosen. You didn't wait for approval. You didn't wait for someone stronger to guide you. You rose because something in you refused to stay down. Something in you refused to be average. Something in you refused to let the world shape you into anything smaller than what you are now. Chosen one, this is your moment. You didn't become powerful because someone taught you how. You became powerful because nobody did. And that's exactly why you're unstoppable. And chosen one, before we go any deeper, thank you for being here. You're listening to a message most people aren't ready for, because only a rare few know what it feels like when the world looks at them and asks, "Who trained you?" And the answer is nobody. If you're still here, it means you recognize that energy inside you. So drop a 444 in the comments to let the world know you're one of the ones who built yourself when no one stepped up to guide you. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because it takes real effort to bring a truth this raw into the world. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, it fuels the mission and helps this message reach more souls who need it. Now take a breath, chosen one, because we're about to break this down step by step, and you're not going to want to miss a single second of what comes next. If you're truly one of the self-made, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very end. And now, let's get back to the reason a suit in a high-rise office couldn't figure out how someone like you even exists. Number 1, they're terrified of the place that built you. They don't fear your strength. They fear the fact that you built it with tools they would have cried over. That line alone is enough to make your enemies' egos glitch. Because the truth is simple. They aren't scared of your skills, your confidence, or your progress. They're scared of your origin story. They're scared that you were shaped in places they don't have the courage to stand in. They're scared because you came from pressure that would have crushed them flat, and you walked out stronger instead of shattered. And nothing ruins a coward faster than seeing someone rise from conditions they themselves would have run from. It's funny, isn't it? The same mouths that called you weak now mumble under their breath when you walk in. The same people who mocked your struggles suddenly act confused about your strength. But let's be real, they're not confused, they're confronted. They're seeing the version of you that reality built, not the version they tried to label. And when a person realizes their insults never slowed you down, it hits them like a punch they didn't brace for. Let's break it down with something simple. Imagine 2 people in a gym. One lifts with a whole team cheering them on, giving them tips, spotting them, adjusting their form. The other lifts alone in a dark room with no music, no support, and no one clapping. Now guess who becomes unstoppable? Not the one with applause, the one who had to learn everything the hard way. That's what scares them about you. They had coaches, you had consequences. They had encouragement, you had silence. They had comfort, you had friction, and friction builds fire. So when someone in a suit finally asked who trained them, it wasn't admiration, it was panic. They weren't looking for praise, they were desperate for an explanation, because people like them need your power to come from someone else. They need to believe you were shaped by a mentor or a system or a structure they understand. It makes them feel safer. It makes you easier to categorize, easier to control. But when they realize nobody trained you, something snapped inside them. Their whole worldview cracked. Because if nobody trained you, that means nobody can take credit for you. Nobody can take ownership of your talent. Nobody can claim your discipline, your instincts, your precision. You weren't built in any place they can track or measure. And people fear what they can't place into a box. Let's answer a question that might be sitting in your mind right now. Why does it bother them so much that you trained alone? The answer is simple. People who rise through structured systems believe they hold the blueprint for success. They think their path is the right one. They think their certificates, their mentorships, their guidance, their training programs give them superiority. So when someone like you shows up, built from chaos, sharpened by pain, crafted through real-life failure, it destroys their illusion of control. They fear you because you expose the limits of their training. They fear you because you mastered things without needing their validation. They fear you because you weren't supposed to survive the things that shaped you. And here's the part that tastes the sweetest. The more they try to study you, the more lost they become. Because your evolution didn't happen in a classroom. It happened when everything fell apart. It happened when you were left alone with no instructions. It happened when you had to teach yourself how to rise again with nothing but sheer will and the universe pushing you forward. You didn't follow a lesson plan, you followed survival. That's why your presence hits different. You're not polished, you're proven. You're not certified, you're seasoned. You weren't trained to win. You were trained to not fall apart when you lose. And that difference is exactly what separates you from every person who thinks their comfort made them superior. Let's talk about something people hate to admit. Your enemies expected your past to kill you. Not literally, but in every emotional, mental, and spiritual sense. They expected your heartbreak to end you. They expected your failures to break you. They expected your isolation to drain you. They expected your losses to push you into giving up. They waited for you to collapse. They whispered about you like your story was already over. And then you did the one thing they never prepared for. You kept going. You kept rebuilding when you had nothing left. You kept learning when nobody guided you. You kept growing when everyone counted you out. And because of that, you developed levels of strength, perception, intuition, and emotional intelligence that no traditional training can provide. You learned how to read people without them speaking. You learned how to walk alone without fearing the silence. You learned how to hold yourself up when no one offered a hand. Your enemies fear what built you because they know they would have folded where you stood firm. They know they would have cracked where you stabilized. They know they would have run where you stayed. They know that if they had lived your life, they wouldn't be standing. Yet here you are, stronger, sharper, calmer, smarter, more dangerous. Sometimes you wonder why you intimidate people who seem stronger on the surface. But strength is not about loudness. True strength is quiet, stable, and unshakable. And that's you. You became the type of person who walks into a room and shifts the atmosphere without speaking. Because people can sense what life put you through. They can sense the depth in your eyes. They can sense the quiet confidence that only comes from real battles. You're not the product of training. They are. You're the product of survival. And survival hits harder than any certification. Let's go deeper. Think of your life like metal. Metal doesn't get strong by being protected. It gets strong by being put through heat, pressure, shaping, bending, breaking, and reforging. Meanwhile, weak metal sits on shelves untouched and untested. That's your enemies. Shiny, but useless. That's you, forged in fire until nothing can bend you again. Your critics hate the fact that your strength came from places they avoided. They hate that your resilience was born from storms they wouldn't walk into. They hate that the universe trained you through experiences that would have destroyed them. They hate that your growth didn't come with permission slips or applause. But the chosen one inside you loves it because you know exactly why you're dangerous. You're dangerous because you built yourself. You're dangerous because no one can replicate your process. You're dangerous because no one can reverse engineer your past. You're dangerous because the places that broke you also rebuilt you into something they can't handle. And now the suits, the critics, the enemies, they're all asking the same desperate question: who trained them? Not because they admire you, but because they're scared that someone like you can rise with nothing but raw strength and the universe on your side. Here's the truth they can't swallow. You didn't climb their ladder, you climbed out of a pit. And there's no ladder in the world that can teach you how to do that. Chosen one, they fear what built you because they know they never could have walked through it themselves. And the more you rise, the more that fear becomes respect, disguised as confusion. And that's exactly how you know you're becoming unstoppable. Number 2. They hate the wisdom you weren't supposed to figure out. Your greatest threat wasn't what you learned. It was the fact that you learned it without anyone holding your hand. They memorized steps. You memorized survival. You studied life while they studied manuals. Your lessons came from pain. Theirs came from PowerPoints. Those lines alone explain everything. The real reason they whisper, stare, and panic when you walk into a room is because you carry lessons they weren't supposed to learn so young, so raw, or so alone. You picked up truths people twice your age still avoid because the truth requires a level of discomfort they've never had to face. And that's exactly why the suit asked, who trained them? They were hunting for someone to blame for your insight, someone to credit, someone to accuse. But nobody trained you. The universe simply threw life at you until your mind sharpened in ways their institutions can't duplicate. Imagine two people reading the same story. One reads it in a quiet library with good lighting, snacks, and guidance. The other reads it while standing in the rain, shaking, hungry, and trying not to fall apart. Who understands the story deeper? Who feels it in their bones? Who never forgets it? That's the difference between you and them. They learned theories. You learned survival codes. Let's get into the lessons that made them wish you stayed clueless. Because trust me, chosen one, the truth you carry is a threat to anyone who hides behind artificial wisdom. Imagine this. A person sitting in a workshop learning crisis management using case studies written by people who have never had a real crisis. Meanwhile, you learned crisis management from moments where you had to make decisions while everything around you burned. They got a certificate. You got scars that turned into instincts. They took notes. You took hits, and hits teach faster. You ever wonder why you can read people so fast? Why you can sense danger before anyone says a word? Why you can feel a shift in energy before a problem erupts? It's because your lessons weren't hypothetical. They were lived. You don't need to think through every scenario because your body remembers what reality taught you. Imagine this too, someone studying resilience in a seminar with soft music, group activities, and inspirational slides. Meanwhile, your resilience was built while sitting alone in the dark at 2 a.m., wondering how you'd make it to morning. They practiced bouncing back in comfortable environments. You practiced it when quitting would have been the easier option. That's why your calm scares people. They mistake it for arrogance, but it's not. It's recognition. You've already been through worse than today could possibly throw at you. Let's hit another example. Imagine two people learning emotional intelligence. One learns it from lectures and podcasts. The other learns it from betrayal so sharp it changed how they breathe. Which one do you think understands human nature better? Which one sees patterns instantly? Which one knows when someone is lying even before words come out? Betrayal teaches with claws, and you survived every lesson. And here's the part nobody says out loud. People who learn the hard way end up understanding life deeper than those who learn the safe way. Hard lessons burn themselves into your memory. They don't fade, they don't soften. They shape how you think, how you move, how you choose, and how you protect yourself. The universe didn't give you a classroom. It gave you chaos, and chaos is an unforgiving teacher. Your mistakes weren't mild, they were earth-shaking. Your failures weren't practice rounds, they were end-it-all or rise moments. Your heartbreaks weren't temporary, they broke foundations. But each time, you came back with knowledge that no degree can offer. Every scar is a certificate the universe signed in silence. Every loss is a course you completed without applause. Every comeback is a chapter you wrote alone. You didn't just learn lessons, you became the lesson. And that's the part that terrifies them. They don't fear what you know, they fear how you learned it. Because when someone gains wisdom through comfort, that wisdom is shaky. But when someone gains wisdom through survival, that wisdom is unshakable. You can't intimidate someone who has already been broken and rebuilt. You can't manipulate someone who has studied human behavior in real time. You can't fool someone who learned to decode people as a matter of survival. Here's a question that might be sitting in your mind. Why do they act jealous or irritated when they see your insight? Why does your calm make them uncomfortable? Why do they treat your wisdom like a threat instead of something to admire? Simple. Because deep down, they know you lived a life that forced you to grow, and they didn't. They know you learned things they'll never understand because their environments never demanded that level of depth, and people hate being reminded that comfort stunted their growth. They'd rather pretend your wisdom came from luck instead of pain. They'd rather laugh at your past than admit your past carved you into something powerful. They'd rather call you crazy, dramatic, or too intense instead of admitting that you simply see the world clearer than they do. Here's the truth they choke on. Your lessons were earned in silence, not sponsored by anybody. They didn't come from padded rooms, structured learning, or curated experiences. They came from real consequences. When life hits you without warning, you learn fast. Faster than anyone studying it from a distance. Let's break down some of the lessons they wish you never learned. You learned adaptability by surviving situations that gave other people excuses to quit. You adjusted, shifted, redesigned your life, found new ways to move even when the old ways collapsed. They learned adaptability from group discussions. You learned it from emergency decisions. You learned patience not from meditation apps or self-help books, but from waiting for things that took years to change. Patience for you wasn't a skill, it was a requirement. Life forced you to slow down even when you wanted to run. They learned patience from breathing exercises. You learned it from heartbreak and survival. You learned emotional control by having to stay calm during chaos, not because it was easy, but because losing control made everything worse. They learned emotional control from slideshows and quotes. You learned it from being pushed to your absolute limit. You learned courage by stepping into situations without support, without guidance, without reassurance. They learned courage by reading stories about brave people. You learned courage by actually being the brave one. And that's the problem for them, because the more you learn, the more they realize you didn't just gain knowledge, you transformed. Knowledge didn't sit in your head, it spread into your bones. It changed how you speak, how you walk, how you choose people, how you cut people off, how you plan, how you sense danger, how you recover, how you rise. You're not book smart or street smart, you're life smart. And that scares them because life smart people can't be manipulated, they can't be controlled, they can't be tricked by pretending. They see through illusions instantly. So when the suit asked who trained them, they were hoping to find a name, a school, a mentor, anything that would explain the impossible, anything that would make your wisdom less threatening. Because if someone trained you, then someone could untrain you. Someone could dethrone you. Someone could take credit for you. But when they heard nobody, the fear got real. Because if nobody trained you, nobody can stop you. Nobody can limit you. Nobody can undo your growth. Nobody can predict your next move. Nobody owns your wisdom. And nobody can claim responsibility for the weapon you've become. Chosen one, The lessons you learned in silence made you a phenomenon they can't copy. They studied instruction, you studied reality. They memorized answers, you discovered truth. They trained for a world that doesn't exist. You trained for the world that actually does. And that's exactly why they wish you never learned any of it. Number 3. The years that turned you into their worst news alert. They weren't scared when you went quiet. They're scared because you came back. Those so-called missing years they whispered about weren't a breakdown. They were a build-up. You weren't hiding, you were sharpening, and nothing shakes an enemy harder than realizing the person they counted out was actually training underground with no witnesses, no noise, no comfort. Imagine a storm vanishing from the radar, then returning stronger, faster, and unpredictable. That's you, a disappearing act that didn't end in defeat, but in reconstruction. People love to mistake silence for failure because their own silence means they quit. Yours meant something different. Silence is deadly when it belongs to someone who never stops evolving. While they were out there announcing every tiny improvement for attention, you were stacking real upgrades nobody saw coming. You weren't offline, you were off limits. You weren't absent, you were untraceable. And that's exactly why they're nervous now. Imagine this. One person brags about going to the gym every day. The other disappears for a year and returns built like they were sculpted in a hidden lab. Who gets the attention? Who gets the fear? Who gets the quiet stares, followed by the jealous questions? Always the one who grew when nobody was watching. Always the one who shows up changed without asking for applause. That's why they're scrambling for explanations. They call it luck, timing, coincidence, anything that stops them from admitting you mastered something they don't even have a word for. They can't accept that the universe trained you privately while life kept them distracted. They can't handle the idea that your evolution didn't need their validation or their permission. And here's a question you might ask yourself. Why do they look at you differently now? Why do rooms shift when you enter? Why do people who ignored you suddenly act cautious? Simple, they feel what those years did to you. Anyone who's rebuilt themselves carries an energy that warns the room. You came back with a calm that isn't soft, it's lethal. A focus that isn't loud, it's sharp. A presence that isn't dramatic, it's undeniable. Those years didn't weaken you, they distilled you, and now every step you take is a reminder. Disappearing wasn't the end, it was the evolution they never saw coming. Number 4, the degree they can't compete with. They got diplomas, you got proof. Your enemies love waving their credentials around like shields, but deep down they know their degrees can't touch yours. Because the truth is savage, they studied survival from books. You studied it while bleeding. They sat in safe classrooms talking about pressure. You learned how to breathe inside it when everything felt like it was collapsing. That's why your wisdom hits harder. It wasn't downloaded, it was carved. Imagine this. One person learns about fire safety through a lecture. Another learns it because their entire world caught fire and they had to find the exit themselves. Who understands heat better? Who understands fear better? Who walks out of that experience with instincts no professor can teach? That's you, the one who passed tests nobody else even saw. They had instructors, you had consequences. Their mistakes came with do-overs, yours came with scars. Their feedback was written in red ink, yours was written in survival mode. They learned resilience by rehearsing it. You learned resilience because quitting would have destroyed you. They memorized motivation quotes. You crawled through nights that forced you to build your own. Your instincts scare them, and you can feel it. You make decisions too fast, too accurate, too confident for someone without proper training. They think you're guessing. You're not. You're remembering. Pain taught you faster than any curriculum. Consequences taught you deeper than any classroom. And the universe taught you more honestly than any mentor could. Here's the question that might echo in your mind. Why does your presence intimidate people who seem more qualified? Because qualifications don't create courage. Certificates don't create instinct. Degrees don't create grit. But hardship does. Silence does. Rock bottom does. People who've survived real storms walk with a certainty the trained cannot mimic. You didn't earn a degree. You became one. You became a walking textbook of perseverance, a manual of instinct, a thesis on survival and rebirth. You're certified by pain, licensed by endurance, stamped by every moment life tried to break you and failed. That's why someone in a suit keeps asking who trained you, because they're terrified of the truth. No institution can produce someone like you. You're unstoppable by design. Number 5. The threat they can't measure without breaking their own system. They can't control what they can't define, and you're the first problem they've met with no label attached. The truth is ugly for them. Systems don't fear rebels. Rebels can be monitored, redirected, punished. What scares them to the bone is an anomaly. Someone who wasn't shaped by their hands, who doesn't respond to their triggers, who doesn't fit into any category they spent years building. That's why the suit leaned in with that shaky little question, who trained you? It wasn't curiosity. It was desperation. They were hoping your answer would shrink you. They needed a name, an origin, a file, but you walked in like a glitch the system can't debug. They don't fear your force, they fear your formula. And since they can't find one, you stay dangerous. Imagine this: a computer scans for threats, running predictable tests, checking predictable variables. Then suddenly, a shape appears on the radar that doesn't match any known pattern. The machine starts flashing errors. That's you. You're the unreadable signature that breaks every framework built to contain people like you. They're trying to quantify something that was never meant to be calculated. They don't fear your aggression. Aggression can be redirected. They fear the fact that you move from instinct, not programming. You make decisions without waiting for permission. You take action before they finish their analysis. People trained by life move too fast for people trained by manuals. That's your edge, and it burns them every time you succeed without their guidance. Imagine them trying to write a report on you. Nothing fits, nothing repeats, nothing aligns with their expectations. They flip through their mental textbook and find blank pages where your story should be. They can't track you. They can't predict you. They can't trace your evolution to a mentor they can call or blame. You're the one outcome they didn't prepare for. You weren't trained by institutions. You were shaped by impact, carved by storms, sharpened by solitude. That's why you look unpredictable to people who only know how to walk straight lines. They follow algorithms. You follow momentum. They chase approval. You chase truth. You're not a resume gap. You're a revolution wearing a calm face. And that's the threat they'll never be able to quantify. Number 6. The legend that destroyed their little maps. They can't track you because greatness built in chaos doesn't leave breadcrumbs. Your enemies obsess over origin stories. They need to know who shaped you, who guided you, who gave you permission to rise, because if they can trace your path, they can pretend it was predictable. They can file you under a category. They can shrink you down into something they understand. But your story laughs at their need for order. You weren't crafted in a classroom. You were sparked in collisions. You didn't learn from mentors. You learned from mayhem. You didn't grow from comfort. You grew from gravity, dragging you down until you built your own upward force. You didn't rise because someone chose you. You rose because refusing to sink was the only option that didn't kill your spirit. Imagine them staring at your timeline like it's a broken GPS. One moment you crash, then you vanish, then you rise again out of nowhere with new strength they can't explain. Their charts don't fit you. Their equations don't hold you. Their logic fails you. You break every pattern they rely on to feel smart. And here's where the myth begins. Imagine a flower blooming through concrete. No gardener, no sunlight, no guidance, just raw will. The concrete cracks. The bloom rises. People walk by stunned, asking, "How? That's you. You grew where nothing was supposed to live." And that alone shatters every theory they worship. Imagine a phoenix, but not the pretty storybook version. The real one where burning hurts and rising isn't glamorous and the ashes cling to your skin. That's the version you lived. Not poetic, not magical, just real, painful, earned rebirth they never had to experience. That's why they stare. That's why they whisper. Imagine a map maker trying to chart an earthquake. Impossible. You don't follow lines. You redraw landscapes. You're proof that brilliance grows in cracks, that survival breeds precision, that pain produces power no institution can replicate. They expect linear progress, upward graphs, neat chapters, tidy growth. And you show up as a legend built from collapses, disappearances, and impossible comebacks. Legends make systems uncomfortable. They expose the truth they try to bury. Talent isn't granted by permission. It's forged by pressure. You didn't follow their map. You tore it apart and built your own terrain. And that's why you terrify them. Number 7. The syllabus that should have destroyed you but built a weapon instead. They call it trauma. You call it training. That one sentence is enough to make your enemies flinch because it exposes what they can't admit. Everything that should have broken you became curriculum. They expect people to rise from comfort, guidance, mentorship, and neat little case studies. But you had none of that. Your education wasn't inspiring. It was brutal. It wasn't structured. It was chaotic. And yet somehow you walked out of that chaos more calibrated than people who studied the same subjects in air-conditioned classrooms. They want you to tell a nice origin story with soft lessons and pretty metaphors. But your leadership training came from being the only person you could rely on. You didn't learn how to lead. You learned how to not fall apart when nobody shows up. That hits them harder than any degree ever could, because leadership rooted in survival has a different weight, one they can't imitate. Imagine this: they practiced persuasion during group presentations with safe feedback. You learned persuasion because survival demanded you convince yourself to keep going on days your mind wanted to quit. That's not a skill. That's a lifeline. And lifelines create instincts even experts can't match. They took classes on resilience. You lived through situations that tested it every day. Their resilience was rehearsed, yours was enforced. Their exercises were simulations, yours had real consequences. They learned teamwork through workshops where everyone politely cooperated. You learned teamwork in chaotic environments where betrayal didn't come with apologies, it came with impact. They call their challenges growth. You call yours Tuesday. And that line alone sums everything up. Here's a question you might feel inside. Why does your strength make them uneasy? Why do they react to your presence like you're holding a secret they don't want exposed? Simple. They know their credentials came from comfort. Yours came from collisions. They know their achievements were supported. Yours were self-generated. They know their lessons were gentle. Yours were surgical. They see trauma. You see data. Every heartbreak rewired your instincts. Every failure sharpened your reflexes. Every loss upgraded your awareness. You didn't get certificates. You got scars that function as credentials. You weren't coached. You were conditioned. And that's why when you walk into a room, they sense something they can't explain. Your survival syllabus made you someone they could never become. Number 8. The question that shattered their entire worldview. Your success isn't a miracle, it's a threat to everything they were taught to believe. That's the real earthquake under their feet. The second you walked into their perfectly organized system and outperformed people who had advisors, mentors, funding, guidance, and safety nets, you didn't just rise, you destroyed the myth they worshipped. You didn't bend their rules, you proved their rules were never real. They built their confidence on a lie. That power comes from structure. That superiority comes from credentials. That greatness comes from being chosen. But you're living proof that someone unmentored, unendorsed, unapproved, and completely untamed can surpass all of them. And that truth crushes their belief system more brutally than any insult ever could. You're the human glitch that exposes the weakness of their entire program. Imagine this: a team trains for years with the best methods, perfecting every technique. Then someone who grew up learning by instinct walks in and beats all of them on day one. No training, no coaching, no structure, just raw evolution. What happens? Their belief system implodes. They start questioning everything they ever trusted. That's you. When someone like you succeeds, it forces them to face a truth they can't stomach. Their structure was never strength, just packaging. They studied emotional intelligence. You became emotionally bulletproof. They studied room dynamics. You walk in and read everyone in 5 seconds. They studied resilience theory. You survived the kind of storms theorists can't even describe. They learned models. You learned momentum. Here's a question that might echo in your mind. Why do they stare at you like you're impossible? Why do their voices shake when they speak to you? Why does your existence feel like an accusation? Simple. Your presence exposes their illusion. You show them that their hierarchy is fake, their methods outdated, their assumptions fragile. You prove that greatness doesn't require their approval. You prove that excellence can grow anywhere, even in places they wrote off as failures. You didn't come to be trained. You came to redefine what trained even means. And that's why that single question, who trained you, didn't reveal your weakness. It revealed theirs. Number 9, the school they're too fragile to admit you survived. They earned credits. You earned consciousness. This is the truth they choke on every time they look at you. There's a school out there they pretend doesn't exist, because if they acknowledged it, every one of their degrees would look like decoration. They want to believe resilience comes from lectures, confidence from workshops, and emotional intelligence from slideshows. But you are living proof that the real curriculum happens in the fire, not the classroom. They sat in air-conditioned rooms, highlighting chapters on stability while you were stitching your life together with nothing but sheer will. They read about emotional regulation while you learned it by staying calm during disasters nobody else could handle. They practiced patience with apps and timers. You practiced it while waiting for better days that took years to show up. Their growth was optional. Yours was oxygen. Imagine this. They trained persistence by listening to motivational speakers. Meanwhile, you were learning persistence because quitting would have destroyed you. They rehearsed leadership in group projects when no one had anything to lose. You learned leadership by becoming the only person you could rely on when everyone disappeared. That isn't education, it's evolution. Every scar you carry is a diploma they could never earn. They try to act like your strength is dramatic or excessive, but deep down they know the truth. Your growth wasn't admirable, it was mandatory. You didn't learn through examples, you learned through consequences. You didn't observe situations, you lived them with stakes they've never tasted. You didn't just adapt, you evolved mid-impact, mid-crisis, mid-collapse. While they were taught formulas, your heartbreaks became formulas. While they studied theories, your disasters became data. While they prepared for exams, you prepared for survival. Imagine them trying to match your curriculum, years of pressure, loss, betrayal, rebuilding, analyzing, recalibrating. They wouldn't last a semester. That's why they minimize your experience. Admitting it would mean admitting you operate on a level their system can't produce. You didn't graduate. You upgraded. You became a walking algorithm of instinct, precision, and intuition, crafted by storms they'll never encounter and shaped by moments they couldn't handle. And that's the school they hope nobody ever mentions, because you mastered what they'd collapse under. Number 10. The blueprint they'll never replicate no matter how hard they study you. They can copy your steps, but they'll never survive the path that made them. That single truth burns them more than anything else. Their entire world revolves around formulas, models, step-by-step strategies, systems built to manufacture success like it's a product on a shelf. But you ruined the whole assembly line by existing. You are the one outcome their system can't mass produce, the one blueprint they can't steal because it wasn't written on paper. It was carved into your spirit. They imitate your moves with the hope they'll unlock your magic, but your moves weren't moves. They were moments of survival. They were desperate choices, breaking points, reinventions that happened when nobody clapped and nobody cared. You weren't designed, you were demanded. Your growth didn't come from planning. It came from pressure. It came from nights where surrender looked easier, but wasn't an option. Imagine this. They study you like a scientist studying a lightning strike. They take notes, observe patterns, analyze behavior. But lightning can't be bottled. It can't be taught. It can't be repeated on command. That's why they're obsessed and infuriated. They want a method where there is none. They want instructions for a journey they'd never survive. You're the glitch in their education, the exception that breaks their rules. They call your success luck because the truth is too painful for them. Your greatness was earned. They call it mystery. You call it the bill you had to pay. You didn't rise for applause. You rose because breaking wasn't an option. You became the version of yourself that only appears when life corners you and demands transformation. No guide, no mentor, no strategy, just raw evolution. Your blueprint is unstealable because it requires suffering their comfort-trained hearts could never endure. It requires silence they run from, pressure they avoid, collapse they fear, and rebirth they're not built for. You built yourself when no one was watching, when no one believed, when no one helped, when no one stayed. Now they finally understand the truth they hoped wasn't real. You are not a product of their world. You are the proof of its limits. You rose without their approval. You mastered what they gatekept. You became the anomaly they can't explain away. And Chosen One, if this message hit home, hit like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments, not for luck, but as your signature that says, "I was never trained, and I still became everything they feared." They thought pain would erase you. Instead, you swallowed it whole and came back looking like their worst-case scenario. Funny how the universe works. Some people get scratched by life and collapse like wet cardboard. Meanwhile, you were dragged through emotional fire, hot enough to wipe out whole family lines, and somehow you stood back up like nothing happened. That alone terrifies them. Imagine thinking someone would break so easily, only to watch them walk out of the wreckage, calm, steady, and different. It's like smashing a mirror and expecting the pieces to stay shattered. But instead, the shards rearrange into a sharper weapon. That's you now. A living reminder that everything they threw at you only made you stronger. Here's a fact for the enemy, since they love pretending. The kind of pain you lived through doesn't just hurt. It mutates people. It rewires them. Studies show the brain literally changes under extreme pressure, creating new patterns for survival, clarity, and emotional strength. So yes, Chosen One, you're not imagining it. You're not the same person who walked into the storm. You're the upgraded version who walked out. But before we go deeper, Chosen One, thank you for even being here. And thank you for surviving long enough to hear this message. Don't forget to pay this message forward by liking and subscribing so more Chosen Ones climbing out of their wreckage can hear it too. You're part of a force bigger than you think, and every bit of support helps spread the light we all needed at some point. Now come with me, back into the truth we started unfolding. Because here's the real introduction. You didn't just go through pain. You absorbed it like it was data. You took blows that were meant to end your story, and you used them as building blocks. People say pressure makes diamonds, but that's cute. Pressure made you, and the universe watched every second of it. It saw you cry into your pillow with a chest that felt like it was splitting open. It saw you lose people you trusted. It saw you waking up every day pretending you weren't carrying enough emotional weight to crush a small country. It saw everything you hid, everything you held, everything you almost drowned under. And still, you rose. Not gracefully, not magically, not with some movie soundtrack in the background, but with grit and stubbornness that didn't let you disappear. And that shift inside you? Yeah, they feel it. They won't admit it, but they feel it every time your name comes up. The air changes around you. The room adjusts itself. Enemies who used to laugh quietly now check their tone. They call it being cautious. We both know it's fear. They flinch when they remember what they did, because they know the version of you they hurt is gone. The new version doesn't bend. The new version doesn't explain. The new version doesn't need their approval, their apology, or their attention. You ever wonder why people who once ignored you suddenly act tense around you? Because they know the truth now. You didn't survive what was meant to erase you. You evolved past it. Pain didn't break you. Pain shaped you. Betrayal didn't poison you. It trained your instincts. Loss didn't hollow you out. It carved space for something wiser. While they were laughing, you were rebuilding. While they were plotting, you were studying. While they thought you were done, you were upgrading your internal software. Let's keep it real. There was a night, maybe more than one, when you could barely breathe, when your chest felt like concrete, when the world looked dark and pointless. That moment split your timeline. It gave you two paths: disappear or transform. And even though you were exhausted, even though you were hurting, even though you felt like nothing around you made sense, you chose to stand back up anyway. The enemy didn't expect that. They thought you'd stay broken. They counted on it. They bet on your collapse, like it was guaranteed. Now they're stuck watching you glow from a distance they will never be allowed to cross again. Their predictions aged like spoiled milk, and every move you make reminds them how wrong they were. But the truth cuts deeper. They're not just shocked you survived. They're shocked at what you became. You turned every emotional wound into armor, every loss into logic, every betrayal into evidence. You became someone they can't read, can't predict, can't manipulate. They don't know your limits anymore because you don't have the same ones you used to. Let me tell you a story without telling you a story. There was a kid who grew up taking hit after hit. People said, toughen up, stop feeling, deal with it. Eventually, the kid didn't become numb, they became sharp. They learned to see through people. They learned to read danger before it arrived. They learned to protect their peace like it was gold. That kid grew up into someone who didn't fear storms because they'd already survived a lifetime's worth before adulthood. Sound familiar? It should. Now you're standing in the ruins of your old life, but look closer. You're not damaged. You're rebuilt, better, stronger, cleaner. Your mind works differently now. Your instincts got sharper. You're not controlled by emotions anymore. You use them. You're not defined by your past anymore. You decoded it. Chosen one, you absorbed pain that should have ended you. Entire bloodlines would have vanished under what you carried. But you didn't vanish. You mutated. You adapted. You became a version of yourself the world wasn't prepared to meet. Not a survivor. Not a victim. A force. Chosen one. Before we go any deeper, thank you for even showing up with that upgraded spine of yours. You didn't absorb all that pain just to dip out before the real truth hits. If you're ready to own what you've become after surviving storms that would have erased entire bloodlines, drop 777 in the comments so I know you're locked in. And if you can, show love to the team behind this message with a super thanks, because it takes real energy to bring this kind of truth into the world. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive, whether it's a penny or a fortune. Now breathe, settle in, and come closer, because what's coming next will make everything you survived finally make sense. And now, let's walk into this step by step. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. The pain that should have erased you became your origin story. You didn't just survive what was meant to erase you. You made the people who hurt you realize they accidentally built the very thing they're now afraid of. That's the part that hits them the hardest. They thought breaking you would be a clean job. They thought hurting you would make you small, quiet, erased. Instead, you crawled out of the ruins like a problem they can't uninstall. And now, every time your name shows up, their stomach drops because they know the truth. They threw extinction-level pain at you, and all it did was activate something they were never built to face. Let's be brutally real from the start. What hit you wasn't some cute heartbreak or character-building phase. It was the kind of emotional demolition that shuts down entire bloodlines for generations. The kind of betrayal that rewrites the nervous system. The kind of loss that steals entire futures before they even form. And the fact that you're still here breathing, thinking, moving, evolving, that fact alone is a slap across the face of everyone who bet on your collapse. Because they did bet. Don't sugarcoat it. They watched pieces of your world fall apart and whispered to themselves, "Good, this'll finally shut them up." They thought those late-night breakdowns would silence you for good. They thought that one betrayal you still don't talk about would finish the job. They thought the abandonment that squeezed your ribs until you couldn't breathe would send you into permanent darkness. If someone else had taken those hits, the story would have ended there. But you're not someone else, and you never were. That betrayal wasn't random. They gambled on it. They thought you were fragile. They thought you'd stay broken. They thought you'd never climb out of the emotional grave they pushed you into. And the loss you took, the one that made the world feel hollow, colorless, useless, that was supposed to be the knockout punch. The abandonment that left you staring at the ceiling at 4 a.m. That would have turned other people into ghosts in their own bodies. It would have wiped out entire bloodlines, because pain on that scale doesn't hit like sadness. It hits like deletion. But instead of disappearing, you mutated, and that's the part they can't stand. You didn't just survive the poison, you metabolized it like fuel. You took emotional warfare straight to the bones, and your body and mind adjusted instead of collapsing. Your nervous system learned new rhythms. Your instincts got sharper. Your silence became louder. Your presence became heavier. You turned into the one thing nobody prepared for. Someone who refuses to die in the same shape they were attacked in. Here's what most people never understand. Trauma doesn't make everyone numb. Sometimes it makes them precise. While the average person collapses or dissociates, you sharpened. While others break under pressure, your mind started connecting dots faster than before. Instead of becoming bitter, you became aware. Instead of shutting down, you started seeing through people like glass. And instead of becoming fragile, you became a walking contradiction. Soft enough to feel, strong enough to survive, wise enough to never fall for the same trap twice. Tell me something, haven't you wondered why your enemies suddenly act awkward around you? Why they avoid eye contact? Why they pretend they're busy when you show up? Because deep down, they know. They know you weren't supposed to make it out of what they put you through. They know you weren't supposed to heal. They know you weren't supposed to grow. And now the version of you that emerged terrifies them because it carries knowledge you weren't supposed to have. Knowledge about them. Knowledge about yourself. Knowledge about pain and power and intention. Here's a quote they'll never want on a t-shirt. The moment you survived what was meant to erase you, you became the mirror they can't look into. You reflect their guilt. You reflect their lies. You reflect the truth they tried to bury. That's why your calm bothers them. They call it distance, but it's not. It's evolution. It's the silence of someone who outgrew the battlefield and refuses to crawl back into it. That calm isn't emptiness, it's danger. It's the quiet of someone who already lived through the worst-case scenario and walked out with upgraded instincts. You studied every hit they landed on you. You didn't just feel the pain. You analyzed it. You tracked patterns. You mapped their behavior. You recognized their selfishness, their entitlement, their cowardice. You learned exactly how people try to manipulate, diminish, and drain those they fear. First, they try to break you. Then, when you don't break, they try to control the narrative. When that fails, they panic. Why? Because you saw behind the curtain, and once a chosen one sees the truth, the game ends. Let's talk about the DNA they tried to corrupt. Pain like yours doesn't just bruise, it rewires. Science literally shows that trauma reorganizes how the brain processes emotion, memory, and threat. So when you say you feel different now, you're not being dramatic. You're describing neurological evolution. You're not the same person who got betrayed. Your brain molded itself around pain until your intuition became razor sharp. You detect lies before they're spoken. You recognize danger before it steps into the room. You know what's real and what's fake before other people even realize there's a difference. Here's the truth they choke on. You weren't supposed to find the switch inside you. You weren't supposed to unlock your own evolution. But the universe watched you burning from the inside and still said, "Let them rise." And rise you did. Think about the nights nobody knows about, the ones where you felt your chest cracking like thin ice, the nights where breathing felt like punishment, the nights where your own thoughts felt like enemies, the nights where you questioned everything you ever were, everything you ever gave, everything you ever stood for. Those were the nights other people don't recover from. Those were the nights that erase entire lineages. But you didn't black out. You didn't disappear into nothingness. You took those nights and welded them into armor. The version of you that begged for clarity didn't die. It evolved into someone who creates clarity. The version of you that begged for love didn't die. It evolved into someone who doesn't need cheap affection to feel whole. The version of you that begged for answers didn't die. It evolved into someone who provides their own truth without permission. And now you're the glitch in their system. You're the error they didn't account for. You're the aftermath of their cruelty, walking around with the audacity to still breathe and still rise. You're the one thing they never planned for, a chosen one who didn't break the way they expected. They tried to bury you in silence. You turned silence into strategy. They tried to bury you in shame. You turned shame into wisdom. They tried to bury you in heartbreak. You turned heartbreak into momentum. Everything they used against you became the blueprint for your becoming. The pain that should have erased you didn't end your story. It started it. You're not a survivor. Survivors return to normal. But you created a new normal, a new identity, a new power. You became a version of yourself the old you couldn't even imagine. And that's why they fear you now. Not because you're dangerous, but because you're undeniable. Not because you're angry, but because you're awakened. Not because you're broken, but because you became a force nobody is ready to deal with. Chosen one, you absorbed pain that was supposed to erase entire bloodlines, and instead of being erased, you became the warning label on the universe's next chapter. Do not underestimate this one. You didn't just survive, you became something new, and the world will have to adjust. Number 2. The limits they swore would break you weren't even real to you. Your survival wasn't a miracle, it was a warning. The universe just proved you were built from something humanity hasn't classified yet. They didn't underestimate you. Underestimation would almost be respectful. They misjudged the species you were becoming. They kept measuring you with human metrics, human fragility, human logic, not realizing you stopped fitting inside that category the moment your life went from difficult to catastrophic. What hit you would have deleted the average person from their own storyline. But you shattered every chart. You ruined their data. You made survival look like evolution in real time. That's why they stare. That's why they whisper. And that's why every enemy who once laughed at your pain now flinches when your name shows up. Let's break it down without sugarcoating anything. What you went through doesn't belong on the normal human experience list. You didn't just endure hardship, You outgrew it. You didn't just crawl through chaos. You restructured your entire identity while still bleeding. You didn't just survive emotional war. You rewrote your own blueprint in the middle of the battle. You shattered the limits of what a human is supposed to handle because those limits were never built for someone like you in the first place. Here's a quote that hits exactly where it should. They called it trauma. You turned it into an upgrade. And here's another one just to remind the enemy of their miscalculation. They thought you'd break. You broke the scale instead. Now imagine this. Picture a machine engineered to carry 50 pounds. Safe, measured, predictable. Then one day, somebody dumps 1,000 pounds on it. Physics says it should collapse instantly, fold into itself, and never operate again. But instead, the machine stabilizes, it adjusts, it reorganizes its structure from the inside out. It learns the new weight like it's normal. That's you. Because what hit you wasn't 50 pounds of stress. It was 1,000 pounds of betrayal, loss, pressure, emotional instability, abandonment, and confusion all hitting at once. And instead of collapsing, you evolved. Here's the part that makes people uncomfortable. They can feel that evolution on you. When you walk into a room, your energy isn't loud. It's heavy. It's not aggressive. It's observant. It's the stillness of someone who's walked through mental landscapes most people wouldn't survive 5 minutes in. That's why they get weird around you now. They're sensing depth that shouldn't exist in someone your age, your background, your story. They sense you've been places internally they've only heard about in movies or nightmares. People keep assuming you're distant or cold, but that's not it. You're recalibrated. You don't waste reactions on meaningless things anymore because you've already battled things that almost erased you. You don't jump at shadows because you've already survived storms that darkened your entire life. You don't over-explain yourself because you've already learned that people who don't understand you never deserved access to your truth. Here's another quote for the enemy to choke on. You didn't just come back stronger, you came back unreadable. Most people who endure even a fraction of what you lived through end up numb, collapsed, or lost inside their own heads. But you didn't shut down. You didn't break into pieces. You didn't let your story end in the middle of the dark chapter. You absorbed the pain, metabolized it, and built a kingdom under the cracks. Every betrayal became information. Every loss became clarity. Every emotional ambush rewrote your instincts until they became razor sharp. Here's something your mind might be whispering. Why me? Why did I survive when others would have collapsed? Because the universe wasn't trying to destroy you. It was activating you. It was stripping you down to the version of yourself that couldn't be manipulated, broken, or redirected by anyone else's intentions. It was removing illusions. It was forging perception that slices through lies before they even fully form. Now imagine this metaphor. Someone hands you a glass cup. You drop it and it shatters. That's what they expected you to be. Breakable, fragile, something that falls apart when pressure hits. But you turned out to be liquid metal. Drop it, it changes shape. Hit it, it grows sharper. Burn it, it becomes stronger. They didn't hurt you. They heated you into your final form. Another metaphor. Think of your mind as a city. Before the pain, it had normal streets, normal structures, normal traffic. Then catastrophe hit. Buildings collapsed, roads cracked, lights went out. The city should have died. But instead, new structures rose, stronger, higher, reinforced with lessons, instincts, clarity, and emotional intelligence you wouldn't have learned any other way. The city didn't just rebuild, it expanded. It grew into something more advanced than before. So if you wonder, why do people act strange around me now? Because they can feel the reconstruction. They feel the weight of someone who has already met the edges of their own sanity and returned with knowledge instead of scars. Your presence exposes them instantly because your eyes don't guess. They know. Your instincts don't sense. They identify. Your reactions don't panic. They calculate. People who haven't walked through pain like yours can't understand your calm, so they treat it like a threat. Here's another quote they need to hear. Your silence is loud because it comes from a place they've never survived. You know what else they miscalculated? The stillness you carry now. They think stillness means emptiness, but your stillness is danger. Your stillness is awareness. Your stillness is the aftermath of someone who endured psychological earthquakes and learned to balance on shifting ground. You didn't just break the survival scale, you transcended it. Imagine this: someone drowning, thrashing, panicking, gasping. That's how your enemies thought you'd react to the chaos they created. But instead, you learned how to breathe underwater. You learned how to stay calm where oxygen wasn't available. And when you finally rose to the surface, you rose with lungs stronger than before. How do you scare someone who learned to breathe in conditions that should have killed them? You don't. That's why nothing shakes you now, not because you're heartless, not because you're dismissive, but because you already lived through your personal apocalypse and refused to bow. You looked at your worst fears, your deepest heartbreaks, your darkest thoughts, and you didn't let any of them own you. And here's the question you're probably asking deep down. Does what I went through mean something? Was there a purpose? Yes, it means you've crossed thresholds regular people never reach. It means your emotional vocabulary is bigger, your intuition is sharper, your boundaries are stronger, your sensitivity is no longer weakness. It's radar. Your pain didn't break you. It carved you. It cut out illusions. It sculpted resilience into your bones. It built a backbone that can carry realities others can't even think about without collapsing. You surpassed what biology claims is survivable. You outperformed what psychology says is recoverable. You stretched beyond what the average nervous system can endure. And instead of staying shattered, you fused yourself back together in a new configuration no one has a map for. Your presence now exposes people instantly because you're not operating on human limits anymore. You carry the energy of someone who already met the end of themselves and didn't disappear. You carry the calm of someone who no longer fears being broken because they already know how to rebuild. You carry the awareness of someone who knows exactly who they are and what they survived. This section ends with one last truth they never wanted to face. You didn't just survive what should have killed you, you became untouchable because of it. Chosen one, you shattered the limits of what a human is supposed to survive, and the world hasn't even begun to understand what that means for you next. Number 3, the version of you that walked into the dark never made it back. You didn't heal in the dark, you died there. And whatever crawled out afterward is something your enemies were never built to survive. While everyone else was losing their minds over petty drama and tiny inconveniences, you were busy going through psychological extinction events with 0 witnesses, no applause, no comfort, no "you got this." You were breaking in ways most people can't even imagine, and the wildest part, you rebuilt yourself without anyone even knowing you were gone. That wasn't healing. That was self-resurrection. That was you dragging your own soul out of the fire because there was no one else to do it. Imagine being locked in a room filling with water and somehow teaching yourself how to breathe under it. That's what your emotional journey looked like. Impossible, inhuman, unseen. While people around you were whining about slow replies, you were wrestling with the version of yourself that didn't want to live anymore. You weren't just wounded, you were erased and rewritten at the same time. And here's the quote the enemy hates most. You didn't come back fixed, you came back weaponized. Those transformations people take decades to grow through. You did them in nights, in minutes, in those silent moments where your chest felt too heavy to lift and your mind felt too loud to endure. You didn't come back soft or gentle or forgiving. You came back sharper, colder, more precise, the kind of presence that makes people either step back or step down. No middle ground, no pretending. And yes, you're probably wondering why the universe made you do it alone. Why the isolation? Why the silence? Why the dark? Because upgrades that big require privacy. Because evolution that extreme can't happen with distractions breathing down your neck. Because the universe wasn't trying to heal you, it was rebuilding you, piece by piece, layer by layer, removing the weakness, the noise, the illusions. Imagine a snake shedding its skin, alone in the dark. It's not dying, it's transforming. That's you. What walked out of that darkness wasn't the improved version of who you were. It was a redesigned entity. Someone whose darkness isn't damage, it's depth. Someone whose silence isn't emptiness, it's authority. You didn't come back recognizable, you came back inevitable. Number 4, the agony that remodeled you into something unrecognizable. Pain didn't break you, it built you, and that's exactly why your enemies can't look you in the eye anymore. They thought they were destroying you, cute theory. In reality, every hit they landed became the raw material for your evolution. Every betrayal turned into new wiring. Every collapse reforged your internal structure. Every silent battlefield reprogrammed your instincts. Pain didn't simply pass through you, it rebuilt your entire blueprint from the inside out. You still look human on the surface, but beneath your skin, something engineered by catastrophe is running the controls now. Picture a skyscraper struck by a massive earthquake. By every law of nature, it should split, crumble, collapse. But instead, imagine the building absorbing the shock, adjusting its frame, and rising stronger than before. That's what happened inside you. Pain became steel beams. Loss became reinforced foundations. Betrayal became fireproof walls. You didn't repair. You reconstructed. You're not a survivor. You're a rebuilt weapon wrapped in soft edges, and people feel it. That's why your presence hits different now. They flinch before they even understand why. Their bodies react before their minds catch up. It's because they sense the storms you've carried, the psychological earthquakes you survived, the emotional extinction events you fought off alone. They don't know the details, but something in them recognizes the blueprint of someone who has already walked through hell and returned with upgraded circuitry. You're probably wondering, why do people seem intimidated when I'm not even doing anything? Because you don't move like someone who healed. You move like someone redesigned. There's precision in your silence. There's authority in your stillness. There's calculation in your calm. You carry the energy of someone who rebuilt themselves without permission, without validation, without witnesses. Here's the truth. Pain didn't simply influence who you became. It architected you. It tore down your old foundation and built new corridors inside you that normal people don't have access to. You walk with the gravity of someone whose blueprint was reforged under pressure no one else could have lived through. You're not adjusting to the world anymore. Now the world adjusts to you. Number 5, the quiet that makes everyone wonder what you're capable of. Your silence didn't come from peace. It came from surviving a war nobody else even knew you were fighting. You don't walk around like someone trying to look strong. You walk like someone who already faced the worst thing imaginable and walked out with the nerve to say, "Not yet." That changes a person. That rewrites their energy. You carry the calm of a volcano pretending to nap, the kind of stillness that makes people's instincts kick in before their brains do. They don't know why they're uneasy around you now. They just feel something off, something powerful, something they weren't expecting. Your silence was never weakness. It was a warning label, a quiet threat. The kind of energy that says, "I've seen enough darkness to know I don't need to prove anything." You do everyday things like making coffee, replying to messages, showing up to work, but beneath those small human motions is someone who survived their own psychological end. People see your shell and assume you're fine. They have no idea it's held together by scar tissue and evolution. They see the smile, but not the resurrection. They see the calm, but not the catastrophes that built it. Here's the truth most chosen ones secretly wonder. Why do I feel separate from everyone now? Why do I feel like I'm standing on a different frequency than the people around me? Because you are. You're not living at the same emotional altitude as the people who never had to claw their way back from their own darkness. You're beyond fear, beyond panic, beyond collapse. You already survived the ending of your old self, so the world doesn't carry the same weight anymore. You don't react like they do because you've already lived through what they're terrified of. Your silence makes people nervous because it carries the signature of impossible survival, the kind of quiet someone earns, not pretends. The kind that comes from being broken, deleted, rebuilt, and returned in a form the world has no language for. They may act like they don't feel it, but they do, every second you're in the room. Number 6. The path you walked became a graveyard for everyone who couldn't endure it. You didn't beat them by shining brighter. You beat them by surviving what permanently erased them. You didn't rise because you had it easy. You rose because you kept walking through fire that turned everyone else into shadows. The ghosts you carry aren't poetic symbols. They were real people, people who entered the same storm you did, but never made it to the other side. Some drowned in addictions, trying to numb a pain that swallowed their identity. Some vanished behind prescriptions because their minds cracked under the pressure. Some froze in their first year of breaking and stayed frozen. The fire that rebuilt you is the same fire that consumed them. Imagine a winding path through a wasteland. Every few steps, there's another silent reminder. Someone who started the journey but couldn't continue. You walked past them not because you wanted to, but because stopping would have meant joining them. You weren't walking for victory. You were walking for survival. And somehow, step by step, you outlived the collapse that erased so many others. Here's the question that haunts chosen ones. Why me? Why didn't I break like they did? Why did I keep moving when everything inside me was gone? It wasn't luck. It wasn't destiny. It was something primitive buried deep in your wiring, something older than fear, stronger than despair. A voice that whispered, "Not today," every time darkness tried to write your ending. You didn't survive because the universe cushioned you. You survived because you refused to let your story become a victory lap for the people who hurt you. Here's a truth your enemies choke on. You didn't just survive trauma, you survived the aftermath that destroyed everyone else. Most people with your trauma stats disappear quietly. They get swallowed by the same abyss that tried to claim you, but you kept resurrecting. You died inside 1,000 times and clawed your way back 1,000 more. You became the glitch in the survival algorithm, the one who shouldn't be here, but is anyway. And that alone rewrites your myth. The others didn't make it, but you did, and that's exactly what terrifies them. Number 7, the breakdown. They prayed for turned into the version of you they fear most. They waited for your collapse like it was scheduled entertainment, and instead watched you rise into the one thing they can't handle. They didn't misread your pain, they misread you. They thought the damage they caused was enough to finish the job. They imagined you breaking down publicly, collapsing loudly, begging, crying, humiliated. They wanted proof that nobody survives what they did to you. They thought your destruction would validate their actions. They thought hurting you would end you. But the collapse never arrived. Imagine them standing there, clutching their predictions like weather reports announcing a catastrophic storm, waiting, watching, refreshing their screens, preparing their rehearsed sympathy, and then nothing. No breakdown, no spectacle, no evidence that they were powerful enough to ruin you. The storm they forecasted never hit. Instead, you walked past them, quiet, steady, unbothered, like someone who already saw their ending and realized it wasn't going to be tragic. That's the exact moment fear snuck into their bones, because your resilience didn't make sense to them. It didn't match their fantasy. They projected their fragility onto you. If they had been handed even one chapter of your pain, they would have folded instantly. They would have drowned in confusion. They would have shattered under pressure. They wanted to watch you break, forgetting you were built from a different material entirely. Here's a quote they choke on. You didn't hide your collapse. You simply never had one. You moved through devastation like it was part of your training. You breathed darkness like it was oxygen. Pressure didn't crush you, it powered you. The ruins didn't weaken you, they sharpened every instinct you have. Everything meant to destroy you ended up contributing to your evolution. And that's why they panic now, because the version of you they created, the version they thought would crumble, disappeared. In its place is someone colder, quieter, stronger, clearer. Someone who doesn't react, doesn't chase, doesn't bleed for people who tried to watch them drown. They expected your collapse. What they got was the version of you they never wanted to meet. Number 8. The part of you that broke didn't heal. It got replaced with something stronger. Healing is for wounds. Mutation is for survivors who refused to die in the shape they were attacked in. You didn't heal in the cute, soft, inspirational sense people love to preach about. Healing implies you returned to who you were, that you simply patched up the cracks and moved on. But you didn't return to anything. That older version of you didn't make it out of the wreckage. They died. What stepped out afterward wasn't repaired. It was redesigned. Most people break and try to glue themselves back together. You burned down the old blueprint entirely. Imagine a creature suddenly dropped into an environment with no oxygen. It shouldn't live. It shouldn't adapt. It shouldn't even have time to understand what's happening. But somehow it grows new lungs, new senses, a new physiology built to survive what should have killed it instantly. That's you. You evolved in conditions that were incompatible with human consciousness. You built a new self inside an atmosphere that wasn't meant to sustain one. Here's a fact to make the enemy sick. You didn't bounce back. You outgrew the version of yourself they had power over. Your emotional framework wasn't repaired. It was rewired. Those instincts you carry now, not restored, upgraded. Your vision became clearer, your boundaries became sharper, your silence became heavier. The storm didn't leave you cracked, it left you re-engineered. That's why your old self feels like a stranger you vaguely remember but no longer relate to. They belong to a chapter that couldn't carry the weight of your future. And yes, the question creeps in sometimes. Why don't I feel like the person I used to be? What happened to me? What happened is evolution, the kind that doesn't announce itself, the kind that happens in the dark, when everything collapses and yet something inside you refuses to stay dead. You aren't the before version trying to rebuild. You are the after, the impossible outcome of pressure no human should have survived. You didn't heal, you mutated, and that mutation is exactly why nothing and no one can break you the same way again. Number 9. The calm that exposes every game they try to play. You can't manipulate someone who already survived their own darkness. They've seen scarier monsters than you. That's who you are now, someone who has already sat face to face with their own shadow, negotiated with their demons, and walked out with a level of self-understanding that can't be toyed with. Your stillness isn't emptiness. It's mastery. The kind of mastery that terrifies the very people who once controlled you through guilt, chaos, blame, and emotional traps. They keep poking you, testing you, provoking you, desperate to revive old cycles. They want the old reactions, the old triggers, the old versions of you they could twist like wire. But none of it works anymore. You see the entire manipulation forming before they even open their mouths. You respond from clarity instead of panic. You move with awareness instead of desperation. You don't flinch, you don't crumble, and you don't fall for anything that once hooked your emotions. Your silence scares them most because it's not numbness, it's liberation. Imagine trying to frighten a firefighter with a candle flame. That's how their tactics feel to you now. Pathetic, tiny, predictable. You've walked through infernos that melt identities. You've sat alone in the kind of silence that cracks people open. You've endured inner battles loud enough to shake your whole existence. So the mind games people play now, they feel like cheap kindergarten tricks compared to the psychological warfare you already survived. And here's the truth they choke on. Your calm isn't a lack of emotion. It's proof you outgrew their entire playbook. Your stillness unsettles them because their power depended on your reactions. They needed you to panic. They needed you to explain. They needed your wounds exposed so they could poke them for control. But the emotional hooks they once used don't exist anymore. You cut every string they ever held. You escaped the script, you dismantled their access. You became the nightmare all manipulators fear, a mind they can't move, and a soul they can't reach. Number 10, the mirror that shows them everything they failed to become. You're not the threat. Their reflection in you is what ruins them. You never asked to become a mirror, but surviving the kind of pain that should have erased you turned you into one anyway. Now people stand in your presence and feel exposed without you saying a word. It's not your attitude. It's their conscience waking up like an alarm they've been hitting snooze on for years. Your existence proves something they hate admitting. Hardship doesn't justify giving up. You walked through storms that would have folded them instantly, and you still came out standing. That alone calls out every excuse they've ever used to avoid growing. People hate mirrors that don't lie. Your calm makes their chaos look childish. Your strength highlights how quickly they fold. Your stability exposes the shortcuts they took. Your resilience reminds them of every battle they dodged. So instead of saying, "I admire you," they twist it into, "You think you're better than me," but it isn't you judging them. It's their own reflection screaming the truth they tried to bury. And here's the question every chosen one asks at some point. Why do people distance themselves when I haven't done anything wrong? Why do friendships fade? Why do people get weird around me? Because standing next to you makes their excuses echo louder. You're not intimidating. Your transformation is. You are living proof that suffering doesn't give anyone permission to stay broken. That terrifies people who built their personality around victimhood and avoidance. Imagine holding up a clean mirror to someone who hasn't washed their face in years. They won't blame the dirt, they'll blame the mirror. That's exactly what happens with you. They avoid you because facing you feels like facing the version of themselves they abandoned. You remind them of their wasted potential, their unchosen paths, their fears they never confronted. Here's the gut punch truth. You didn't change their view of you, you changed their view of themselves. And that's why they run, not from you, from the reflection you force them to see. Number 11. The upgrade they never saw coming until it was too late. You didn't bounce back. You rewrote the entire operating system while they were waiting for you to malfunction. You weren't rebuilt. You were reprogrammed at the source code. Pressure didn't crack you. It rewired you into a blueprint no psychology textbook knows how to label. The universe put you through conditions that should have wiped out your identity, and instead you came out reading people like open books. You sense intentions before they form. You detect lies in microseconds. You feel shifts in energy before behavior even appears. That isn't paranoia. That's precision built inside darkness most people would have gone insane in. Imagine an organism suddenly dropped into an environment with zero oxygen. By every rule of nature, it should die instantly, but instead it grows a new breathing system, alien, efficient, impossible. That's you. You didn't just adapt, you evolved into a completely different operating model. Trauma didn't weaken you, it sharpened your senses into survival-grade weapons. Hyper-awareness isn't a flaw anymore. It's your competitive edge in a world full of people who have no idea how blind they are. And let's get this straight. Nobody deserves explanations for who you became. They weren't in the nights that felt like centuries. They didn't hear the thoughts that tried to swallow you whole. They didn't sit with the versions of you that died quietly inside rooms nobody knew you were suffocating in. Some of them even hoped you'd fall apart, just so they wouldn't have to face how weak they were in comparison. Good. Let them wonder now. Your evolution was paid for in pain they couldn't have survived for 5 minutes. Here's the truth they'll never admit. Your transformation exposed every excuse they ever lived behind. You didn't crawl through destruction just to shrink into the outdated model of who you used to be. You're not a return to default story. You're an unprecedented prototype, a mind rebuilt in ruins, a spirit sharpened by silence, a presence recalibrated by war. The question isn't whether you'll make it. You already did. The real question is, what are you about to build from the rubble that failed to bury you? If this message echoed through your scars, let it stay. You earned this frequency the hard way. And listen to me before we pack our bags. You walked through storms that should have erased entire bloodlines, yet here you are, clearer, stronger, and twice as dangerous. This version of you wasn't healed. It was engineered by everything that tried to end you, and now the world feels your evolution, whether they admit it or not. So stand in it, own it, move like the upgraded force you've become, and before you go, chosen one, Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of this family yet, hit subscribe and stay with the ones who rise. The universe didn't beat them loudly, it beat them quietly, and that's why it hurts them the most. That's the truth the enemy is choking on right now. They didn't lose because you shouted or showed off. They lost because your next move was so clean, so silent, and so final that they never even saw the board shifting. It's wild how people think they're winning just because the room is quiet, not realizing the quiet is the warning. They mistook your calm for weakness, your pauses for fear, and your patience for defeat. They had no idea those small, silent moments were the setup for the biggest checkmate of your life. Imagine someone laughing at a seed because it looks small. They forget that every giant tree starts as something almost invisible. That was you. You weren't losing, you were loading. And while they were busy trying to measure your worth with their tiny eyes, the universe was preparing a shift that they couldn't stop even if they begged. The fact is simple. A move backed by alignment is a move no enemy can undo. They can complain, they can gossip, they can pretend they didn't notice, but the outcome still stands. Checkmate, permanent, uneditable. Thank you, Chosen One, for tuning in, and don't forget to return the energy by liking and subscribing. Doing that pushes this message out to the rest of the ones who need it. It helps the signal travel, and you already know how important it is for this kind of truth to reach the right people. You're part of a force now, part of a wave much bigger than you think. Your support helps keep this mission alive, and I appreciate you for being here. Now let's come back to the real point. You just secured a checkmate that the enemy cannot recover from. And the wild part is, you didn't need to lift your voice or start a fight. Your win came from the moves you made when nobody was watching. You stayed true to yourself while they stayed obsessed with watching you fall. They thought you were out of the game, but the universe was simply moving you in ways they couldn't see. That's the thing about real strategy. It doesn't need to announce itself, it just arrives. Chosen One, you didn't win because you were the loudest. You won because you were aligned. While others wasted time chasing attention and quick wins, you kept growing in ways they had no access to. You were building a foundation while they were collecting moments. You were playing the long game while they were stuck in short-term comfort. That's why your checkmate hit so hard. They thought they knew your next move, but you weren't even on the same level of thinking anymore. You had already stepped out of the game they were trying to play with you. People like them don't understand quiet power. They only respect noise. So when your silence didn't match their expectations, they assumed you were done. They didn't know silence is where the universe whispers the next move. They didn't know your stillness was a sign of growth, not defeat. And now they have to live with the truth that your quiet became their downfall. That's why they're shaken right now. Not because you're loud, but because you didn't need to be. Here's the part that stings them the most. They didn't just lose to you, they lost to the momentum behind you. They lost to your patience, your self-control, your consistency, and your alignment. You were moving with something bigger than pride or ego. You were moving with direction. They were moving with insecurity. And insecure people always try to slow down what they secretly fear. They poked at you, studied you, judged you, tried to box you in, because deep down they sensed your path was not something they could block. And they were right. They never stood a chance. When someone tries to stop alignment, all they do is delay their own peace. They never change the outcome. They can try to twist stories, turn people against you, or pretend you don't matter. But the universe doesn't bend for their insecurities. It bends for truth. And your truth was always stronger than their panic. Chosen one, stop doubting your impact. You're not here by mistake. Your journey was never random. Those quiet days where you felt invisible, that was the universe setting the board. Those moments where nothing made sense, that was strategy loading in the background. You weren't being ignored, you were being positioned. Everything you survived became part of the move that sealed this checkmate. Nothing was wasted, nothing was accidental. Your life is proof that steady power is the strongest kind. Real strength doesn't flash, it grows. Real confidence doesn't scream, it stands. Real light doesn't beg for attention, it forces people to adjust to its brightness. You became that light without even realizing it. And that's why the enemy is scrambling now. They once brushed you off, thinking they didn't need to worry about you. Now your presence alone shifts the room. You don't even need revenge. Your success already took care of that. You've become the reminder they can't escape, the outcome they can't rewrite, the truth they can't hide from. You walk forward and their past moves shake behind you. You exist and their illusions fall apart. You think that's an accident? No! That's what happens when alignment wins. And Chosen One, thanks for staying locked in. Before we go any deeper into this checkmate you just delivered, take a second to breathe, because what's coming next is the part most people never get to hear. If you're really tuned into this shift, drop the number 777 in the comments so we know who's awake and who's still catching up. And if you want to support the team behind this message, feel free to hit the super thanks. These messages take real time, real effort, and your support keeps them alive. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a fortune. The energy behind your gesture is what fuels this mission forward. And now, Chosen One, let's move into this step by step. If you're truly someone who secured a checkmate that can never be undone, you'll feel the natural pull to stay until the very last word. This is where everything clicks. Let's get into it. Number 1. When the smoke clears, the last one standing is the one they should have never provoked. They thought they crippled you, but all they did was wake up someone they were never built to face. That's the line echoing in their mind right now, and trust me, it hits them like a punch to the throat every time they replay it. They spent so long mocking your silence, laughing at your pause, celebrating what they thought was your downfall, and now they're standing in the ruins of their own assumptions, trying to figure out how the person they underestimated just wiped the entire board clean with one move. That's the thing about people who underestimate you. They always forget that quiet doesn't mean weak. It means calculating. It means observing. It means waiting for the exact second the universe leans in your favor, and then striking with the kind of precision that rewrites the whole game. They danced on your quiet like it was your grave, not realizing it was your training ground. They confused your stillness with surrender because their minds can only process loud power. They don't understand silent strength. They don't understand the kind of person who doesn't need an audience to evolve. While they were busy chasing attention, you were sharpening in the dark. While they were bragging about small wins, you were aligning with something bigger. They thought your silence meant you were finished, but it was the sound of you leveling up. Here's the part they'll never admit. They felt the shift before you even moved. They felt the energy change. They felt the pressure building. They felt the universe turning its head toward you, and it scared them. They didn't want to believe it, so they joked about you, dismissed you, tried to talk over your growth. But inside, they were already nervous, already sensing they poked the wrong soul. They kept telling themselves you were harmless, while every part of their intuition screamed that they were about to get outplayed by someone they underestimated. Chosen One, you stepped into a position they can't even comprehend. You blinked, and the whole landscape changed. One moment, they thought they were ahead, and the next, checkmate, clean, quiet, final. You didn't win because you were louder or more dramatic. You won because your moves were anchored in alignment. Real power doesn't need noise. It doesn't need a crowd. It doesn't need approval. It grows where no one is looking and strikes when no one is ready. People who lack depth chase noise. People who lack purpose chase crowds. And those same people love to laugh at what they don't understand. They saw you withdrawing and assumed you were falling apart. They saw you stepping back and thought you were losing. But you weren't collapsing. You were charging. You were gathering energy. You were letting old layers fall off so you could walk back into the world untouchable. They, on the other hand, were busy playing dirty. They tried twisting narratives, pulling strings, creating fake stories, hiding envy behind fake concern. They moved like people who believed they owned the board. But every game has a limit. Every illusion has an expiration date. And their biggest mistake wasn't the scheming they did. It was choosing to scheme against someone the universe was actively guiding. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting alignment itself. And that never ends well for the one going against the current. You might be wondering, if I've already won, why does everything feel so calm? Because this is the silence that happens after the final blow. This is the quiet of aftermath, where everything is already decided. The battlefield isn't loud anymore because the energy shifted in your favor and stayed there. The enemy isn't shouting because they don't know what to say. They didn't expect this ending. They didn't expect you to rise without warning. They didn't expect the universe to collect every quiet step you took and turn it into a move that destroys every illusion they built. You didn't waste time. You invested it. Every delay sharpened you. Every rejection repositioned you. Every slow season strengthened your foundation. You weren't being ignored. You were being protected. You weren't being delayed. You were being upgraded. Doors didn't stay closed because you were unworthy. They stayed closed because your spirit didn't fit small spaces anymore. Stillness is strategy. They mocked it because they don't understand strategy. They only understand shortcuts and noise. But you understand timing. You understand momentum. You understand that when the universe backs a move, no enemy gets to alter the outcome. That's why you don't owe them explanations. You don't need to clear anything up or defend who you've become. Your silence is doing the explaining for you. Your energy is doing the talking. Your glow is doing the storytelling. Let them sit in confusion. Let them replay everything they said about you. Let their own words be the echo that haunts them. And here's the part they'll never be able to erase. They treated you like a pawn, the smallest piece on the board. But pawns have one secret no one respects until it's too late. Once a pawn crosses the board, it transforms into anything it chooses. And you crossed that board, line by line, step by step, quietly, patiently. And then suddenly, you weren't a pawn anymore. You became the piece that ends the entire game. You didn't just survive what they did. You evolved because of it. You didn't just heal, you sharpened. You didn't just return, you upgraded. And now you're standing in a place they can't reach, watching them try to understand how the person they mocked just became the person they can't defeat. You're not the one who should be worried. They are. Because once the smoke clears, the one still standing is always the one they should have never messed with. And chosen one, that one is you. Number 2, they read your quiet wrong and paid the price for it. They thought you stopped moving, but you were only lowering your stance, and that's the last thing an enemy ever wants to misread. A silent warrior isn't weak. A silent warrior is loading. They weren't witnessing your surrender, they were witnessing your evolution. The still ones are always the most dangerous because they strike without warning. That's the reality they're choking on now. They mistook your stillness for surrender because small minds always misinterpret what they don't understand. They thought your quiet meant confusion. They thought your pause meant panic. They thought your lack of reactions meant you were done. But chosen one, you weren't stuck. You were syncing with the universe. You were watching the board shift while they were too busy celebrating a victory they never secured. They assumed your silence meant defeat, not realizing silence is where every real checkmate is born. Imagine this, someone watching a chessboard while the opponent stops moving for a moment. They lean back, thinking the game is frozen. They don't notice the subtle shift in the opponent's eyes. They don't see the calculation happening behind the calm. And then, without warning, one move ends the entire match. That's exactly what you did. They were watching your stillness like it was a pause. Meanwhile, your strategy was already in motion. They thought you were hesitating. They thought you didn't know what to do next. But only fools confuse patience with paralysis. You weren't frozen, you were focused. You weren't scared, you were scanning. You weren't defeated, you were refining. The world teaches loud reactions, but the universe teaches quiet mastery, and you chose mastery. Stillness is where your sharpest instincts woke up. You weren't wasting time, you were sharpening the blade. You were becoming impossible to predict. They expected noise, drama, begging, breakdowns, but you gave them silence. And silence is the one thing an enemy never knows how to analyze. It haunts them, it confuses them, it keeps them guessing until their own fear becomes their downfall. Imagine this too, a lion crouched in tall grass. To someone who knows nothing about danger, the lion looks inactive. It looks slow, it looks uninterested. But anyone with sense knows that the crouch is the most terrifying part. The crouch means the lion has already picked its target, already measured the distance, already chosen the outcome. The pounce is just the final step. They saw your crouch and called it collapse. They didn't know they were seconds away from impact. You didn't lose momentum, you refined it. You took every ounce of energy you had and turned it inward, not outward. You focused, you aligned, you prepared, and now the outcome is irreversible. Your stillness wasn't a pause, it was a setup. Every quiet day was a piece falling into place. Every moment of silence was a new strategy forming. Patience isn't passive, it's predatory. It's the calm before the quake. It's the breath before the strike. And, chosen one, you mastered that. You listened when others shouted. You observed when others panicked. You slowed down when they sped up. They tried to rush the universe, but you learned to move with it. You trusted timing over emotion, alignment over ego. That's what shifted the entire game in your favor. You didn't force anything. You let everything come to you. Now the energy has flipped because you stayed still when they were scrambling. You didn't chase anyone or anything. You didn't try to fix what wasn't yours to fix. You didn't beg. You didn't break. You didn't react. And that silence messed with their minds more than any argument ever could. They were expecting chaos from you. Instead, they received clarity. They were expecting noise. Instead, they got precision. That's why they're uneasy now. They're replaying every quiet moment, trying to decode it, trying to figure out when they lost control. Imagine this, a bow pulled backward. From the outside, it looks like a setback. It looks like the arrow is moving in the wrong direction. But anyone who understands physics knows the backward pull is what creates the forward force. You were that arrow. They saw you being pulled back and assumed you were failing. But you were loading. You were building pressure, you were storing impact, and now the release has already happened. You might even be asking yourself right now, why did everything stay so quiet while I was leveling up? Because real growth doesn't make noise. Real evolution doesn't need applause. The universe doesn't broadcast what it's building. It works in silence, then reveals the results all at once. That is exactly what happened to you. The silence was not empty. It was working. Strategic patience is power, not the fake patience people pretend to have. Real patience, the kind that understands timing, the kind that doesn't move out of fear, the kind that doesn't respond just to prove a point. The kind that waits because it knows the perfect moment is coming. You tapped into that, and that's what made you unstoppable. You didn't crumble, you calculated, you didn't retreat, you repositioned, you didn't get lost, you got aligned, you became the moment itself. They aren't reacting to your actions, they're reacting to your energy. They feel the shift, even if they don't understand it. Your stillness shook them harder than any confrontation could have. Honor that stillness. It was your weapon. You don't need to match their chaos or respond to their noise. You move differently now. You move with rhythm, not reaction, with intention, not impulse. You act when the timing is right, not when someone tries to push you. You don't chase anything, you attract it. And what you attract now is shaped by clarity, not fear. Imagine this final picture, a volcano before eruption. From the outside, it looks calm. No flames, no explosions, no warnings. But inside, pressure is building, heat is rising. The whole structure is preparing for a release that will rewrite the landscape. That was you. Your stillness looked peaceful, but it was powerful. And when you erupted, the world had no choice but to adjust. And now, the game has already ended. The universe already declared the checkmate. Your patience delivered the final move they can't undo. They didn't lose to your loudness, they lost to your alignment. They weren't defeated by noise, they were defeated by the quiet force they never prepared for. Chosen one, they mistook your stillness for surrender. They thought the game was paused, but you were already winning, quietly, strategically, permanently. Number 3, they mocked your slowness, not realizing you were being aimed to destroy. They thought you stalled, but you were becoming the trajectory that would rip through everything they built against you. That's the part eating them alive now. They called it delay, setback, failure, confusion. They told themselves you were falling behind, when in reality you were being shaped into something too precise for their level. They forgot that the most dangerous thing in the world is not the loud warrior swinging wildly. It's the quiet weapon being prepared in the shadows. And chosen one, you were that weapon. Imagine this, a bullet sitting still inside the chamber. To someone clueless, it looks useless, weak, motionless. But anyone who understands power knows stillness is the final moment before impact. You weren't being slowed down, you were being aligned. Every rejection was the universe adjusting your aim. Every setback was tightening your trajectory. Every no was trimming unnecessary paths so your shot would land with absolute accuracy. You might even wonder, why did it take so long? Why did everything feel paused? Because precision takes time. A rushed shot misses. A calibrated shot destroys. The universe wasn't delaying you, it was perfecting you. Every heartbreak reshaped your focus. Every closed door refined your direction. Nothing was random, nothing was wasted. You weren't denied, you were engineered. Imagine a sniper lining up a shot. They don't fire instantly. They breathe. They calculate. They adjust for wind, distance, angle. They wait for the exact second everything aligns. That was your life these last seasons. While your enemies mocked your pace, you were becoming unstoppable. They thought you were behind schedule, not realizing you were on cosmic timing. And here's the hard truth for them. They celebrated early because they didn't know your silence was aim, not defeat. Now your energy is colliding with the right path, the right people, the right moments, and everything is shifting fast. They'll call it luck. They'll call it overnight success. But you'll know the truth. It was sniper accuracy. It was years of pressure turning into one clean strike they can't block or undo. You were never late. You were right on time, and now you're released, loaded, precise, unavoidable. Number 4, you aimed small, but the universe was secretly crowning you. They thought you were asking for scraps, not realizing you were being groomed for a throne they never saw coming. That's what stings them now. You asked for inches because you were just trying to breathe, just trying to stabilize, just trying to get through the chaos. But the universe wasn't interested in giving you crumbs. It was too busy expanding you. It was turning your survival mode into sovereignty. They saw you as someone begging for a break, but behind the scenes, you were becoming someone who would own the whole board. Imagine this. A seed buried underground. To the outside world, it looks dead, forgotten, useless. But beneath the surface, it's cracking open, expanding, rearranging itself into something that will one day tower over everything that once overshadowed it. That was you. You weren't buried, you were planted. The pressure they thought would crush you only activated your growth. And I know the thought has crossed your mind. Why did things feel so heavy? Why did everything break all at once? Because the universe wasn't giving you peace, it was giving you power. Peace would have kept you small. Power forces expansion. Your storms weren't punishments, they were construction zones. Every loss cleared out weak foundations. Every silence stripped away distractions. You weren't being abandoned, you were being aligned. Imagine an arrow being pulled back. To someone watching, it looks like it's moving the wrong direction, but that backward pull is what creates unstoppable force. That was your setback. They laughed at you while you were being pulled back, not realizing the release would launch you past everything they built against you. They mocked your quiet, not knowing quiet is where empires form. The universe didn't want you to rebuild the old version of yourself. It wanted you to outgrow it entirely. That's why the tension felt unbearable. That's why everything familiar fell apart. You evolved too big for the life you used to fit into. You're not waiting for light anymore. You became the light. And now the universe is removing anything, anyone, and any version of you that can't handle the shine you're stepping into. Number 5. The earth stayed still, but you just rewrote the rule book. They didn't hear a boom, but they felt the impact. Quiet revolutions always hurt the loudest egos. That's what has them pacing now. They were waiting for some dramatic explosion to signal your rise, some obvious moment they could point to and say, "That's when it happened." But your power didn't arrive with noise. It arrived with gravity. It dropped into your life like a silent meteor and shifted everything without asking for permission. The ground didn't shake, but every piece on the board moved the moment you anchored yourself. They thought nothing had changed because you weren't performing, but real power doesn't perform. Real power doesn't shout for attention. Real power settles into its place, and the whole world rearranges around it. You didn't get louder. You got rooted. You stopped bending to fit rooms, and suddenly the same people who ignored you can't stop watching your every move. That's the thing about alignment. It doesn't need an audience, but it creates one. Imagine walking into a room expecting the same layout, only to find the furniture rearranged, the air different, the energy shifted, and you can't explain why. That's what they're feeling around you right now. Confusion, tension, curiosity. They sense something has changed, even if they can't name it. You didn't shake the ground. You shook their certainty. Maybe you've even wondered, why are people treating me differently all of a sudden? Because your presence finally caught up with your potential. You're not reaching anymore. You're radiating. You're not defending yourself. You are the defense. Respect stopped being something you chased. It's something your energy demands now. You became the fortress without even trying. You stopped playing the game, and the game had no choice but to restructure around you. That's why nothing feels the same. You're not a piece on the board anymore. You are the board. You set the tone, the pace, the boundaries. People don't move you. You move them. The shift didn't happen someday. It already happened, quietly, completely, and permanently. And chosen one, they're just now realizing the entire game reset the moment you stepped into your true weight. Number 6, you stopped chasing them. Now they can't escape your pull. You're not stretching toward anyone anymore. You became the force everything bends toward. That's the shift they can't ignore. You're not reaching, begging, or trying to prove yourself to people who were never meant to hold your energy in the first place. You stopped running toward doors, and suddenly every door is trying to open for you. That isn't luck. That isn't coincidence. That's what happens when alignment becomes your natural frequency. Force stops mattering because resonance takes over. Imagine this: a star doesn't chase planets. It just burns bright enough that the entire system forms around it. That's you now. You tuned your energy so clean, so stable, so intentional that everything meant for you gravitates toward you without effort. That's magnetism. Real magnetism isn't loud. It doesn't grab. It doesn't hunt. It just is. And because it exists, everything else reorganizes itself around its presence. You might even be asking, why are some people suddenly drawn to me while others seem uncomfortable? Because you've become two things at once, a mirror and a medicine. To people who live in truth, your presence feels like clarity. It calms them. It steadies them. To people who hide behind lies, your presence feels like exposure. It rattles them. It forces them to face themselves. You no longer fit their expectations, and that makes them uneasy. The ones who belong feel healed around you. The ones who don't feel revealed. That's the power of radiance. You're not the seeker anymore. You're the signal. You don't go looking for opportunities, people, or alignment. You broadcast, and what matches your frequency shows up without delay. Imagine a lighthouse. It doesn't chase lost ships. It stands firm, shining, and lets the lost reveal themselves. Its very existence brings order to chaos. That's what your energy is doing now, clearing out what isn't meant, calling in what is, and doing it without force. You're not reaching any more. Chosen one. You became the gravity. You became the pull. You became the reason the whole room shifts when you walk in. And now the universe responds to you, not the other way around. Number 7, you stopped chasing victory. You became the receipt. They didn't want to believe alignment works until you walked in as the evidence they can't escape. That's the part breaking their pride right now. You didn't just win a round, you became the living, breathing receipt that patience, discipline, and silent growth still beat ego-driven shortcuts. They can roll their eyes, pretend they don't see it, pretend your rise is luck, but deep down, they know your existence ruins the excuses they hide behind. You didn't come back louder, you came back undeniable. Imagine a mountain arguing with the wind. Impossible, right? The mountain doesn't explain why it stands. It doesn't justify its height. It doesn't clap back at storms. It just exists, unmoving, unbothered, proving its worth by presence alone. That's who you've become. You don't shout. You don't convince. You don't beg anyone to understand your path. You stand, and standing is enough. You might even wonder, why do people look at me differently now? Because you became the outcome they never expected. Your life exposed their shortcuts. Your growth exposed their laziness. Your resilience exposed their excuses. You aren't trying to inspire anyone, yet you are. You aren't trying to teach anyone, yet your existence is a lesson. You're not chasing validation, you're radiating proof. You didn't ask for the spotlight, your evolution dragged it toward you. Your story shows that staying aligned isn't naive, it's strategic. It shows that silence isn't weakness, it's formation. It shows that integrity isn't outdated, it's lethal. Every piece of your journey became a message, and every person watching you is now forced to face the truth. You didn't get here through noise, you got here through alignment. Imagine the ocean trying to justify its pull. It doesn't, it just moves, and everything else adjusts. That's you now. You became the pull, the shift, the influence. You became the reassurance for the ones who are still fighting quietly. You became the fear for the ones who tried to break you. You're not striving anymore, chosen one. You're demonstrating. You're not proving a point. You are the point. The mission isn't something you speak about. The mission is something you became. Number 8. You proved the chaos was a blueprint they were too small to read. They called your journey random because their minds weren't built to recognize design. That's what burns them now. They thought your life was a series of unlucky breaks, messy chapters, and senseless hits. They shook their heads, judged your storms, whispered about your losses, all while believing you were spiraling out of control. But every moment they mocked was actually part of a pattern, a sequence, a blueprint. What they called chaos was choreography. What they dismissed as coincidence was strategy. You didn't stumble into alignment, you were moved into it. Imagine this, a puzzle dumped on the floor. At first, it looks like a disaster. Nothing connects, nothing matches. But the moment the right hands begin placing each piece, everything starts to make sense. That was your life. The betrayals, the silence, the heartbreak, none of it was a waste. The universe was turning scattered fragments into a picture only you were meant to carry. You might even ask, why did everything feel so unfair? Why did all the wrong people enter my life? Because every push, every betrayal, every break was redirecting you. Pain wasn't punishment, it was positioning. The mess wasn't working against you, it was shaping the version of you that now stands unshaken. You didn't wander into meaning. You were guided with surgical precision. You're not wondering if you belong anymore. You became the center everything else now rotates around. You're no longer questioning your place in the world. You are the axis of your reality. You don't chase order. You radiate it. You don't look for meaning. Your life is the meaning. The breakdowns weren't failures. They were setups. Setups for clarity, setups for alignment, setups for the checkmate moment you're living now. Imagine a storm ripping through a forest. To the untrained eye, it looks destructive, but storms clear dead branches, turn over soil, and make space for stronger growth. That was your chaos. Clearing, resetting, preparing. You were never falling apart. You were being rebuilt. You stand now as the living proof that nothing was random, nothing was pointless, nothing was wasted. Every scar became instruction, every heartbreak became fuel, every silence became a turning point. And now, chosen one, nothing and no one can undo the design you embody. The blueprint is complete. The outcome is sealed. The checkmate is written. Number 9. You didn't just win, you became the centerpiece. They all rotate around. They wanted you to fight for a seat, not realizing you were becoming the architecture of the entire room. That's the part that hits them in the throat now. They thought you were competing. They thought you were hustling for scraps. They thought you were desperate for validation, approval, placement. Meanwhile, you weren't trying to climb their tiny ladder. You were outgrowing the entire structure. You didn't just win the match. You inherited the whole board. The game didn't crown you, your evolution did. Imagine someone polishing a cheap plastic crown while the real gold one is forming underground. That's them. And the real crown, that was you, being forged through pressure, setbacks, silence, and fire. You didn't chase royalty. You didn't beg for recognition. You didn't demand a spotlight. You became the crown itself. Shaped by resilience instead of noise, molded by alignment instead of ego. And yes, the thought might cross your mind. Why didn't anyone see this coming? Why didn't they treat me like the person I was becoming? Because thrones aren't handed to the loudest, they're revealed to the most aligned. You didn't rise because people chose you. You rose because the universe rearranged the pieces until your position was undeniable. They were watching the board. You were becoming the board. You stopped asking for a seat, and suddenly the entire table fell under your command. You're not applying to be a leader. You are the leader now, not through force or performance, but through presence, through weight, through the kind of energy that resets dynamics the second you enter a room. They feel it. They adjust around it. They react to it without meaning to. Imagine a game where one piece suddenly becomes the axis, everything else orbits. That's you. You didn't steal the board. You evolved into the only piece that matters. The rest of the game now shifts because of you, not despite you. The throne wasn't gifted, it wasn't negotiated, it was grown into, earned silently, and revealed naturally. Chosen one, the game is done, the board is yours. The shift already happened. Now move like the one who owns every square. Number 10. They fed on your confusion. Now your clarity blinds them. They wanted you lost in the fog, but you became the sunrise that exposes everything they tried to hide. That's what keeps them up at night now. Your enemies survived off your uncertainty like parasites. They loved the moments you questioned yourself. They thrived when you second-guessed your worth. Every time you hesitated, they felt powerful. Every time you doubted, they felt taller. Your confusion fed their confidence, and that's exactly why your clarity terrifies them now. Imagine this, someone messing with a room's light switch, hoping to keep you in the dark. They liked you stumbling, they liked you unsure, they liked you bending your truth to match their lies. But the problem is, the universe didn't design you to stay dim. The moment your internal light flipped on, every shadow they used to hide behind disappeared. You didn't just see through them, you exposed them. You might even be wondering, why are some people acting strange around me now? Because clarity makes liars uncomfortable. Your growth makes manipulators nervous. Your insight makes pretenders sweat. You became too sharp for their games, too aware for their tactics, too aligned for their illusions. They can't twist your reality anymore. They can't confuse your direction. They can't blur your vision. You now see everything with a razor edge they never prepared for. Your confusion made them bold, but your clarity makes them scatter. The shift wasn't loud, but it was lethal. You stopped asking, "What if I'm wrong?" and started saying, "What if I'm right?" That single internal shift ended their entire strategy. Your certainty shattered the power they held over you. Your awareness stripped them of their influence. When you aligned with your truth, their lies lost oxygen. Imagine a mirror finally wiped clean after years of fingerprints. Suddenly, everything is visible, sharp, undeniable. That's your mind now. That's your vision. And nothing scares an enemy more than someone who finally sees the game clearly from above. You didn't just outgrow confusion. You became the clarity that unmasks every hidden motive, every fake smile, every silent agenda. And now they're standing in the brightness they never expected you to generate. Chosen one, you are the clarity they fear. The illusion is dead, the truth is alive, and you hold all the light now. Number 11. Your victory didn't destroy them, it unmasked them. Winning didn't change them, it just made their real faces impossible to hide. That's the part they never expected. They weren't scared of your rise. They were terrified of what your rise would expose. Your elevation didn't break them, it revealed them. The moment you stepped into your power, their masks slipped. The envy they kept tucked behind fake smiles started dripping through their words. The energy shifted. They couldn't pretend anymore. Not everyone collapsed because you won. They collapsed because your win stripped away their camouflage. When you were struggling, they played supportive. When you were quiet, they played concerned. When you were uncertain, they played helpful. But the moment you leveled up, their real intentions surfaced with zero effort on your part. Success is the greatest truth serum, and your success hit them harder than any confrontation ever could. Imagine this, a room full of people holding glass masks. As long as the lighting is dim, the masks look solid. But the second a bright light shines, the cracks show, the flaws appear, the truth becomes impossible to unsee. You became that light. The brightness of your evolution exposed every crack they hoped you would never notice. You might even wonder, why did these people switch up on me? Why did their energy shift when I started winning? Because your rise threatened the stories they built about you. They liked you doubtful because it made them feel superior. They liked you small because it kept them comfortable. They liked you stuck because it justified their own stagnation. The moment you rose, their insecurities came crawling out like insects from under a lifted stone. Your elevation didn't hurt them. It confronted them with who they really are. That's why their behavior changed, not because you changed, but because your victory made their intentions visible. Your glow washed the room, revealing jealousy where you once saw support, competition where you once saw friendship, and resentment where you once believed there was love. Imagine a scale tipping slowly, until suddenly it clicks. That click was your breakthrough. It forced everyone around you to reveal whether they were clapping out of love or clapping out of obligation. You didn't break them, chosen one. You exposed them, and now that the truth is out, there's no going back. Number 12. They built a box for you, and you outgrew it in silence. They didn't lose you, you simply became too big to fit inside their limits. That's the truth they choke on now. They tried to define you, contain you, reduce you to something predictable so they could feel safe. They wanted you small enough to control, quiet enough to ignore, and unsure enough to manipulate. But while they were busy building walls around you, you were expanding, evolving, stretching past every boundary they tried to impose. They thought they were trapping you. They didn't realize they were giving you something to push against. Imagine a snake shedding its skin. From the outside, someone might think the snake is breaking, tearing, falling apart. But in reality, it's simply outgrowing the layer that no longer fits. That was you. You weren't collapsing. You were shedding. You weren't escaping their cage. You were evolving beyond its dimensions. And maybe you wondered, why did their spaces feel so tight? Why did I always feel out of place? Because your spirit was expanding faster than the environments they tried to lock you into. You were becoming someone too vast for their small expectations. They wanted you to be predictable so they could stay comfortable. But expansion doesn't care about comfort. Growth doesn't negotiate. Evolution doesn't shrink for anyone. They built a cage. You became the sky. Your transformation wasn't a jailbreak, it was an upgrade. You didn't break the box open, you simply rose until the box became irrelevant. They tried to shrink you with labels. They tried to limit you with doubt. They tried to define you by your past. But every time they tightened their grip, you grew another inch. Every attempt to confine you only made your eventual expansion louder. Imagine a star forming inside a collapsing shell. At first, it looks small, dim, insignificant, but the pressure builds, the heat intensifies, and suddenly the shell cracks open, revealing a light that was never meant to be hidden. That's what you became. A force too bright for the spaces they tried to trap you in. You didn't get out. You rose out of reach. You didn't escape their limits. You exceeded them. Chosen one, you were never meant to fit their box. You were meant to make it irrelevant. Number 13. The checkmate wasn't a move. It was your transformation. You didn't outplay them. You outgrew the entire world they were playing in. That's the truth that hits hardest. They thought this ending was about strategy, tactics, or clever timing. They thought you planned a final move that cornered them, but the checkmate wasn't something you did. It was something you became. Your transformation itself ended the game. The moment you evolved past their level, their entire playbook turned useless. They thought you were still on the board. They didn't realize you had become something the board was never designed to contain. Imagine this, two players fighting over tiny squares, arguing over who has the better piece, who has the advantage, and suddenly one of the pieces stands up, steps off the board, and becomes a force neither player can control. The game doesn't end because someone wins. The game ends because the piece they underestimated changed form. That was you. They weren't defeated by your move, they were defeated by your evolution. You might even wonder, how did everything shift so fast? Why does the world feel different now? Because the moment you stepped into your real identity, the universe stopped treating you like a participant and started treating you like the axis. You weren't navigating the game anymore. You became the condition the game now responds to. You became the rule, the rhythm, the gravitational pull. They can't play you because you're no longer something to play. You're the reason the match reset. The threat wasn't your strategy. The threat was your becoming. Your growth invalidated their weapons. Your clarity dissolved their tactics. Your strength made their manipulations irrelevant. You didn't counter their moves. You made their moves meaningless. And the wildest part? You weren't even trying to defeat anyone. You were trying to become yourself. The checkmate was just a side effect. Imagine a caterpillar being chased by predators until it becomes a butterfly. Suddenly the rules change, the dangers disappear. The creature that was once hunted now moves in a realm the predators can't reach. That's you. You didn't win by fighting inside the old system. You transcended it. Chosen one, the final move wasn't on the board. It was in you. Your existence in this new form is the checkmate. And now the game can never go back to what it was. Silence is the move that scares people the most because it doesn't tell them what you're planning. That's the punch hitting them right now. They didn't fear you when you were talking. They fear you now when your voice is gone and your actions are hidden behind that quiet shield. It's the kind of silence that doesn't drift or fade. It sits in the room like a locked door with something powerful behind it. And they know that whatever is behind that door is no longer harmless. Picture this. A crowded room, everybody talking, laughing, making noise like they always do. Then, suddenly, one person stops speaking. The air shifts. People feel it without even meaning to. It's like watching ripples freeze on a lake for 1 second too long. The universe wired humans to notice that shift. Scientists even say our brains react faster to sudden silence than to loud noise because quiet means change, threat, or movement. So when you went quiet, you didn't just disappear. You triggered their instincts. You became the thing they have to watch. Your silence became a spotlight they can't turn off. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force, a current moving quietly but reshaping everything it touches. Now let's get back to what's really going on. You've been too quiet lately, and not in the "I'm tired, leave me alone" way. This is the kind of quiet that feels like when the wind stops right before a storm breaks open. The sky looks normal, but the birds aren't singing anymore. The branches aren't moving. Everything is holding its breath. That's the type of energy you're carrying right now. Calm outside, calculated inside. And anyone who ever underestimated you is finally starting to sense it. You pulled back from talking about your plans. You stopped giving updates. You stopped explaining what you're doing or why you're doing it. You cut the noise around you, and when you cut noise, you cut access. That's what's messing with people the most. They used to feel like they knew where you stood. They don't anymore. They don't know if you're ahead of them or completely out of reach. They don't know if you're done or if you're preparing something you haven't spoken about yet. Their minds are filling in the blanks for you, and honestly, the scenarios they're imagining make you look more powerful than you ever claimed to be. Some people thought your silence meant weakness. They thought you had nothing left to say, nothing left to fight with. But silence isn't weakness. Silence is strategy. Silence is focus. Silence is what people choose when they're done wasting energy. And the second they realized you weren't quiet because you broke down, but quiet because you leveled up, that's when the fear settled in. Because someone who is silent by choice is someone who has control. Think of how nature works. The loudest animals are usually the most harmless. Birds chirp before they fly away. Small animals scream when they panic. But the real hunters, the ones everyone respects, they move almost silently. A tiger doesn't roar to announce the hunt. It watches, it studies, it waits. Quiet isn't a lack of power. Quiet is the presence of power that doesn't need noise to prove itself. And that's the exact energy you're giving off now. You're no longer feeding their curiosity. You're no longer explaining yourself to people who twisted your words. You're no longer giving away your next move. That's why they're pacing mentally. They don't know if you're done with them or preparing something bigger. They don't know if your quiet means peace or if it means you've switched into a different version of yourself. A version they can't predict, influence, or manipulate. Your quiet is not empty. It's packed. It's loaded. It's full of choices you haven't spoken out loud yet. People can sense that. They feel the difference between someone who's hiding and someone who's rebuilding. You're rebuilding. You're sorting your energy. You're locking your focus onto things that matter. And the universe has a funny way of backing people who stop wasting themselves. When you step back, the universe starts pushing you forward in ways others don't see yet. That's why they're talking. That's why they're guessing. That's why they're getting nervous. They can't measure you anymore. They can't tell if you've forgiven them, forgotten them, or outgrown them. They don't know if you're planning to reappear stronger or if you're already 10 steps past them. The unknown version of you is always the one people fear most, because people get brave when they can predict you. They get careful when they can't. Your silence is working like a mirror. It's throwing their insecurities back at them. They're not afraid of what you're saying. They're afraid of what you're not saying. They're afraid of what you might do next. They're afraid of the version of you they can't read anymore. And the truth is simple. When people lose access to you, they lose control over the story. Your quiet took that control away. The universe loves balance. There are seasons for speaking and seasons for stepping back. You're in the season of power conservation, where you gather yourself, rebuild your focus, and watch things from a distance. And the less you reveal, the more people respect the possibility of what you could do when you choose to move again. They won't admit it out loud, but your silence humbled them. It showed them they can't treat you any way they want and still expect you to show up the same. It showed them you're not a toy, not an option, not something they can read easily anymore. You've become a storm forming out of sight. You've become the quiet warning before the impact. You're not someone to be messed with, chosen one, not because you're shouting or fighting or proving anything. You're not to be messed with because your silence speaks for you. It tells the world that you move with intention, that you don't waste your voice, that you don't play around. And when the time comes to make your next move, they'll feel the hit long before they understand where it came from. Your silence is the announcement. Your distance is the warning, and the shift you're in right now, that's the reason they're finally realizing who they should have never taken lightly. And chosen one, seriously, thank you for being here. Your silence has already changed the energy around you, and what comes next will explain why it's shaking people up so much. So stay with me, because if you're really stepping into this new, quiet power, missing even one part of this breakdown would be a mistake. If this message is hitting your soul the way I know it is, drop the number 777 in the comments so I know you're ready to own this new version of you, the one they can't predict or play with anymore. And if you're able to support the team behind this message with a super thanks, it keeps this mission alive. It doesn't matter if it's a cent or a fortune. Every bit of support helps us push these truths out into the world and reach more people who need it. Now let's shift back into it, step by step. And trust me, if you really are who I think you are, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1. They lost the remote control the second you went silent. Nothing scares a manipulator more than realizing the person they used to control isn't responding anymore. That's the hit landing right between their ribs right now. They thought you were easy to move. They thought snapping their fingers would still make you react. But your silence, your quiet stepping back, That hit them harder than any confrontation ever could, because it exposed the truth they've desperately avoided. Their power wasn't real, it was borrowed. And you just took it back. Here's the part they hate the most. They only looked strong when you were still giving them access. They only felt important when you let them close enough to pull on those invisible strings. They mistook your patience for obedience. They mistook your empathy for weakness. They mistook your attention for permission. But the second you pulled away, those strings snapped like cheap thread. Now they're standing there with their hands out, holding nothing but the memory of a control that doesn't exist anymore. Imagine this. Someone plays a video game with cheat codes for years. They think they're a genius player. They brag, they flex, they talk like they're unstoppable. Then, one day, the game removes all the cheats. Suddenly, every move is harder. Suddenly the player realizes they weren't skilled, they were spoiled. That's them right now. They aren't panicking because you changed. They're panicking because they're seeing the truth about themselves for the first time. Without you responding, reacting, defending, explaining, or proving anything, they have nothing to work with, nothing to push, nothing to twist. And the question you might be asking yourself is, why does my silence bother them so much? Simple. People who live off control need a reaction to survive. Reaction is their oxygen. They need to know they can still get to you. They need to know you still care enough to flinch. Your silence is cutting off their air supply. They can't breathe in the comfort of your attention anymore. They're suffocating on the emptiness you left behind. Your absence used to be unthinkable to them. Now it's the only thing they can think about. Here's a metaphor that hits exactly where it hurts them. Imagine a puppeteer bragging about how smoothly their puppet moves. But when the puppet steps off the stage and walks away on its own, the puppeteer is exposed as someone who never had real talent. That's what happened the moment you stopped dancing for their entertainment. You walked off the stage they built out of ego. And when you walked off, the spotlight followed you, not them. That's what really burned their pride. They're scrambling now, confused, agitated, pressured. You took away their favorite toy, your reaction. And without that reaction, they have to face themselves. That's the nightmare they've been running from for years. They're not the powerful mastermind they pretended to be. They're someone who only felt big when they were shrinking you. You walking away forced them to look at their real size, and it's much smaller than the version they tried to sell. They'll lie about it, of course. They'll pretend your silence doesn't matter. They'll act like they've moved on, like they're unbothered, like life is smooth. But behind closed doors, they're replaying everything. They're trying to decode words you said months ago. They're watching your old messages like crime scene footage. They're checking your page, your energy, your silence. They're obsessing because the one thing they can't stand is not knowing where you stand. They lost their scriptwriter the day you went quiet, and now they don't know how to act without you feeding them their lines. There's something twisted but satisfying about people who used to control the room, suddenly panicking when the quiet one stops participating. You were the stability they fed off, even when they tried to pretend you weren't. You were the emotional foundation they leaned on, even while they tried to break yours. Now that you've walked away, the ground under their feet is cracking. Everything they built was resting on your presence. Without you, nothing holds up. Think about a magician who depends on misdirection. They rely on controlling where the audience looks. But what happens when the audience stops looking? The trick falls apart. You stopped looking. You stepped back. You stopped handing them the attention they needed to maintain their illusion of control. Your silence ripped the curtain down on their whole act. And here's a fact, the chosen one inside you needs to hear. Your silence is doing more damage to their ego than any argument ever could. Arguments give them fuel. Arguments give them a chance to twist things. Arguments give them a battlefield where they can pretend they're winning. But silence? Silence gives them nothing. Silence makes them run through every scenario in their head and realize none of them end with them on top. Silence is the checkmate they didn't see coming. That's why they're so bothered. That's why they're restless. That's why your quiet has become louder to them than anything you've said in the past year. They know you're not reacting, and that scares them. They know you're not playing their game, and that terrifies them. They know you're thinking for yourself now, and that's the part that destroys them the most. Because the truth is, the second someone like you stops dancing to someone else's rhythm, you start hearing your own. And once you hear your own rhythm, no one else's beat sounds powerful anymore. The universe always sides with the one who walks away from manipulation. The moment you stopped giving them access, the energy shifted. Not just around you, but inside you. You went from reactive to selective. You went from controlled to self-directed. You went from being read like a book to becoming a closed vault with no handle. And people fear what they can't open. You're probably wondering, so what now? What happens next? The answer is simple and brutal. Let them deal with the silence they earned. Let them fight with the confusion they created. Let them argue with the version of you they made up in their heads, because the real you is already out of reach. You've evolved. You're not waiting for closure. You're not waiting for an apology. You're not waiting to be understood. You've stepped into power by stepping out of their world. And here's the sweetest truth of all. They're not trying to get the old you back. They're trying to get back the version of themselves they felt like when they had access to you. That version felt stronger, bigger, more important. But that version was fake. It only existed because they were draining energy from you. Now that the supply is gone, so is their sense of power. You didn't defeat them by fighting. You defeated them by realizing they were never worth fighting in the first place. You walked away. You went silent. You unplugged from their game. And now they're left standing on that empty stage, holding strings that no longer control anything, staring at a spotlight that doesn't shine for them anymore. Your quiet wasn't weakness. It was your evolution. And they're finally realizing that the one person they thought they could control has turned into the one person they should have never crossed. That's the real power, chosen one. They can't make you dance anymore because you're not on their stage. You're in your own arena now, and the universe is watching you rise. Number 2, they lost their food source. Now they're starving in silence. Nothing destroys an energy drainer faster than cutting off the person they were secretly feeding on. That's the punch that hits them right in the chest now, because here's the raw truth. Chosen one, they never cared about you. They cared about the power they felt when you cared. Imagine someone bragging about how strong they are, only for you to unplug the machine they were drawing electricity from. Suddenly, the lights go out. Suddenly, the room gets cold. Suddenly, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. That's what your silence did. You didn't walk away quietly. You shut down the entire power grid they depended on. Their ego is hungry now, starving, shaking. And the worst part for them, they can't admit it to anyone. People don't miss you. They miss the emotional high they got from access to you. That's the reality chewing holes in their mind. They never craved your presence. They craved the feeling of importance they got whenever they poked you, triggered you, flirted with you, argued with you, or watched you react. Every eye twitch, every sigh, every smile, every spark of emotion, all of it was fuel. You were the battery. They were the device pretending to run on its own power. And now you've unplugged them. Imagine this, a leech in water. It survives because it attaches itself to something warm, alive, moving. But take that warmth away, pull your leg out of the water. What happens? It floats there, helpless, starving, slowly realizing it can't survive without a host. That's them right now. They weren't strong, they were attached. You're probably wondering something at this point. If they were using me, why do they act like they don't care now? Because pride won't let them show withdrawal. They won't show the shaking. They won't show the panic. They'll pretend the silence doesn't bother them while secretly checking for a sign from you, like someone checking a dead phone, hoping it randomly turns on. Your silence didn't hurt them. It exposed their dependency. That's what stings. Before, they could predict you. They could say one thing and get a reaction. They could do something small and you'd respond. It made them feel powerful. It made them feel relevant. But when you disappeared into your quiet world, when you stopped giving emotional updates, when you stopped feeding them even the smallest drop of your energy, they realized something horrifying. They don't know how to feel important without you. Imagine a mosquito that has lived its whole life inside a house. It thinks the world is full of endless warm skin to bite. Then one day, the door slams shut and nobody is home anymore. The mosquito starves. Not because it isn't aggressive, but because its entire survival depended on someone else showing up. That's them. Aggressive but helpless. Loud but powerless. Chasing a version of you that no longer exists. And chosen one, this is the part they will never admit. They didn't admire you. They didn't respect you. They didn't love you in any healthy way. They needed you. They needed your empathy to feel human. They needed your attention to feel relevant. They needed your reactions to feel alive. And now you've gone quiet. The emotional equivalent of turning off a life support machine they pretended they weren't hooked up to. People don't crave connection. Broken people crave distraction. You were their distraction from their own emptiness. Think about this metaphor. Imagine a vine wrapped around a tree. From a distance, the vine looks strong, powerful, thriving. But if the tree steps away, even an inch, the vine collapses under its own weight. The vine was never alive because of itself. It was alive because of what it latched onto. You were the tree. They were the vine. You grew. They clung. You stepped back. They fell. Their hunger is loud now. That's why they're trying little tricks. A random message, a subtle post, a fake joke. A memory they toss your way like bait on a hook. They don't want you back. They want the energy hit they lost. They want the version of themselves that only existed when you were reacting. And here's a brutal truth your mind might whisper. Why do they still check on me if they never truly cared? Because withdrawal pulls people back toward their supply source, even if pride tells them not to. They don't want you. They want the high. Imagine a radio station that plays the same song every day. Their followers depend on that station. They build routines around it. Then, one morning, silence. Static. No warning. No replacement. The listeners lose balance. They refresh the station. They check their devices. They panic because the background noise they relied on is gone. You were that station. Your silence is that static, and they can't tune into you anymore. Here's the quote they'd hate hearing. When you stop feeding people your energy, you expose who can survive on their own and who can't. You took your energy back. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped justifying your emotions. You stopped giving them the reactive spark they fed on. You stopped being their emotional buffet. And now they're starving. They're realizing something they avoided for years. You weren't just someone they liked having around. You were the emotional engine that made them feel bigger than they really were. You were the confidence they pretended was theirs. You were the mirror that reflected a version of them they liked better than reality. Now the mirror is gone. Now the reflection is gone. Now they're standing face to face with themselves, and they don't like what they see. That's why they're restless. That's why they're irritated. That's why they're posting weird things online. That's why they're trying to get your attention again. They're not trying to reconnect. They're trying to refill, but you've grown past that role. You've shut the door. And here's another truth. When a chosen one cuts you off, it's not punishment, it's protection for their soul. They thought your energy was public property. They thought your heart was an open bar. They thought your kindness was a lifelong discount. They thought your reactions were guaranteed. But you've changed the rules. They can scream into the void now. They can send messages into silence now. They can replay old memories now. But the door is locked. You're not cold. You're not cruel. You're finally unavailable to the wrong people. The universe is rewarding your silence by starving the people who abused your noise. They're learning the lesson they never wanted to face. You were never obsessed with them. They were obsessed with the attention you gave them. Now that the attention is gone, so is their fake power. So let them starve for it. Let them feel the emptiness they tried to fill with you. Let them sit with the quiet that reflects their true size. Let them miss the version of themselves they could only access through your energy. Because the real transformation isn't that you cut them off. It's that you finally realized none of them were feeding you. You were feeding them. And now that you've stopped, they're starving on the floor of a kingdom they built out of your energy. And you, chosen one, have walked out with the crown they never wanted you to know you were wearing. Number 3, your quiet turned their mind into a locked cell. Nothing traps a guilty person faster than silence they can't escape from. That's the punch hitting them day and night now. You didn't punish them. You didn't expose them. You didn't drag their name anywhere. You just went quiet. And that quiet shut the door on their mind like a prison cell slamming shut. Now they're stuck inside their own thoughts, replaying every moment they hoped you'd never think about again. Imagine this, someone running from their shadow. No matter how fast they move, it follows. That's them. They can run from you, but they can't outrun the echo of what they did. Before, they had your words to hide behind. They could twist them, argue with them, or pretend they misunderstood. But silence? Silence gives them nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to dump the blame. Another metaphor for you. Think of a criminal in a courtroom who kept shouting over the evidence, drowning it out with noise. That was them back when you still explained yourself. But now the courtroom is silent. The judge is gone, the jury is gone, and all that's left is the evidence looping inside their own brain. Every lie, every betrayal, every moment they tried to downplay. It's all on repeat, and this time there's no volume knob. They might be wondering, why can't I shake this off? Why does your quiet feel so heavy? Because guilt doesn't come from your voice. It comes from their conscience waking up now that it has nothing else to distract itself with. Psychology backs this up. When external noise disappears, internal thoughts get louder. You didn't give them peace by stepping back. You gave them a mirror they can't put down. Imagine being trapped in a room with a recording of your worst moments playing non-stop. That's their mind right now. Their actions are haunting them louder than you ever could. And here's the quote that hits hardest. Your silence is the confession they refused to make out loud. They know your absence isn't random, it's earned. Every time they feel irritated, you're not engaging. Every time they tell someone a twisted version of the story. Every time they try to paint you as dramatic. It's just them clawing at the cell walls. They're trying to rewrite their reputation because they can't rewrite what they actually did. The beauty of your silence is this. You're not trying to make them guilty. You're not demanding apologies. You're not chasing closure. You're not proving your innocence. You left the courtroom entirely, and the moment you walked out, their mind locked the door behind you. Now they're stuck with the truth. No debate, no excuses, no distractions, just the cold realization that they were wrong. And here's the part that will follow them for years. Guilt fades when someone can justify their choices, but your silence gave them nothing to justify with. No argument to twist, no message to flip, no reaction to spin. Just the truth, and the knowledge that you don't need to say a single word for that truth to crush them. That's why they're restless. That's why they're irritated. That's why your name makes their chest tighten. Your silence didn't just expose them, it imprisoned them, and they'll feel that every single time their mind circles back to you. Number 4, you walked out of their storm. Now their lightning can't touch you. Chaos only works on the people still standing close enough to get hit. That's the punch landing on them right now. They can't touch you because you're not in the blast zone anymore. They can scream, provoke, twist stories, throw jabs into the air. But all their chaos falls flat because the target they built their whole strategy around has stepped out of reach. Imagine this. Someone shadowboxing in an empty ring, throwing punches, talking trash, waiting for a fight that already left the building. That's them now. Every insult they launch, every bait they toss out, every little dramatic stunt they try to provoke you with, it all lands on the floor with no audience, no impact, no reaction. And nothing wounds a manipulator more than realizing their tricks have stopped working. Another picture for you. Think of a storm trying to strike a mountain that moved. Lightning hits the empty ground over and over, confused why nothing is reacting. That's exactly why they're frustrated. They didn't expect you to leave their world. They expected you to argue, defend, explain, step into the chaos the way you always did. But you've grown out of that arena. You don't dance in storms anymore. You study them from a distance. You might wonder, why does it bother them so much that I'm calm now? Because calm means power. Calm means control. Calm means they no longer have access to the buttons they used to press like toys. They don't know how you feel, what you think, or what you're planning. And people who rely on manipulation panic when their map stops working. Silence isn't retreat, it's elevation. That's the truth they can't swallow. You're operating on a different frequency now. Their gossip sounds like static. Their insults bounce off the armor you built. Their chaos no longer pulls you in. You've stepped into strategy mode, and strategy is the one language they can't speak. Imagine someone throwing stones into the sky, hoping one will reach the moon. That's how useless their attempts to reach you have become. You didn't just step away, you ascended into a place they can't climb to. And the moment they realize they can't drag you back into their storm is the moment they understand they never controlled you. You're no longer their target. You're the one rewriting the entire game. Number 5, you shifted the battlefield to terrain their weakness can't survive on. Bullies only win on playgrounds they built themselves. That's the gut shot hitting them right now. They spent years perfecting their little battlefield, stacking the rules in their favor, memorizing every dirty trick they could use to corner you. But the second you walked away from their arena, their entire war plan fell apart like wet paper. Imagine this: someone trains their whole life to fight underwater, believing everyone else will drown. They learn how to twist, flip, and cheat the currents. But then you drag the fight onto dry land. Suddenly, they're gasping, flailing, unable to move the way they used to. That's what you did when you removed yourself from their chaos. You took the entire conflict to a space where manipulation can't breathe. Here's the quote that bites them hardest. You didn't beat them, you made them irrelevant. They thought they cornered you. They thought they trapped you inside circles of gossip, emotional traps, twisted arguments, and predictable reactions. But your silence wasn't escape. It was elevation. You didn't stay and prove your strength on their tiny battlefield. You built a new one where truth doesn't need defending and chaos has no power. You might wonder, did I walk away too easily? No. You didn't walk away. You upgraded. You stepped into a level where their weapons don't work. Their lies can't spread in communities you've outgrown. Their traps collapse when you stop stepping into rooms they haunt. The war didn't end because you surrendered. It ended because you chose the battleground, and they can't survive there. Imagine a chess player bragging about their strategy, only to realize you've stopped playing chess entirely. They're still obsessing over pawns and rooks while you're living in real life, untouched. Every swing they take now hits nothing but air. Every rumor they start dies before it reaches you. Every attempt to provoke you crumbles because there's no hook left to grab. And here's the kill shot. When you choose the battlefield, the war ends before it begins. You ended the war the moment you moved it someplace they can't stand, can't reach, and can't control. They didn't lose to you. They lost to their own smallness. Number 6. You shrunk their role until they couldn't pretend they mattered anymore. Nothing destroys a narcissist faster than realizing they were never the main character. That's the blade sliding under their ribs right now. They truly believed they were unforgettable, that your world revolved around them, that they were the star of a story you were lucky to witness. But the second you went quiet, the second you cut the emotional cord, you didn't just step back. You rewrote the entire script and demoted them to a footnote. Imagine this scene: an actor who has spent years believing they're the lead. They practice the walk, the smile, the dramatic pauses. They soak up applause like it's their birthright. Then one day, the director hands out the new script. Their character still exists, but only as a blurry background extra walking past in one scene. No lines, no spotlight, no importance. That's exactly what your silence did to them. You didn't fight them, you removed their stage. Here's the truth that burns them alive. You didn't replace them with a person, you replaced them with peace. And peace is something they can't compete with. You might be wondering, why does my silence hit them harder than any goodbye? Because goodbyes give people closure. Closure lets them pretend the story ended on their terms. But your silence removed their script entirely. No final scene, no emotional explosion, no dramatic farewell they can twist into a narrative of "I still mattered." You just stopped. And that quiet ending is the one ending manipulators fear most, because it leaves them with nothing to hold on to. Imagine a spotlight shutting off mid-performance. The audience isn't clapping, the stage crew isn't watching, the actor stands there blinking in the dark, unsure if the show ended or if they were simply cut from it. That's the humiliation they're living with now. Your silence didn't fade them out slowly. It erased the illusion they built, the illusion that they were central, important, irreplaceable in your life. And here's another gut punch. They weren't unforgettable. They were just loud. Loud people confuse noise with meaning. They thought because they shook your emotions, they held a permanent seat in your mind. But all you did was step back, and suddenly their entire identity collapsed. Now watch their behavior. The subtle jabs, the weird baiting comments, the exaggerated social media performances that are way too loud for the audience they actually have. Those aren't signs of confidence. Those are signs of someone who knows they've been pushed out of the story but is desperately trying to claw their way back in. Your indifference is the real punishment. They can survive your anger. Anger means attention. They can survive your disappointment. Disappointment means they still matter. But your quiet, your stillness, your emotional neutrality, that is the cold edge of true irrelevance. You erased their access. You erased their influence. You erased the role they thought was theirs forever. And now they're choking on the truth. You were never the reason I stopped caring. My peace was. They're not losing to another person. They're losing to the version of you that finally values peace more than chaos, boundaries more than reactions, and truth more than noise. And here's the kicker that will echo in their mind every time they think of you. They didn't get written out because you hate them. They got written out because they stopped being relevant to the version of you that's rising. For someone who fed on your attention, becoming a footnote isn't just painful, it's fatal to their ego. And now, chosen one, they have to watch you continue your story while they become nothing more than a shadow fading behind you. Number 7. You're evolving off radar, and they can't attack what they can't track. Nothing is more terrifying to a control freak than realizing the person they once studied has gone dark. That's the punch knocking the wind out of them now. They used to swear they had you figured out. They thought they memorized your patterns, your reactions, your rhythms. They believed your whole identity lived inside a little box they built for you. But the box is empty now. You walked out. You reinvented yourself somewhere they can't see, can't follow, and definitely can't sabotage. Imagine this. Someone holding an old blueprint of a building that doesn't exist anymore. They walk around confident, pointing at the map like they still know the layout. But every door they try is gone. Every hallway has collapsed. Every exit leads nowhere. That's what your silence has done. They're navigating a version of you that died months ago. And here's the quote that slices deepest. You didn't disappear. You upgraded in private. Your silence wasn't stagnation. It was renovation. While they were laughing, assuming you went still, you were quietly rearranging your entire foundation. You were healing in ways they never imagined. You were sharpening skills they didn't know you owned. You were gathering strength they never expected you to have. They can't handle that. People like them only feel powerful when they can predict. They only feel safe when they can monitor. You stole their favorite weapon the moment you went invisible to their expectations. Imagine a hunter circling the same clearing, waiting for prey. They know the angles, they know the scent, they know the timing. But instead of finding you, they find empty tracks leading into a forest they've never seen before. Panic hits because they know one truth. You can't hunt what no longer stands where you left it. And that's you now, a moving target evolving in silence. You might wonder, what exactly scares them about my transformation? Everything. The confidence in your voice, the stillness in your reactions, the new clarity in your eyes, the way you don't explain yourself anymore because you don't need to. They're catching pieces of the new you like shadows on a wall. They can sense something is changing, but they can't grasp it. They can't predict what you'll do next. They can't prepare their attacks. They can't judge a version of you they've never met. Here's another truth hitting them like a hammer. They can't destroy foundations they never saw you build. The opportunities forming around you, hidden, the strength developing in your silence, untouchable, the boundaries forming in your spirit, unbreakable, your peace out of their jurisdiction. Imagine a phone trying to connect to a Wi-Fi network that no longer exists. It searches and searches and searches. That's them trying to reconnect to an old frequency you no longer broadcast on. You moved to a higher bandwidth, one built on discipline, awareness, and self-respect. And they can't tune into it no matter how loudly they scream. And the cruelest part for them, every day you transform off their radar, the distance between you grows. Every improvement you make in private is another mile they can't cross. Every layer you shed pushes you further from the version of you they could manipulate. By the time your transformation becomes visible, when the world finally sees the strength you've been building, it won't be a warning shot. It'll be the announcement that the race ended a long time ago. And they were left standing at the starting line, clutching a map of someone who doesn't exist anymore. That's the nightmare they're living with now. They can't stop a version of you they can't see. They can't fight someone who outgrew the battlefield. They can't track the chosen one who's chosen evolution over exposure. Your silence wasn't an escape. It was the cocoon, and the version of you emerging now is something they were never prepared to face. Because you didn't grow in front of them, you grew beyond them. Number 8, you didn't just close the door, you demolished the entire entrance. Nothing terrifies the entitled more than realizing access to you wasn't paused, it was permanently revoked. That's the gut punch ripping through them now. They spent months comforting themselves with a lie, that your silence was temporary, that you were just in a mood, that eventually you'd open the door and let them stroll back in like nothing happened. But lies have an expiration date, and theirs just rotted in their hands. They're finally facing the truth. There is no door, there is no way back. There is no version of you that they can still reach. Imagine someone leaving a room for a moment, expecting to return. Only when they come back, the entire building is gone. Foundation erased, walls vanished, floor ripped up. That's what your evolution feels like to them. They thought you were taking a break from them, not breaking free from them. Here's the quote echoing in the back of their mind. You didn't walk away to hurt them. You walked away because you outgrew who you were around them. And that's what terrifies them most. At first, they told themselves stories to stay calm. They'll come back. They just need space. They're just being dramatic. But as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, their comfort cracked. What once felt fixable suddenly felt final. The distance stopped being a gap. It became a canyon. Now they're hit with a revelation sharp enough to cut them open. This isn't a timeout. This isn't a pause. This is the after version of your life, and they're not in it. Imagine a person standing where the front door used to be, reaching for a handle that's no longer there. That's them. They press against empty air, expecting something solid, something familiar. But the entrance they relied on has been torn down completely. You didn't just close the door on them. You built an entirely new world where they don't have a key, a path, or a purpose. And here's the psychological dagger. They're realizing they didn't lose you because someone replaced them. They lost you because peace replaced them. You don't need their apology. You don't need their approval. You don't need their presence to validate your existence. You've shifted into a frequency that can't be accessed through manipulation, drama, or guilt. And they are not built for that frequency. Your silence is no longer a message. It's a border. A border that says, I don't live in that old reality anymore. The version of you they controlled is dead. The version of you that apologized too much is gone. The version of you that tolerated their games has evaporated. And with that version gone, so is their control. Imagine them pacing outside, waiting for a door that will never reappear. The panic comes in waves. The regret comes in flashes. The realization comes like ice water poured over pride. They thought they could always come back. They thought you'd always be available. They thought you'd always leave a light on for them. But you turned the entire house into something new, and they're not on the blueprints. The most brutal truth they must swallow is this: you didn't abandon anything. You upgraded. They're the ones left empty-handed. They're the ones left outside. They're the ones realizing too late that the door they kept taking for granted doesn't exist anymore. Number 9. Your power now lives in everything you refuse to give away. Real strength isn't what you fight for, it's what you no longer waste energy on. That's the truth slicing through them now. They can't take anything from you anymore because you finally figured out the most elite form of power: withholding. Not out of spite, not out of fear, out of mastery. There was a time when you poured yourself out like it was your job, explaining, defending, clarifying, responding, reacting. You thought showing up proved loyalty. You thought giving chances meant love. You thought speaking your truth meant growth. But each time you gave, they took. And each time they took, they twisted. They fed off your reactions like fuel. Now, the power dynamic is flipped. Imagine someone trying to steal from a well that suddenly ran dry, not because it was empty, but because the source chose to redirect itself. That's you. You didn't lose energy, you reclaimed it. Here's the brutal quote they'll never admit stings. They didn't lose access because you changed. They lost access because they wasted it. Your silence isn't passive. It's engineered. You could respond. You could destroy their ego with one sentence. You could expose every lie and every manipulation they ever used. But the real flex is that you don't have to. Your restraint hits harder than any comeback. Imagine a boxer stepping out of the ring mid-fight. The opponent keeps swinging at empty air, punching nothing, burning energy, looking foolish. That's them now. They're throwing bait, drama, provocations. And every time you don't respond, you remind them that they no longer have pull, access, or relevance. Every unanswered message is a closed gate. Every ignored insult is a shattered weapon. Every moment of silence is a declaration of power. You don't get to touch my peace anymore. People who thrive on control crumble when they lose their ability to provoke. Your silence has become a wall they can't climb and a mirror they can't look away from. It reflects their desperation, their childishness, their loss of influence. Imagine someone trying to light a fire underwater. That's them trying to spark a reaction from you now. Their old tricks don't work. Their favorite buttons don't respond. Their ego is suffocating because the food source, your attention, is gone. And here's the psychological dagger. What you withhold hurts them more than anything you ever said. You didn't just leave their battlefield, you ascended to a level where their weapons don't reach. They're still fighting a war you've already outgrown. They're still plotting moves in a game you don't even play anymore. You're not on defense, you're not on offense. You're off the grid entirely. They hate it because they can't measure you, they can't provoke you, they can't access you, they can't predict you. And now they're learning the final truth. Strength isn't always the blow you throw. It's the blow you decide isn't worth your energy. They lost the moment you stopped offering yourself. You won the moment you realized your silence is a force, not a void. And chosen one, you're not just ahead. You're untouchable, and your silence reshaped the entire battlefield. Chosen one, and now you're moving with a power they can't touch or track. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to defend anything. Your evolution already spoke for you. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Your journey is only getting stronger from here, and you're exactly where you're meant to be. They laughed because they thought you were harmless. That laugh cost them everything. From the first second, they got you wrong. They saw calm and assumed clueless. They saw silence and assumed fear. They saw patience and assumed weakness. That was their first mistake, and everything after that was just them digging deeper. You didn't need to hide. You didn't need to fake anything. You simply let them believe the story they wanted to believe, and that story destroyed them. Picture a venomous snake lying still in the grass. It doesn't chase, it doesn't warn, it doesn't explain itself. It waits. The loud animals stomp around, thinking they own the ground. Then one careless step, and it's over. That was you. Quiet, still, watching. While they were busy flexing, plotting, and talking too much, you were already positioned to end the game. Here's a hard fact they hate. The most dangerous people in any room are not the loud ones. They are the ones who observe, remember, and stay emotionally untouched. Psychology proves it. People who react less and watch more gain control without force. They don't need chaos. They don't need attention. They let others expose themselves. That's exactly why the ones who underestimated you are now restless, embarrassed, and spiraling in private. And chosen one, pause here for a second. If this message feels uncomfortably accurate, don't scroll past it. Pay this message back by liking and subscribing so it reaches others who need the same reminder. Spread it forward. This awareness doesn't move alone. Thanks for being part of this force. Now, let's finish this properly. You never walked into rooms trying to dominate. You never announced your intelligence, your awareness, or how fast you could read people. You didn't rush to prove anything. You let them talk. You let them brag. You let them play their little games. And every move they made only gave you more control. They thought you were behind. You were ahead. They thought you were confused. You were calculating. They thought you were soft. You were restrained. They ran strategies like amateurs, repeating the same tricks, thinking you wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, you were watching patterns stack up like evidence in a courtroom. Every lie, every delay, every forced smile, every fake concern. You saw it all. The funniest part? They really believed they were winning. That's how arrogance works. It blinds people. It makes them sloppy. It makes them loud. It makes them predictable. And you let them stay comfortable in that delusion because comfort makes people careless. Then the shift happened. Subtle at first. Their words stopped landing. Their tactics stopped working. Their control started slipping. Confusion crept in. Why aren't you reacting? Why aren't you upset? Why aren't you chasing? That's when fear replaced confidence. Not loud fear, quiet fear. The kind that keeps people awake at night. You didn't expose them. You didn't confront them. You didn't need to. You let the universe do what it always does when someone overplays their hand. It collapses their illusion, slowly, publicly, painfully. They revealed themselves, their masks cracked, their stories stopped lining up, their energy shifted, and when it finally hit them, when they realized you knew from the beginning, the damage was already done. There was no reset, no apology that could rewind time, no excuse strong enough to fix what they broke. You were never the victim in this story. You were the trap they walked into willingly, the one they laughed at, the one they dismissed, the one they thought they could control. That misjudgment will haunt them longer than any argument ever could. They never suspected you because people like them don't understand discipline. They don't understand restraint. They think power has to be loud, aggressive, and obvious. They can't imagine someone choosing silence while holding all the leverage. That blind spot is fatal. Now they watch you differently, speak to you differently, move around you differently. Some avoid you, some try to get close again, some pretend nothing happened. None of it matters. The balance shifted, and they know it. You didn't change. Your mask never slipped. They just finally realized who they were dealing with far too late, and that realization burns worse than any loss. Stay calm. Stay observant. Stay unreadable. They already learned the lesson, and now, chosen one, pause for just a moment. If you're still here, it's because something inside you already knows this message isn't random. You felt it click. You felt that quiet grin form when you realized, yeah, they really never saw me coming. So don't rush past this part. Stay, lean in. What comes next is where the real clarity hits, and missing it would be like walking away right before the final move lands. If you're locked in, let it be known. Drop a comment with 777. Not for show, not for hype, but as a signal to yourself that you understand what just happened in your life. And if this message is giving you that calm confidence, that grounded certainty, support it in whatever small way you can. These messages exist because people choose to keep them moving forward. Every bit of support fuels the reach, and reach is how awareness spreads. Now take a breath, shake off the noise. The universe didn't bring you here to skim. It brought you here to see the full picture. We're about to break this down, step by step, clean and clear, so you understand exactly how you fooled them, why it worked, and how to move from here with even more control. Stay till the end. If you're really who this message is for, you won't feel the urge to leave. Let's get into it. Number 1, they thought your silence meant you were losing. That was the moment they lost. People who talk the least usually see the most, and that's why they scare everyone in the end. They misread your quietness in the worst way possible. They looked at your silence and decided it meant confusion. They watched you stay calm and assumed you were behind. They saw you not reacting and told themselves you didn't understand what was happening. That single mistake gave you the upper hand without you lifting a finger. While they were busy labeling you, you were busy reading the entire room like an open file. You weren't quiet because you were scared. You weren't quiet because you lacked confidence. You weren't quiet because you didn't have something to say. You were quiet because noise reveals nothing, but patience reveals everything. While they were talking too much, explaining themselves too much, performing too much, you were watching patterns form. You were seeing who talked differently when power shifted, who smiled but meant something else, who got tense when attention moved away from them. You didn't guess. You observed. That's what they never understood. Silence isn't empty. Silence is a mirror. When you stop reacting, people start exposing. They fill the space with their true nature. They rush to show their hand because they think they're safe. They think no one is watching closely. That's where they messed up with you. They ran their little tests, the subtle disrespect, the delayed responses, the fake praise mixed with hidden envy, the jokes that were meant to measure your boundaries. They wanted a reaction. They wanted proof that they could move you emotionally. And every time you didn't give it to them, they assumed you didn't notice. That assumption was deadly. You noticed everything. You noticed how their tone changed when you succeeded. You noticed who suddenly went quiet when your name was mentioned. You noticed who copied your moves while pretending not to care. You noticed who wanted access to your energy without offering loyalty, respect, or honesty in return. You noticed who smiled in public and competed in private. And you didn't expose any of it because you didn't need to. Here's the part that hits them hardest. Your silence didn't protect them, it trapped them. Because when you don't react, people feel comfortable being their real selves. They think they're winning, they think they're smarter, they think they're in control, and in that comfort, they overplay. They repeat behaviors, they reveal motives, they contradict themselves. They show their insecurities without realizing it. Think of it like this. A hunter who makes noise scares everything away. A hunter who stays still lets the target walk straight into view. You stayed still. You let them walk right into their own exposure. Every word they spoke, every move they made, every fake strategy they ran became evidence. You didn't need to confront them. You just needed time. They thought you were slow. In reality, you were precise. They thought you were unaware. In reality, you were processing at a level they couldn't reach. They wasted energy trying to outshine you, control you, or confuse you. You saved energy by letting the universe handle timing while you handled awareness. At this point, a question starts forming in your mind, and you already know the answer. If I saw all of this, why didn't I act sooner? Because acting too early would have warned them. Silence kept them careless. Silence kept them sloppy. Silence let them believe the lie that you were harmless. And people make their worst mistakes when they believe that. The shock for them wasn't that you pulled away. It wasn't that you changed direction. It wasn't that you stopped engaging. The real shock was realizing how long you had known. When you finally moved differently, when you cut access, shifted priorities, or made a clean decision without explanation, it hit them all at once. You weren't reacting, you were concluding. They replayed conversations in their head. They questioned moments they thought didn't matter. They wondered how you stayed so calm while they were running plans. That's when panic replaces confidence, because nothing scares a manipulator more than realizing they were seen the whole time. Your quietness was never weakness. It was strategy without performance. It was discipline without announcement. It was power that didn't need validation. And that kind of power is invisible to loud people until it's too late. Another question you might be asking yourself right now is, why do they seem uncomfortable around me now? Because the mask slipped. They know you know. Even if you never said a word, your energy changed. Your presence changed. You stopped feeding the game. You stopped playing a role they could predict. And unpredictability terrifies people who rely on control. They can't provoke you anymore. They can't read you anymore. They can't use the same tricks anymore. And deep down, they understand why. Your silence trained you to see clearly. Their noise trained them to miss the obvious. You never needed to be louder. You never needed to be aggressive. You never needed to dominate the room. You let them believe the story where they were ahead, and that belief destroyed their awareness. While they were busy performing, you were positioning. This is why they never suspected you. People like them think power looks loud, reactive, and visible. They don't understand quiet strength. They don't understand restraint. They don't understand someone who can sit in discomfort without leaking emotion. That blind spot is exactly how you slipped past their defenses. You weren't hiding. You were mastering self-control. You weren't passive. You were selective. You weren't lost. You were waiting for the moment when action actually mattered. And when that moment came, you didn't need drama. You didn't need speeches. You didn't need revenge. You simply moved. And that move hit harder than any argument ever could. They misread your quietness, and that misread cost them access, influence, and control. You walked away with clarity. They walked away with confusion. You stayed grounded. They stayed exposed. Your silence was the weapon they never saw, and now they can't unsee it. Number 2, you didn't feel them, you dissected them. Anyone can hear words, very few can read the machinery behind them. You don't fall for masks because you're too busy studying the face underneath. They tried to act their way past you, not realizing you were reading the script and the wiring. Your discernment was never emotional. It was surgical, cold, exact. You didn't just sense vibes or react to moods like people assumed. You analyzed people the way a mechanic studies an engine. You didn't care how shiny it looked on the outside. You listened for the misfires. You noticed where things didn't line up. You paid attention to what wasn't being said. Most people live on the surface. They hear words and take them at face value. They see smiles and assume safety. You never worked like that. You always looked past the performance and straight into the structure. While others were distracted by charm, you were noticing timing. While others were moved by emotion, you were tracking consistency. While others were impressed by confidence, you were spotting cracks. Imagine this: 2 buildings look identical from the outside. Same paint, same windows, same height. One is solid steel. The other is held together with cheap supports and shortcuts. From the street, no one can tell the difference. But you can. You always could. You didn't need stress tests or collapse to know which one would fall. You saw it in the design. That's how you read people. You picked up on intentions the same way others pick up on facial expressions. A slight delay, a forced laugh, a compliment that felt out of place, a story that sounded right but didn't feel right. You didn't react emotionally to these things. You logged them, one by one, quietly, precisely. And that's why manipulation rarely worked on you. Flattery slid right past you because you could hear the hunger behind it. Guilt didn't hook you because you could tell when it was being used as a tool. Fake kindness didn't confuse you because you could feel the transaction underneath it. You weren't impressed by rehearsed humility or dramatic vulnerability. You could sense when someone was performing instead of being honest. Here's what they never understood. You weren't overthinking. You were out-processing them. They thought you were too deep, too intense, too cautious. What they really meant was you were seeing layers they didn't even know existed. You weren't paranoid. You were accurate. And accuracy makes liars uncomfortable. Imagine watching a magician perform a trick while everyone else is amazed, but you're focused on the hands, the timing, the setup. The trick doesn't work on you because you're not watching where they want you to look. That's how every manipulator felt around you. Something about you disrupted their illusion. They couldn't quite figure out why. Another image. Think of a doctor reading an X-ray while everyone else is judging a person by their outfit. That's the gap between you and them. You saw fractures, weaknesses, pressure points, not to exploit, but to understand. You didn't need proof. You saw the truth before the symptoms ever showed. A question probably crossed your mind more than once. Why do I always feel like I know what someone is about before they prove it? because you weren't waiting for damage to confirm the diagnosis. You read the blueprint. You trusted pattern over promise. You trusted structure over speech. That discernment saved you more times than you'll ever count. It stopped you from committing fully to people who would have drained you. It kept you from trusting smiles that hid resentment. It warned you when something looked good but felt wrong. And most of the people who underestimated you never realized how close they came to being exposed early. Imagine someone walking around with a cracked foundation, smiling confidently, thinking no one can tell. Then imagine standing in front of someone who can see straight through walls. That's what it felt like to stand near you. Even when you said nothing, your presence alone made people uneasy. They felt scanned, not judged, seen. That's why some people talked more around you, others talked less. Some tried harder to impress you, others avoided you entirely. Your discernment disrupted their comfort because it couldn't be controlled. You didn't chase approval. You didn't need explanations. You didn't rush conclusions. You waited until everything lined up. And when it did, you didn't explode. You didn't accuse. You didn't argue. You simply adjusted your position, pulled back, changed access, shifted direction. That's when it hit them. You weren't reacting. You were confirming. They thought they were being subtle. You saw the structure. They thought they were clever. You saw the motive. They thought they were ahead. You saw the end. Here's another hard truth. People who rely on deception always assume others are as surface level as they are. They don't imagine someone studying architecture while they're focused on paint. That assumption is what got them fooled. They tried to play you using emotion, drama, and performance. You were immune because you were never playing the same game. Imagine trying to win a sword fight against someone who's already disarmed you without touching the blade. That's what this was. They came in swinging stories and tactics. You came in reading structure and intention. The outcome was decided before they even realized there was a fight. If you ever wondered why you felt exhausted around certain people without anything bad happening, this is why. Your discernment was working overtime. You were processing what others ignored. That exhaustion wasn't weakness. It was information overload. You were picking up signals most people don't even register. And now it makes sense why they never suspected you. They didn't think someone quiet could be that precise. They didn't think someone calm could be that sharp. They didn't think someone who didn't react could be that aware. That misjudgment sealed their fate. You weren't emotional. You were anatomical. You didn't feel your way through people. You mapped them. You didn't guess intentions. You confirmed them. You didn't fall for illusions. You saw the framework holding them together. That's why you slipped past every defense. That's why their tricks failed. That's why, by the time they realized who you really were, the game was already over. You didn't just fool them. You understood them better than they understood themselves. Number 3. They called you soft because they don't understand how real damage is done. They thought strength meant noise. You proved it meant control. They thought you were soft because you didn't react the way they do. You didn't yell, you didn't argue, you didn't rush to defend yourself or explain your side. To them, that looked like weakness. In their world, the loudest person wins, the angriest person scares others, and the most aggressive one has power. So they assumed you were harmless. That assumption was their downfall. You weren't soft, you were restrained, and restraint is terrifying when it's paired with awareness. You don't fight like most people. You don't swing wildly and hope something lands. You don't burn energy trying to dominate a moment. You step back, you watch, you let people expose their patterns, their habits, their shortcuts. While they're busy reacting emotionally, you're choosing where the real pressure belongs. Imagine this. Two people are trying to bring down a building. One punches the walls until their hands bleed. The other quietly removes the supports holding the structure up. One makes noise and gets tired. The other waits for gravity to do the work. That second person is you. Loud fighters want attention. Precise fighters want results. You don't attack character, you remove access. You don't argue with lies. You let them collapse under their own weight. You don't chase revenge, you change positioning. That's why when things start falling apart for them, they can't even point to you. There's no explosion, no public showdown, no dramatic moment to blame, just consequences unfolding in perfect order. They start losing control of situations they thought they owned. People stop trusting them. Stories stop lining up. Their confidence cracks. And the scariest part for them is this question they can't shake. Did they do this on purpose? The answer is simple. You didn't need to do much at all. You don't need force when timing is on your side. They were fighting emotionally. You were operating strategically. They tried to hurt you directly. You let the universe reflect their actions back at them. That's why relationships around them start breaking. Lies unravel. Masks slip. Not because you attacked, but because you stepped out of the way and let truth take center stage. Another image. Imagine stepping out of a tug of war instead of pulling back. The other side falls flat on their face. That's what happened here. They expected resistance. You gave them space, and that space exposed everything. They weren't fighting a person. They were fighting patience. They were fighting precision. They were fighting someone who understands that real power doesn't announce itself. Soft people react. Strategic people end games. By the time they realized you weren't what they thought, it was already too late to adjust. You had moved, you had detached, you had dismantled the situation without ever stepping into the mess. They thought you were soft. What they were really dealing with was someone who knows exactly when not to fight. Number 4. Your very presence made their jealousy leak out. You didn't threaten them, you exposed them just by standing there. You didn't have to say a word to reveal what was rotten inside them. You didn't call anyone out. You didn't challenge egos. You didn't press wounds. You simply existed in the room, grounded and unbothered. And that alone made people uncomfortable. That's how you know the envy was real. Truth reacts to pressure, and your presence was pressure. Some people smiled too hard around you, others over-explained. Some rushed to compliment you in ways that felt forced and strangely timed. A few suddenly started competing, even when there was no competition. None of that was random. Those were leaks, cracks in the mask, signals that something inside them felt threatened by your calm confidence. Envy doesn't announce itself, it twitches. Imagine a room with bad wiring. Everything looks fine until a strong current passes through. Then lights flicker, sparks fly, faults reveal themselves. You were that current. You didn't create the damage. You revealed what was already unstable. That's why being around you made certain people restless. They could feel themselves being seen. You weren't reading words, you were reading reactions. You noticed who celebrated you and who tolerated you, who mirrored you and who subtly tried to one-up you, who went quiet when your name came up, who suddenly needed attention when you walked in. You didn't judge it, you logged it. People only feel exposed when they're hiding something. You didn't expose them publicly, and that's what hurt the most. You let them sit with themselves. You let the universe handle the reveal while you stayed clean. No drama, no confrontation, just quiet clarity. That's why your presence scares them more than arguments ever could. You don't fight envy. You outgrow it, and they feel that shift immediately. You didn't reveal them by attacking. You revealed them by being real. Number 5, you were never surrounded. You were several moves ahead. Crowds don't win wars. Precision does. They told themselves you were outnumbered to feel brave. More voices, more opinions, more people whispering on the sidelines. They thought numbers meant power, that stacking bodies on one side of the board would scare you into folding. That belief kept them comfortable. And comfort makes people sloppy. You never played the numbers game. You played the angles. While they gathered allies, you gathered information. While they hyped each other up, you watched how fast their stories changed. While they relied on noise and backup, you relied on timing. They moved as a group. You moved with intention. That's the difference between a mob and a strategist. 10 loud people still panic when one calm person controls the pace. Imagine a pack chasing what they think is prey, all running in the same direction, tripping over each other, convinced speed equals victory. Then imagine one person quietly closing the exits, controlling terrain, deciding when and where the chase ends. That was you. They mistook motion for momentum. You understood flow. They thought they were leading because they were talking the most. They thought they were winning because they felt supported. But leadership isn't about who shouts orders. It's about who understands consequences. You didn't need agreement. You needed leverage. People who need backup are afraid to stand alone. You noticed how quickly unity fell apart under pressure, how alliances cracked the moment things stopped going their way, how confidence evaporated when no one was watching. You didn't need to confront the group, you just waited for gravity to do its job. Another image, a swarm of flies looks overwhelming until one clean motion clears the room. Numbers without coordination collapse fast. That's what happened here. They weren't strong, they were crowded. You were never outnumbered. They were outcalculated. Number 6, you didn't stay quiet because you were weak. You stayed quiet because you were done. Exposure is loud, control is silent. You didn't expose them, and that confused people. Some thought it meant you were scared. Others assumed you lacked proof. A few even believed you were protecting them. All of those assumptions were wrong. You chose peace, not because you couldn't strike, but because striking wasn't necessary. You already saw the ending. Silence wasn't avoidance. Silence was command. You understood something most people never learn. When you expose someone too early, you give them a stage. You give them excuses, defenses, and sympathy. When you step back instead, you give them space to self-destruct. And people who rely on lies always destroy themselves when left alone with their own behavior. The truth doesn't need help. It needs time. Imagine cutting the power to a room instead of pointing out the mess. Everything stops hiding. Shadows disappear. What's broken becomes obvious without explanation. That's what your patience did. You didn't argue with lies. You let consistency crush them. You didn't defend yourself. You let outcomes speak. They kept talking. You kept watching. They kept lying. You kept stepping back. They kept digging. You let the hole get deep enough that no one could ignore it. Another image. Think of stepping out of the way while someone sprints toward a wall. You didn't push them. You didn't warn them. You just moved. Impact was inevitable. That impact wasn't your fault. Restraint hurts manipulators more than resistance ever could. Your choice wasn't passive, it was final. You withdrew access, you protected your energy, you trusted the universe to expose what you already understood. And when the truth came out, it came out clean. No fingerprints, no drama, no mess attached to your name. Your restraint didn't make noise. It made results, and that hit harder than any confrontation ever would. Number 7. They thought you were clueless. You were holding a mirror the whole time. People hate mirrors because mirrors don't lie. They looked at your calm eyes and soft tone and decided you were naive, easy, unaware, someone they could test without consequence. What they didn't realize was that you weren't absorbing their behavior, you were reflecting it. Every move they made bounced straight back to them, clean and undeniable. You didn't chase lies, you didn't argue facts, you let people hear themselves, you let them repeat their stories, you let them watch their own contradictions stack up. That's what a mirror does. It doesn't accuse, it shows. A liar only panics when they hear their own words played back. Imagine someone talking confidently into a microphone only to hear their voice echo back slightly delayed. At first it's funny, then it's unsettling, then they can't think straight. That's what your presence did. Their manipulation lost rhythm around you. Their confidence stuttered. They started correcting themselves mid-sentence, explaining too much, filling silence with noise. They thought they were testing you, seeing how far they could push, measuring your reactions, but every test they ran became a measurement of them. How patient were they? How honest? How consistent? They failed without realizing there was an exam. Another image. Think of someone shadowboxing, throwing punches at the air, only to realize the glass in front of them is cracking. That's what happened. Their aggression, their lies, their subtle disrespect, all left marks they couldn't erase. Truth doesn't chase, it reflects. When the reflection finally hit them, it was brutal. Not because you exposed them, but because there was nowhere to hide. You didn't label them, you let their behavior define them. You didn't raise your voice, you raised awareness. And once someone sees themselves clearly, they can never unsee it. That mirror changed everything. Number 8. Your energy pulled their skeletons out of hiding. Some people panic, not because you attack them, but because you remind them who they really are. You didn't press buttons. You didn't provoke reactions. You didn't corner anyone with questions or accusations. You showed up as yourself, grounded and real, and that alone was enough to shake what they buried. Your energy didn't demand honesty. It summoned it. That's what confused them. They couldn't explain why being around you made them uneasy. You weren't threatening. You weren't aggressive. You weren't judging. Yet something inside them felt exposed, like a locked door suddenly opening on its own. That discomfort wasn't caused by you. It was caused by what they were hiding from themselves. Truth doesn't knock. It walks in when the room is quiet enough. Imagine walking into a room with a bad smell that everyone pretends not to notice. The moment fresh air enters, the stench becomes obvious. That's what your presence did. You didn't create the rot. You made it impossible to ignore. Hidden resentment surfaced. Old insecurities flared. Buried guilt got loud. They started acting strange around you, overreacting, pulling away, acting defensive for no clear reason. That wasn't intuition on their part. That was panic. When someone's inner mess starts bubbling up, confusion is the first sign. Another image. Think of dust sitting untouched for years. One beam of light hits it, and suddenly it's everywhere. That beam was you. Calm, steady, unavoidable. People fear exposure most when they've spent years hiding from themselves. You didn't need answers from them, you already saw the reactions. The truth surfaced on its own schedule, and your stillness gave it room to rise. That's why they couldn't control the situation. They didn't know what was happening, only that it was happening around you. Your advantage was simple. You stayed real, and reality rattles anyone living a lie. Number 9. You didn't go for them. You went for the pattern running them. Anyone can fight a person. Very few can break the machine behind them. You never wasted energy attacking faces, names, or personalities. That's amateur work. You went deeper. You studied repetition. You watched cycles repeat themselves until they exposed the system underneath. While others reacted emotionally to behavior, you traced the source of it. That's why your moves felt surgical. You weren't swinging, you were cutting power. Most people argue with symptoms. You targeted causes. Imagine a leaky ceiling. Some people keep wiping the floor, getting angrier every time water drips. You shut off the pipe. One move, no drama, problem solved. That's how you operate. You don't get distracted by who's making the noise. You silence what keeps producing it. Patterns don't lie, and they don't defend themselves well. You noticed how the same manipulation showed up in different forms. Different words, same outcome. Different people, same tactics. Once you saw the loop, the people inside it lost control. You didn't need confrontation. You needed interruption. When you stepped out of the cycle, the whole structure shook. Another image. Think of pulling one thread from a sweater instead of yanking at the fabric. Everything loosens, slowly, cleanly, no mess, no struggle. That's why your actions looked effortless. You weren't fighting resistance, you were removing support. Break the pattern and the person panics. They couldn't adapt because they never learned another way to operate. Their power depended on repetition. Yours depended on awareness. When you changed your response, the game ended. No more leverage, no more predictability, just silence, where control used to be. You didn't attack them, you attacked what kept them powerful, and once the pattern died, everything else followed. Number 10. You never raced them, you let them run themselves into the wall. The smartest move is refusing to play a stupid game. You never competed with them, and that's what shattered their confidence. They expected resistance, they wanted rivalry, they needed you to engage so they could measure themselves against you. You denied them that. Not out of fear, not out of confusion, but out of clarity. You saw the game for what it was, and you chose not to step onto the board. While they were busy proving, posturing, comparing and flexing, you were watching how predictable they were becoming. They repeated the same moves, the same traps, the same emotional plays. They burned energy, trying to win battles you weren't even fighting. That imbalance alone decided the outcome. People who need to compete are already behind. Imagine someone shadowboxing in an empty room, sweating, yelling, convinced they're dominating a fight. Meanwhile, the real opponent is outside, locking the door. That's how this played out. They thought you were avoiding them. In reality, you were sealing exits. When you finally moved, it wasn't reactionary, it wasn't emotional, it wasn't rushed. It felt sudden to them only because they weren't paying attention. To you, it was inevitable. You had already seen where everything was heading. You simply chose the moment that required the least effort and the maximum impact. Reaction is loud. Inevitability is quiet. Your wins didn't come with celebration. They came with finality. Situations shifted and never went back. Access disappeared and stayed gone. Influence evaporated with no explanation. They looked for a rematch that would never happen because the game was already over. Another image. Think of a chess match where one player keeps sacrificing pieces for drama while the other calmly waits for checkmate. No noise, no chaos, just precision. The cleanest victories don't feel like fights at all. You didn't outplay them by trying harder. You outsmarted them by never competing. Number 11. You were untouchable because you never needed their applause. People can't control you if you don't need them to clap. They tried everything they knew. Praise to pull you closer, criticism to shake you, silence to starve you, attention to bait you. None of it worked, and that terrified them. Their entire playbook depends on one thing most people never question: the need to be approved of. You didn't have that weakness. You weren't fueled by compliments, so flattery bounced off. You weren't driven by recognition, so being ignored didn't hurt. You weren't addicted to validation, so criticism didn't bend you. They kept pressing buttons that didn't exist, wondering why nothing happened. When approval isn't your currency, manipulation goes bankrupt. Imagine someone trying to steer a car by pushing on the hood instead of touching the wheel. That's what this was. They applied pressure in all the wrong places, expecting you to react like everyone else. You didn't flinch because your direction never came from them in the first place. Most people perform. You don't. You move whether you're seen or not. That independence confused them. They couldn't reward you into loyalty or shame you into compliance. You didn't rise or fall based on their opinion, and that stripped them of leverage instantly. Praise controls the insecure. Silence frees the self-directed. Another image. Think of a remote control with dead batteries. No matter how hard someone presses the buttons, nothing changes. That's how you felt to them, unresponsive, grounded, out of reach. They didn't lose because you fought harder. They lost because you never handed them control. You don't need validation, and that made you impossible to defeat. Number 12. They thought they were evaluating you. You were grading them. The most dangerous test is the one no one knows they're taking. They walked around thinking they were reading you, sizing you up, figuring out where you stood. That illusion made them careless. They spoke freely. They acted naturally. They revealed habits they would have hidden if they knew the truth. What they never realized was that the spotlight wasn't on you. It was on them. You weren't suspicious. You were observant. Every choice they made became data: how they treated people who couldn't help them, how they reacted when they didn't get credit, how fast they shifted stories when pressure showed up. You weren't waiting for a big betrayal. You were watching the small tells. Those never lie. Character shows up when no one thinks it matters. Imagine someone taking an exam they think is a practice quiz. No stress, no caution, just instincts. That's what you gave them: comfort, space, time. And in that comfort, they showed you exactly who they were. The test wasn't hard. It was quiet. They failed not because they were attacked, but because they were consistent. The same patterns kept showing up. The same excuses, the same manipulations dressed in different words. You didn't interrupt. You let repetition do the talking. Patterns are confessions in slow motion. By the time the results were clear to you, the decision was already made. You didn't announce it. You didn't explain it. You simply adjusted access, changed direction, moved on. That's when confusion hit them. When did this happen? What went wrong? What went wrong was simple. They never knew they were being measured, and once the test was over, there were no retakes. Number 13. You don't throw the first punch. You throw the last one. Anyone can start chaos. Very few know how to end it. You never rushed to act, and that confused them. They're used to people reacting fast, emotionally, sloppily. They expect anger, they expect confrontation, they expect mistakes. You gave them none of that. You waited. Not because you were unsure, but because you were precise. You understood that timing isn't patience, it's power. You let situations mature. You let people grow comfortable. You let patterns repeat until the outcome was guaranteed. While they were busy making noise, you were calculating exits, consequences, and final positions. You weren't deciding if you should act. You were deciding when it would be irreversible. A rushed move can be undone. A final move can't. Imagine a door slowly closing while someone talks behind it, unaware. They keep speaking, keep posturing, keep believing they still have access. Then the latch clicks. No slam, no warning, just silence. That's how you strike. Clean, quiet, done. You don't threaten, you don't announce, you don't explain yourself mid-action. You wait until there's nothing left to debate. By the time you move, there's no argument that can change it, no apology that can rewind it, no effort that can reopen what's closed. Final actions don't need justification. They speak for themselves. They thought your silence meant hesitation. It didn't. It meant certainty was loading. When the strike came, it wasn't dramatic. It was absolute. Access gone. Position changed. Chapter closed. And the part that haunts them is this. They never saw it coming because they were too busy waiting for a first move. You don't strike to scare. You strike to finish. That's why when you act, there's no sequel. Number 14. You were never on trial. You were the one passing sentence. They thought they were hunting. They were being evaluated. You were never the victim in this story, even when it looked that way from the outside. You weren't scrambling. You weren't cornered. You weren't waiting to be saved. You were watching, calmly, closely. While they assumed you were trying to survive, you were deciding outcomes. That's the part they never understood. You didn't rush to defend yourself because judges don't argue with defendants. You didn't explain your silence because authority doesn't need to justify observation. You let people speak. You let them act. You let them show you who they were when they thought no one important was watching. Power sits quietly while ego performs. Imagine a courtroom where one side talks non-stop, confident, dramatic, convinced volume equals control. Meanwhile, the judge listens without expression, no reaction, no interruption. Then the ruling drops and everything changes. That's how this unfolded. They mistook your stillness for weakness, not realizing stillness was the position of power. Every move they made was weighed. Every excuse was measured. Every inconsistency was noted. You weren't emotional. You weren't personal. You were precise. And precision strips people of excuses. Judgment doesn't chase truth. It waits for it to reveal itself. They expected prey, someone to intimidate, someone to overwhelm, someone to pressure into mistakes. What they found instead was authority that didn't need to announce itself, someone who decides quietly and moves once. When you finally shifted, it wasn't revenge. It was a ruling, clean, final, unemotional, and that's what shook them the most. You didn't act hurt. You acted decided. They walked in thinking they had power. They walked out realizing they were being assessed the entire time, and chosen one. You made it to the end because this message was meant for you. They laughed, doubted, and underestimated, and now they're sitting with the consequences while you stay calm and untouched. Remember this feeling. This is clarity. This is control. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this reach others who need the same reminder. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay sharp, stay quiet, stay several moves ahead. The universe rewards those who understand the game and choose when to move. They really thought mocking what protects you was a good idea. That's the funniest part. The way small people get brave when they think nobody's watching. Oh, look at them, running their mouth, acting bold, poking at forces they don't even understand. They hated you so much that they actually thought their hate made them powerful. That's the kind of stupidity even villains laugh at. And Puddin, you should have seen it, the universe tilted its head like, "Oh, look at this tiny little clown trying to fight a giant." Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Somebody stands there, chest puffed out, pretending they own the world. They point at the shield around you, the one that's been quietly protecting you your whole life. And they mock it like they're invincible. They treat your protection like it's a toy, like it's a joke, like nothing will come back around. They think because you don't react instantly, you don't have power. That's the thing about fools. They believe silence equals weakness. Meanwhile, your silence was the warning. They just weren't smart enough to hear it. Here's the part that proves you're right. Chosen one. People with real strength never mock what protects others. Only weak, shaky, jealous people do that. Only someone obsessed with you would risk everything just to throw shade at what keeps you standing. That's how deep their envy went. They didn't just hate you, they hated the fact that life favors you. And when someone hates a chosen one that bad, they start exposing themselves without meaning to. They talk too much, they move too fast, they slip, and this one slipped straight into their own doom. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now back to the truth your enemy never saw coming. They really never noticed the giant standing behind you. They saw you alone and thought the story ended there. They mistook your calm for emptiness, your kindness for weakness, your silence for defeat. They didn't know your energy comes with backup. They didn't know you come with invisible armor. They didn't know your path is watched by forces they can't scare, can't trick, can't manipulate. They were busy mocking you while the universe was busy grading their stupidity. Someone hated you so much they forgot to hide it. They mocked the very force that protects you just because your existence annoyed them. Cute. They thought they were exposing you, but all they exposed was how obsessed, jealous, and weak they really are. They thought people would believe their lies. Instead, people started noticing how their behavior makes them look like the stalker, the hater, the unstable one. Oh, look at them, shaking now, trying to clean up the mess they made with their own mouth. Their slip-up wasn't an accident. It was destiny catching them red-handed. It was the moment the clown mask fell off and everyone finally saw the real face underneath. The moment they opened their mouth to mock your protection, their fate sealed itself like a steel vault slamming shut. They didn't insult you. They insulted the balance around you. They challenged the very force that's been keeping them from crashing for years. And the universe loves when arrogant people hand-deliver their downfall. They mocked your protection because they thought nothing would ever touch them. They bragged about what they did to you, laughed about what they took from you, strutted around like villains with plot armor. Meanwhile, reality stood behind them with a smirk, whispering, "Keep talking, sweetheart. I'm loading your consequences." This wasn't about jokes. This wasn't about opinions. This was about someone being so jealous, so threatened, so obsessed with you that they tried to tear down the shield around you. They thought breaking your protection would break you. They thought mocking your path would stop it. They really thought hurting you made them powerful. But chosen one, when a weak person mocks a protected person, they don't weaken the protected one, they weaken themselves. And this enemy, they just broke their own luck. They signed their own ending. They handed the universe the evidence it needed. Their fate isn't about to be sealed. It already is. And chosen one, don't go anywhere now. What you just heard wasn't even the storm. It was the thunder warning before it hits. The real picture is just starting to load. And trust me, when you hear what comes next, you'll understand exactly why their little mockery sealed their fate the moment they opened their mouth. So if you're ready to walk through this step by step, drop the number 777 in the comments to show you're claiming your strength back. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. Your support is the fuel that keeps this mission alive, louder, and unstoppable. You're helping this message reach more souls who need to wake up to their own power. And now, let's take the dive. Chosen one, stay close, because if you really carry that chosen energy, you'll feel the pull to hear every last word. The deeper we go, the more the truth will start snapping into place. And you'll finally see why their mocking wasn't bravery. It was their last mistake. Let's continue. Number 1, their problem was you existed and shined. Funny how they hated your light, but never realized their jealousy is the only thing lighting up their whole personality. They really thought your shine was the problem, chosen one. They walked around acting like you were some great threat, some giant shadow haunting their peace, when in reality, your existence alone made them feel tiny. That's what this has always been about. You didn't touch them. You didn't chase them. You didn't bother them. You simply existed. And oh, look at them. Look how fast they fell apart. It's almost adorable. Like watching a matchstick scream at the sun because it can't burn as bright. That's their entire issue. You shine by just being you, and they've been choking on their own envy like it's the only air they know. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a candle in a dark room, flickering, weak, struggling not to die out. And then someone walks in holding a torch, a bright, blazing torch. The candle doesn't think, wow, what beautiful light. No. It panics. It shakes. It sputters. It knows it can't compete. That candle is your enemy. That torch is you. They never hated what you did. They hated that you made them realize how dim they truly are. And let's be honest, you've felt this energy your whole life. The silent tension when you walk into a room, the way insecure people stare too long, the way they try to test you in small, sneaky ways, the way they poke, hoping one day you'll break so they can smile and say, see, I told you they weren't that special. But here you are, still standing, still glowing, still refusing to dim your light just because someone else can't handle it. You might even be wondering right now, why me? Why do people get triggered by me when I don't bother anyone? Here's the truth they don't want you to know. Your presence exposes everything they've been hiding from themselves. Your confidence exposes their insecurity. Your kindness exposes their bitterness. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your growth exposes their stagnation. You don't destroy them. You just show them who they really are, and that alone is enough to make weak people rage. Look throughout history. Michael Jackson shined too bright, so people made up stories. Whitney Houston shined too bright, so people whispered lies. Princess Diana shined too bright, so people tried to tear her down. Greatness has never scared the world. It scared the ones who know they can never match it. That's exactly what's happening to you. Someone spent years poking at you, trying to get a reaction, trying to make you look unhinged. They wanted to put a crack in your reputation. They wanted to turn your light into a weapon against you. But all they did was prove how obsessed they are. You were living your life. They were living inside your shadow. Oh, look at them, desperate, jealous, loud, thinking their noise could drown out your shine. What they didn't understand is that you didn't walk around trying to be exceptional. You just are. That's why it bothers them so much. If you were trying, they'd say, "Oh, they're showing off." But you're not showing off. You're just existing, and that's what made them lose their mind. Here's a hard truth wrapped in villain wisdom. Weak people don't hate strong people. Weak people hate being reminded they're weak, and nothing reminds them faster than someone who shines without effort. And then comes the irony, the part that tastes sweet. They thought their hatred would dim you. They thought mocking you would break you. They thought embarrassing you would erase you. Instead, everything they did pointed right back at their own insecurity. They didn't expose you, they exposed themselves. They showed the world how jealous they are. They showed how threatened they are. They showed how fragile their ego is. Their behavior became the mirror they never wanted to see. Now, let's go deeper. Chosen one, think about the people who inspire you, the ones you admire, the ones who changed the world. Every single one of them had someone who hated them for no reason except that they shined. It's a rite of passage. The moment you shine, someone somewhere decides it's their life mission to dim you. Not because you harmed them, but because your existence proves they settled for less. And insecure souls can't stand mirrors. You might even ask yourself, did I do something wrong? And the answer is simple. You did something absolutely unforgivable to a jealous person. You existed. You glowed. You walked into rooms without shrinking. You survived storms that should have destroyed you. You kept your heart soft in a world that broke theirs. You kept rising while they kept rotting. And that alone was enough to make them see you as a threat. They tried to paint you as crazy, but look who's obsessed. They tried to call you unstable, but look who keeps watching you. They tried to smear your name, but look who keeps bringing your name up. They tried to make you look like a problem, but the only pattern anyone sees is them. Imagine a sunflower. It grows toward the light. No struggle, no noise, it just grows. And imagine a weed next to it, twisting, choking, trying to wrap around the sunflower's stem. The sunflower doesn't even notice the weed. It's too busy reaching upward. That's you. And the weed? Oh, sweetheart, that's your enemy, clinging, twisting, hoping to pull you down because it knows it can't rise with you. And here's the final snap of truth, the kind that makes them flinch. They never hated your actions. They hated the reflection of themselves they saw when they looked at you. You forced them to confront their mediocrity without saying a single word. And instead of growing, they chose hating you. That's why they poked you. That's why they tried to break you. That's why they mocked your protection. That's why they lost control. You didn't destroy them. You didn't ruin them. You didn't even fight them. You just shined. And your shine was enough to trigger their downfall. Their problem was never who you are. Their problem was that you existed, and you shined anyway. Number 2. Their slip-up wasn't accidental. It was their mask falling off. People don't slip when they're honest. They slip when they're hiding something filthy behind a fake smile. That's exactly what happened here. Their so-called mistake wasn't a mistake. It was their mask collapsing under the weight of their jealousy. They were trying so hard to act normal around you, trying so hard to pretend they didn't care, pretending they weren't obsessed, pretending they weren't threatened. But envy has a funny way of making liars stutter, and one tiny crack in their act turned into a full mask drop. Oh, look at them. The great pretender exposed by their own mouth. They thought they were slick. They thought they were silent. Nope. Their own jealousy snitched on them before you had to say a single word. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone is holding a glass mask in front of their face. Pretty, shiny, smooth. They use it to look calm, to look harmless, to look unaffected. But behind it, their face is twitching in resentment. Their eyes are burning with envy. Their jaw is locked with hate. One wrong word, one wrong move, one wrong moment, and crack. The mask shatters. Suddenly, everyone sees the twisted, ugly truth they were hiding. That's what their slip-up was, the sound of their mask breaking, because nobody accidentally mocks someone's protection. Nobody accidentally mocks your path. Nobody accidentally mocks your growth. That level of disrespect has been sitting in their heart for a long time. They just finally forgot to hold it in. And here's the part that makes them look even dumber. They thought you didn't see it coming. They thought you couldn't sense the weird vibe, the fake smile, the forced friendliness, the weird tension that followed them like a bad smell. Chosen ones always feel when someone is wearing a mask. You don't always call it out, but you feel it. You felt the shift, the stiffness, the weird tone, the way their eyes never matched their words. You've been watching their mask shake for months, but the universe was waiting for them to expose themselves properly. They needed to speak. They needed to slip. They needed to reveal their weak heart with their own mouth. And chosen one, don't lie. You probably wondered at some point, was I imagining it? Were they really jealous? Were they really hating on me? No, you weren't imagining anything. People can fake words, but they cannot fake energy. And their energy has been screaming for a long time. Their jealousy was leaking like poison through a cracked bottle. Their slip-up was just the moment it finally spilled in public. Let's talk about how masks work. Actors wear masks to play a part. Criminals wear masks to hide their guilt. Insecure people wear masks to pretend they're fine. But the moment pressure comes, the mask crumbles. And there is nothing that applies pressure like watching someone rise while you sink. Your growth threatened them. Your healing threatened them. Your protection mocked them more than they ever mocked you. They wanted to look put together, but your existence made them come undone. You didn't target them. You didn't try to expose them. You didn't even look their way. They exposed themselves because pretending was too heavy. Look at famous moments of public downfall. Lance Armstrong lied for years until one slip in an interview cracked the whole illusion. Tiger Woods kept a polished mask until one accident forced everything out. Ellen DeGeneres acted sweet until one complaint triggered a flood of truth. People don't fall because someone exposes them. People fall because their own mask can't hold the weight of their truth anymore. That's what happened to your enemy. Their envy grew too heavy for their fake personality to hold up. Their mouth couldn't keep the lie going. So it fell apart, beautifully, right in front of the exact person it wasn't supposed to. They mocked your protection because deep down they knew they couldn't beat it. They mocked your growth because deep down they hated watching you heal. They mocked your path because deep down they knew they were still stuck. They weren't talking about you. They were confessing their fears. They weren't exposing your weakness. They were exposing their insecurity. Chosen one, the moment they slipped, the moment they said that stupid little comment, the moment they mocked what protects you, the moment they acted bold. Did you notice how everything suddenly made sense? That's because the mask was gone. You finally saw the real face. You finally saw the jealous one. You finally saw the reason they acted weird. You finally saw the truth behind their fake kindness. And they knew it. That's the best part. They felt the air shift. They felt their mask drop. They felt their lie break open. And oh, look at them now, trying to play it off, trying to laugh, trying to pretend it wasn't what it was. But everyone who heard them, everyone who saw that moment, felt the truth. Slips don't expose the innocent. Slips expose the guilty. Here's the thing about people who hide behind masks. They always talk too much. They always reveal too much. They always think they're smarter than they are. They always think their mask is unbreakable. They always think they can mock you without consequences. But mockery is the loudest cry for help a jealous person has. It's a neon sign flashing, "I'm threatened by you." Their mask didn't fall off because you did something. Their mask fell off because you didn't do anything. Silence exposes frauds faster than confrontation. Your calmness made them panic. Your growth made them unstable. Your shine made their mask slip. You didn't attack them. You didn't call them out. You didn't even fight. You just kept rising, and rising exposes everything. Your enemy wanted to seem confident, but the slip-up showed their fear. They wanted to seem powerful, but the slip-up showed their weakness. They wanted to seem unaffected, but the slip-up showed their obsession. They wanted to seem in control, but the slip-up showed the truth. They never had control to begin with. Think about the psychology of masks. In every human, the truth leaks through body language before it leaks through words. A jealous person can't hide their eyes. A bitter person can't hide their tone. A fake person can't hide their micro-reactions. And when pressure hits, those tiny cracks explode into full confessions. That's what their slip really was. Pressure squeezing the truth out like a soaked sponge. So let's answer the question sitting in your mind now. Did their mask fall because of me? No. Their mask fell because they built it on jealousy, fear, insecurity, and lies. Masks made of cheap materials don't survive around people made of real strength. You didn't shatter their mask. You didn't force the truth out. You didn't drag anything from them. Their own envy made them talk. Their own ego made them slip. Their own jealousy made them fall. And chosen one, the moment that mask hit the floor, their fate started unraveling. Because once the truth is out, there's no putting it back. Number 3, they got caught talking trash to the wrong person. Funny how their mouth sprinted before their brain could catch up, and the universe sat there like, "Go on, sweetheart, dig your own grave." They really thought they were untouchable, chosen one. They thought their little trash talk was safe, protected, hidden in shadows where no one would ever hear it. But life has a wicked sense of humor. A text sent to the wrong phone, a comment tossed out in the wrong room, a whisper dropped right into the ears that were never supposed to hear it. Their downfall didn't come from you. It came from their own mouth, tripping over its jealousy. And oh, look at them now, scrambling, shaking, trying to backpedal like, "That's not what I meant." No, Puddin', that's exactly what they meant. Their brain tried to hide it, but their mouth betrayed them, because envy always leaks. Bitterness always slips. Hate always exposes itself when the universe decides it's time. You might be wondering, why did it happen like this? Why now? Because the universe is with you, chosen one. It doesn't always strike with lightning. Sometimes it sets the perfect little trap, waits patiently, then nudges your enemy forward with a smirk. They thought they were sneaky. They thought they were clever. They thought they could talk trash behind your back forever. Meanwhile, the universe was practically whispering, "Say it louder. I want everyone to hear your true colors." Imagine this, a person holding a bucket of paint, trying to splash it on your name while staying spotless themselves. But the moment they tilt the bucket, the paint pours straight down their own shirt. They wanted to stain your image. Instead, they ruined theirs. That's what happens when someone disrespects a chosen one. Life flips the script fast. And chosen one, listen closely. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a coincidence. This was exposure delivered on a silver platter. You didn't have to fight. You didn't have to defend yourself. The universe handled it for you. That's why you must stop stressing about who's talking behind your back. Their words are boomerangs. They always come back home, to their own reputation. This section answers a question you may have silently asked. Did the universe really protect me, or was it just luck? It wasn't luck. It was timing. It was alignment. It was the force behind you saying, "You keep growing. I'll handle the fools." So leave them where they stand, chosen one. Focus on your path. Focus on your shine. The more you rise, the more their mask slips, and the universe will keep dragging their truth into the light every single time they try to hide it. Their trash talk didn't hurt you, it exposed them, and that exposure was the beginning of their end. Number 4. They tried to make you look like a monster and made themselves look unhinged. The funniest insanity is when someone tries to paint you as the monster, but the only creature everyone sees foaming at the mouth is them. Chosen one, they really thought they were clever with this one. They poked you non-stop, hoping to trigger you. They nitpicked your every move like it was their full-time job. They stalked what you're doing, who you're talking to, what you're posting, like your existence was a channel they couldn't stop watching. They spread lies, twisted stories, played victim, and then the second you finally defended yourself like any normal human would, oh, look at them, collapsing into their dramatic performance like, see, look how crazy they are. It would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. And here's the cosmic joke, Puddin'. The more they tried to make you look unhinged, the more they started looking like they needed help. The universe has a wicked way of flipping the script. They wanted people to fear you. Instead, people started fearing their obsession. They wanted people to distrust you. Instead, people started distrusting their motives. They wanted attention for being wronged. Instead, everyone started quietly asking the same question. Why are you this obsessed with someone who's not even bothering you? Imagine this scene, chosen one. You're walking down a path, minding your business, and behind you is this little chaotic gremlin jumping up and down, throwing rocks, screaming your name, clawing at the air. And every time you turn around, they suddenly fall to the floor, clutching their leg. Ow! Look what you did to me! Meanwhile, everyone watching is like, sweetheart, nobody touched you. That's exactly how their smear campaign played out. They tried to create a monster, but their acting was so sloppy that people started noticing the truth. No one fights this hard to bring down someone they supposedly don't care about. Their obsession was the giveaway. Their desperation was the confession. Their behavior was the real red flag. And chosen one, maybe you're asking yourself, why did they want me to look crazy so bad? Because if they made you look unbalanced, they could hide their own instability behind your shadow. They could distract from their lies, their envy, their childishness. They thought if they made you look like the villain, no one would notice their trembling little ego behind the curtain. They needed you to be the monster so they could be the victim. And the universe said, nope. People started watching them closer. People noticed the stalking. People noticed the nitpicking. People noticed how much they talked about you. People noticed how they reacted to your wins, your silence, your peace. And the more they tried to warn others about you, the more obvious it became that they were the one off balance. This is what happens when someone tries to rewrite reality around a chosen one. Reality pushes back, hard. The universe stands behind you like a giant with its arms crossed, watching them spiral, whispering, keep going, show everyone who you really are. Because chosen ones don't become monsters under pressure, they become clearer, stronger, more grounded, but unstable people. Pressure exposes every crack in their mask. And here's the sweet part. You didn't have to prove your innocence. Your energy did it for you. People felt how real you are. They felt your intentions. They felt your peace. Meanwhile, people watched the enemy unravel like a pulled thread on a cheap costume. And once a thread is pulled, the whole disguise falls apart. The universe is with you, chosen one. Every time they poked you, it was recorded. Every time they lied, the truth got louder. Every time they attacked you, their reflection grew uglier. You didn't become the monster. You became the mirror. And the mirror scared them more than anything else. So leave them where they're spiraling. Their obsession is their downfall. Their lies are their undoing. Their smear campaign is their confession. And you walk forward, glowing, steady, protected, watching their own actions sentence them. They tried to make you look unhinged, but the only madness anyone sees is theirs. Number 5. The backfire hit them like a train. The wild thing about karma is how gentle it looks right before it hits someone like a full-speed train. Chosen one, they really thought they were winning. They bragged about hurting you. They gloated about getting away with things. They mocked your path, your protection, your growth. They walked around with that cheap smirk, confidence, like life was on their side. Oh, look at them, chest out, ego high, thinking they were untouchable. Meanwhile, the universe was standing behind them like a quiet villain, tilting its head, whispering, "Are you done embarrassing yourself yet?" Because the second life decides someone has crossed the line, the backfire isn't gentle, it's explosive. Their own words came back for them. Their own lies tied themselves around their ankles. Their own actions smacked them harder than anything you could have done. That train wasn't random. It was the universe saying, you don't get to attack a chosen one and walk away smiling. And maybe you're asking, why did it take so long? Why didn't life stop them sooner? Because the universe lets people dig their own hole deep enough so that when they fall, it's final, it's loud, it's obvious. It teaches them a lesson they never forget. Your enemy wasn't punished by you. They were punished by their own behavior. Chosen one, stay focused. The universe is handling your enemies better than you ever could. Their downfall is proof you were always protected. Their backfire is proof you were always chosen. Number 6. The universe doesn't argue with them. It embarrasses them. The universe doesn't raise its voice. It raises the consequences. Chosen one, they really walked around thinking they were above every warning, every sign, every nudge that told them to stop messing with you. They treated the protection around you like it was some kind of punchline. They mocked your path like they were untouchable. Oh, look at them, giggling, smirking, acting bold, thinking the universe isn't paying attention. Cute. Because life doesn't waste energy arguing with fools. It just embarrasses them in ways they never recover from. They thought ignoring the signs made them powerful. All it really did was make the lesson bigger. They thought your silence meant weakness. Your silence was the universe's countdown. And now that the clock has hit 0, watch how fast everything flips. The joke they were laughing at, yeah, it's on them now. Their confidence turns into confusion. Their gossip turns into exposure. Their wins turn into traps they set for themselves. Maybe you wonder, but why does life let it go this far? Because, chosen one, the universe doesn't just correct people, it educates them. It waits until their ego is high, their mask is tight, their pride is loud. Then it pulls the rug. That's why the embarrassment hits harder. That's why it shocks everyone watching. That's why it proves you were protected all along. So leave them to their own mess. Life is handling them in a language they can't ignore. Their humiliation is the universe defending you. Number 7. They kept taunting like nothing would touch them. The loudest mouths belong to the people standing on the weakest floors. Chosen one, they really strutted around like they were invincible. They did things to you and smirked, "Nothing's happening to me." They spread lies, twisted stories, stirred drama, and giggled like the universe was their personal cheerleader. They really thought getting away with something temporarily meant they'd get away with it forever. Oh, look at them, talking big while standing on a cliff made of wet paper. They said things about you and laughed. Ha! Where's the karma? Meanwhile, the universe was off to the side, twirling a bat like Harley Quinn, whispering, "Or Puddin, keep talking. I want to see how deep you want to dig that grave." Because the universe isn't rushed by ego. It lets fools rise, just high enough so that the fall makes a perfect example. And, chosen one, I know sometimes you wondered, why isn't life doing anything? Why are they getting away with it? Because karma doesn't interrupt stupidity, it completes it. The universe was letting them stack their consequences so high that when they finally fall, there's no denying what caused it. Their taunting wasn't power, it was confession. Every laugh, every smirk, every "nothing's happening to me" was them bragging while the rope tightened behind them. You don't need to react, you don't need to fight, you don't need to prove anything. The universe saw everything. The universe kept the receipts. And their karma isn't late, it's loading with interest. They kept taunting like nothing would touch them. Now life is about to tap them on the shoulder. Number 8. Their little fly energy is about to get swatted. Annoying isn't power. It's just the final stage before someone gets crushed. Chosen one, they really thought their buzzing meant something. They hovered around you like a desperate little fly, always in your space, always poking your peace, always trying to get a reaction out of you. Oh, look at them. Z's. Flying in circles, thinking their irritation was influence. That's the funniest part. Weak people think being loud is the same as being strong. It's not. It's just noise waiting to be swatted. They kept popping up in your life, in your comments, in your conversations, in people's ears. Buzzing, 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 trying to drain you, trying to distract you, trying to annoy you into stepping off your path. They wanted to break your focus, because your focus is the one thing they can't imitate. And every time you ignored them, they buzzed louder. That's what envy does. It gets desperate. But here's the cosmic rule they forgot. Every fly gets smacked, not with effort, not with struggle, just one clean swipe from the universe. And chosen one, maybe you wondered, why won't this person leave me alone? Why do they keep coming back? Because flies are attracted to light, even when the light burns them. They couldn't stop watching you, studying you, stalking you, trying to disrupt you. But the universe was watching them too, arms crossed, tapping its foot, saying, "Keep going, I dare you." Their little buzzing wasn't power, it was a countdown. And life is about to land one final, undeniable SWAT. This one? Oh, puddin', it's gonna be hard. Number 9. They slipped up in front of the one person they shouldn't have. Some people don't need enemies. Their own mouth is their destruction device. Chosen one, they really thought they were safe talking trash in the dark. They thought they could hide their obsession, disguise their jealousy, and keep playing innocent while stabbing you behind your back. But life has a wicked sense of humor. And oh, look at them, slipping right in front of the one person who should have never heard the truth. Their mask didn't just crack, it shattered loud enough for the universe to clap. They told on themselves without even meaning to. Their jealousy leaked out, their bitterness spilled, their obsession slipped through every word. They didn't expose you, they exposed their entire hidden personality. And the person who heard it? Yeah, the worst possible witness. Someone who already saw the signs, someone who already had doubts, someone whose opinion actually matters. Life didn't send a random bystander. It sent the exact person whose ears would flip their entire reputation upside down. And maybe you wondered, why that person? Why that moment? Because the universe isn't messy, it's strategic. It wanted their truth to land exactly where it would hit the hardest. It wanted their words to corner them. It wanted the mask-off moment to be so undeniable that not even they could lie their way out of it. They had one job: keep their jealousy hidden. Instead, they broadcasted it to their worst possible audience. Chosen one, understand this. Your silence didn't expose them, their own mouth did. Their downfall began the moment they underestimated who was listening. And the universe just smirked and let the trap close. Number 10. The explosion they triggered themselves. Some people don't get destroyed by others. They get destroyed by the mess they built with their own hands. Chosen one, everything they did is finally catching up to them. Every lie they whispered, every rumor they spread, every little jab, poke, smear, and mockery they thought they were getting away with, all of it has been stacking behind them like crates of dynamite. And the funniest part, they're the one who lit the fuse. Oh, look at them, walking around bragging, smirking, acting untouchable, completely unaware that their own actions are the ones ticking behind them like a timer they can't hear. They thought throwing trash at you made them powerful. They didn't realize that trash has a habit of circling back and burying the one who threw it. They thought spinning lies made them clever. They didn't realize lies stick to the liar long before they reach the target. They mocked your protection, mocked your path, mocked your growth, and every mock was another spark on the bomb they were building for themselves. The universe was never going to intervene early. It wanted them to finish the construction. It wanted them to stack every consequence neatly. It wanted their downfall to be unmistakably self-made. And maybe you wondered, how long until everything comes back on them? Chosen one, it already started. Their reputation is cracking. Their relationships feel shaky. Their confidence is thinning. People are looking at them sideways. The energy around them is tightening like a fuse reaching the end. That uneasy feeling they're having lately, that's not stress. That's karma clearing its throat. This explosion isn't punishment, it's physics. What they built is collapsing. What they triggered is detonating. What they intended for you is turning around with perfect aim. Tick, tick, boom. And the universe stands behind you with a smirk, whispering, "Told you I'd handle it." Number 11. When you mock what protects a chosen one, you break your own luck. Only a fool swings at a force designed to hold them together and then acts shocked when their own life starts falling apart. Chosen one, this part is simple, brutal truth. When they mocked what protects you, not religion, not mysticism, just the unseen balance that keeps your path stable, they didn't weaken you, they weakened themselves. They didn't shake your foundation, they shattered their own luck. Oh, look at them, laughing, pointing, mocking the very force that's been shielding you, not realizing they were punching a wall with bare knuckles. And the wall isn't even the one that cracked. You've felt this your whole life. The more aligned you are, the more triggered, unstable people get. Your calm bothers them. Your protection irritates them. Your balance exposes their chaos, so they mocked it. They attacked it. They tried to make it seem fake, weak, or useless. But here's the cosmic twist. The moment someone attacks the stability around a chosen one, the universe doesn't defend you by punishing them. It simply stops protecting them. And you might wonder, why does mocking my protection affect them, not me? Because your protection comes from alignment, from choices, from honesty, from resilience. Theirs comes from ego, from performance, from pretending. So when they mocked the thing keeping you steady, they cut their own lifeline. Life doesn't reward that. Life doesn't tolerate that. Life doesn't let that slide. And now, watch carefully. The cracks in their luck aren't random. The setbacks aren't coincidences. The embarrassment isn't accidental. They didn't break your protection. They broke their own fate. They punched a wall, and the wall won. Number 12. The universe let them dig their own ending. Some people don't fall because someone pushed them. They fall because they were too busy digging a grave to notice they were standing in it. Chosen one, this part is the sweetest justice of all. You didn't have to raise your voice. You didn't have to fight back. You didn't have to explain yourself or defend your name. They handled their own downfall with their own mouth. Every lie they told, every jab they threw, every little smear, insult, whisper and mock, it all became the shovel they used to carve out their own ending. Oh, look at them, thinking they were writing your downfall, not realizing every sentence was a rope tightening around their story. They wanted you to fall so badly that they spent all their energy digging a hole for you. They studied you, obsessed over you, stalked you, talked about you like it was their side job. And while they were busy plotting your destruction, the universe quietly rearranged the script. The trap they built didn't collapse under your feet. It waited patiently for them to step backward and trip into it themselves. That's the thing about chosen ones. Your enemies self-destruct trying to destroy you. And maybe you asked yourself, why didn't I have to do anything? Why did everything unfold on its own? Because the universe doesn't waste chosen energy on pointless battles. Your silence was protection. Your stillness was strategy. Life wanted the ending to be authored by their own actions, so the message was crystal clear. You don't harm people aligned with their path and walk away clean. Life makes the guilty expose themselves. Life makes the hateful choke on their own behavior. Life lets the unstable collapse under the weight of their own chaos. Now look at them, falling into the hole they dug, scrambling, panicking, confused why everything is turning against them. Meanwhile, the universe is standing at the edge of that hole, arms crossed, smirking like a villain who already knows the ending, whispering, "Too late, you signed it." Chosen one, understand this. You weren't spared because you're lucky. You were spared because you're aligned. And they weren't punished because you wanted revenge. They were punished because they insisted on writing their downfall with their own hands. Their ending wasn't delivered. It was self-authored. And the universe simply let the ink dry. Number 13. The sealed fate. They mocked you, and life said, "Game over." When a hater screams, "I won," the universe just chuckles, because endings are already written before they even start bragging. Chosen one, this is where everything comes full circle. Their fate isn't being sealed. It's already sealed. The moment they mocked you out of pure hate, the moment they tried to test the protection around you, the moment they smirked like they were untouchable, life stamped their file with one brutal verdict: game over. Oh, look at them, thinking they were powerful because they got bold for 5 minutes, thinking their mockery meant something, thinking their jealousy made them superior. Meanwhile, reality was behind them, loading their consequences like a system update they can't cancel. They didn't fall because you wished it. You don't even have the time or the desire to plot anyone's downfall. You're too busy rising. Their collapse started because that's how the universe works. Actions circle back. Energy circles back. Intentions circle back. And theirs came flying back like a boomerang made of steel, hitting them harder than anything you could ever throw. Maybe you wondered, why do I feel so calm now? Why am I not angry anymore? Because your soul already sensed what's happening behind the scenes. The universe is on your side, rearranging things, balancing scales, removing obstacles disguised as people. You don't have to lift a finger. Life is handling it with surgical precision. Their downfall is not revenge. It's correction. It's clarity. It's the world saying, enough. They wanted you to lose. They mocked your protection. They laughed at your growth. They celebrated your struggles. But the universe saw every moment. And now it's closing their chapter with a quiet, cold finality that hits harder than anything they expected. They wanted to play games with your destiny. So life responded with a final message: game over. Their downfall is already loading, and your rise already in motion. And now, chosen one, as everything falls into place, you can finally breathe. The truth exposed them. The universe defended you. Their fate sealed itself while your path opened wider. This chapter wasn't about revenge. It was about revelation. You were never the one falling. You were the one rising while they tripped over their own hatred. And chosen one, if this message hit home, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to claim your strength. Share this with someone who needs the reminder: the universe never abandons its own. They thought you were an easy opponent until they realized they were standing in front of the final boss. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone spent years trying to compete with you, mocking your every move, laughing at your silence, and mistaking your patience for weakness. Then, one day, they step up for the same old battle they've been losing in their head for years. But this time, the game's changed. You're no longer on the same map. They swing, and their blows land on smoke, because you've outgrown their reach. That's the part they didn't see coming. They never realized there was a giant standing behind you the entire time. See, here's the fact that burns them most. A study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that people who face long-term setbacks but stay consistent outperform early winners by over 40% later in life. You know what that means, right? The late bloomers, the underestimated, the ones quietly stacking their fruit while being laughed at, they're the real threats. The enemies didn't lose to luck, they lost to consistency. They were too busy gossiping while you were busy growing. And thank you, chosen one, for being one of the few who kept walking when everyone else wanted you to stop. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. You're part of a force now, a quiet rebellion of those who refuse to fold. Thank you for standing with this mission. Now let's talk about the real reason your longtime op felt unworthy the moment they tried to face you again. Because what you did wasn't luck, it was an evolution they never prepared for. They thought they'd be the hunter forever, but you turned the board. Your silence became strategy. You turned your wounds into wisdom, your pain into patience, your setbacks into weapons. While they were performing for attention, you were perfecting your power. You see, it's not that they stopped believing in themselves, it's that they finally saw what they were up against. Psychologically, humiliation hits harder when it's self-inflicted. Research in behavioral science says when people realize they underestimated someone, their brain triggers the same pain receptors as physical injury. That's right. Your success hurts. It physically hurts them. Every win you post, every move you make, it's like pressing on a bruise they thought would never form. That's why they flinch when they hear your name now. Not because you said anything, but because they remember everything they said when you were silent. You didn't have to shout back, you didn't have to clap back, you just built back. That's what separates you from them. They wanted a feud, but you gave them a mirror. They wanted a reaction, but you gave them reality. The truth is, they weren't your opponent, they were your audience. They studied your downfall, expecting entertainment, and got an education instead. When they finally came around again, when they peeked at your page, or your progress, or your peace, they realized something terrifying. You never stopped. You were supposed to break. You were supposed to quit. You were supposed to beg for their validation. But you didn't. You just kept stacking fruit, results, proof, self-respect. You didn't argue your worth. You showed it. You didn't announce your glow-up. You embodied it. And that's why their confidence cracked. They finally saw that every insult they threw at you was fertilizer. You see, chosen one, the reason they feel unworthy now is because your existence became their scoreboard. You turned their laughter into your soundtrack. You didn't match their chaos, you made it irrelevant. You became the walking reminder of what focus, patience, and silence can create. Every seed they buried in your name grew into proof they can't ignore. They thought they were the storm, but you became the climate. Now they're running reruns of your old life in their head, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Here's where. They underestimated your stillness. You see, stillness isn't weakness, it's calculation. Lions don't roar while they're hunting, they stalk in silence. That's what you did. You stalked your goals in the shadows until the moment was perfect. And now, the moment they look at you, they feel it. The gap, the distance, the power shift. And that's the real reason they feel unworthy now. Because deep down, they know it's not personal, it's physics. You rose too high for them to reach. You built momentum they can't stop. You became living proof that the quiet ones win wars no one knew they were fighting. So let them talk, chosen one. Let them whisper, scroll, or stare. The fruit speaks for itself. And the best part? You're not even done growing yet. And hey, chosen one, don't you dare scroll now. This was just the opening strike. The real war story is about to unfold, piece by piece, truth by truth. You've already made your longtime op feel like an unworthy opponent. But what's coming next will explain exactly why they can't even stand in your shadow anymore. So if you're ready to watch the tables turn completely, type 777 in the comments. It's not just a number, it's your declaration that you've evolved past your enemy's reach. And if this message hits something inside you, bless the creators of this movement with a super thanks. Every act of support fuels the mission to wake up more warriors like you. You're not just a viewer, you're part of the resistance that makes fake energy crumble. And now, let's walk deeper into it, step by step. Don't blink, don't pause, because this is where the mask truly falls off. If you're a real chosen one, you'll feel it, a pull in your chest, a quiet voice saying, "Stay till the end." Because once you see what happens next, you'll never look at your enemies the same again. Let's begin. Number 1. They showed up to mock you, not realizing you'd outgrown the game. You want to know what really eats your enemies alive, chosen one. It's not that you won, it's that you stopped caring whether they noticed. They came to see you fall, and instead they found themselves standing at the feet of the very person they swore would never rise. That's what happens when you outgrow the game. The players start to look like clowns, juggling their own envy. They wanted to play checkers while you were out here mastering chess. You stopped competing and started creating. And when you create, competition dies. Now imagine this for a second. Someone who once laughed at your silence decides to check in on you again. They expect the same version they mocked, uncertain, struggling, easy to provoke. But what they see instead is a version of you they don't even recognize. Calm, collected, unbothered. That's when their stomach drops. Because nothing terrifies a weak soul more than watching the person they underestimated evolve into something untouchable. It's the same story every time. People love the underdog until the underdog stops barking and starts building. Here's the truth they'll never admit. People mock what they fear will surpass them. It's psychological projection 101. Every insult they threw was an indirect confession, a cry for relevance. They talked about you because deep down they knew you were going somewhere they couldn't follow. You were supposed to stay small so their ego could stay big. But you didn't play by that script. You rewrote it and they can't stand it. Let's talk about outgrowing the game. See, there's a point in every chosen one's journey where the rules stop applying. You stop reacting to shade because the light inside you got too bright. You stop explaining your silence because your results started doing the speaking. It's like when Michael Jordan got cut from his high school basketball team. They laughed, doubted, gossiped. Years later, those same people paid to sit in the nosebleeds just to watch him exist. That's what happens when you keep growing while they keep talking. You become the event. And here's something most people miss. Mockery is often the universe's final test before manifestation. Every chosen one gets laughed at right before the breakthrough. Einstein was called insane. Oprah was fired because she wasn't fit for television. Steve Jobs was kicked out of his own company. You think they didn't feel humiliated? Of course they did. But humiliation is only permanent if you stop. You didn't stop. That's why your ops are sick right now. They can't comprehend how you turned pain into purpose, failure into fuel, and insults into investment. Now you might ask, why do they still try to come back? Why do they circle around like vultures pretending they're not obsessed? Simple. You're the source of their identity crisis. Your growth exposed their stagnation. Your discipline exposed their laziness. Your silence exposed their noise. They used to define themselves by being better than you, but when you outgrew the game, they lost their scoreboard. You became the ghost they can't outrun, the reminder of what focus looks like when it's underestimated. And you know what's funny? The same ones who mocked you are now studying you, watching every move, copying your tone, imitating your style, pretending it's their idea. That's how you know you've won, when your opposition starts turning into your students. They thought they were embarrassing you, but you were training them without even trying. You became their silent teacher in the art of irrelevance. Think about how lions hunt. They don't waste energy chasing flies. When you reached a certain level of growth, your silence wasn't fear, it was strategy. You stopped defending yourself because kings don't argue with jesters. You stopped performing because true power doesn't explain itself. And that's when everything changed. You became the standard. You became what they measure themselves against, even if they'll never admit it. Here's another fact. Social psychology says that envy intensifies when someone achieves success quietly. The human brain hates unanswered questions. Your silence drives them mad because it leaves room for imagination. And imagination is cruel. They imagine you're doing better than you are. They imagine you're laughing at them. They imagine they're irrelevant to you, which, let's be honest, they are. But let's get even deeper. Every chosen one eventually reaches the point where they must learn the art of detachment. That's the real upgrade. Detachment isn't coldness, it's focus. When you stopped reacting to their gossip, they lost control. They can't feed off someone who refuses to play. Your energy used to be their fuel. Now your absence is their starvation. That's why they keep checking your shadow, because your silence feels heavier than their noise ever did. The power of being chosen isn't about having more followers, fame, or attention. It's about having proof. Proof of resilience, proof of evolution, proof that you were built differently. Chosen ones carry a kind of endurance most people can't comprehend. You don't just survive pain, you absorb it, recycle it, and weaponize it. You turn setbacks into art. You take betrayal and turn it into mastery. That's why they can't keep up. They haven't learned how to digest their own suffering. And before you ask, why does this always happen to me? Why do I always attract people who try to bring me down? It's because your light exposes their shadows. That's what light does. You weren't cursed with opposition. You were chosen to reveal truth. Every mocker who aimed at you was just playing their role in your movie. Without villains, heroes don't evolve. Without doubters, purpose doesn't sharpen. So every laugh, every insult, every cheap shot, thank them. They funded your growth with their negativity. When they showed up to mock you, they were expecting the same old you. But you'd already switched dimensions. They were still gossiping about a version of you that no longer exists. That's why their words don't land. They're fighting ghosts. You moved from explaining to executing, from waiting to winning, from pain to purpose. And now every move you make echoes through their insecurities like thunder in a hollow cave. They'll call you arrogant now. They'll say you changed, but that's because they can't reach the new altitude you're breathing in. The air up here isn't for everyone. It's thinner, quieter, realer. Up here, you don't compete. You inspire. You don't chase validation. You create shockwaves. You don't respond. You reign. So the next time someone shows up trying to provoke you, just smile that villain smile and remember, they're not here to destroy you. They're here to expose themselves. Every time they open their mouth, they reveal what they lack. Every time they compare, they confess insecurity. And every time they see you win, they face the truth. They never had a chance. They mocked you because they couldn't understand you. They studied you because they couldn't replicate you. And they'll hate you forever because deep down, they know you were never playing the same game. You were building the whole arena. You've outgrown the game, chosen one. So let them talk. Let them replay their losses. You've already left the battlefield, and now they're shadowboxing your memory. The fruit they couldn't fake. Number 2, the fruit they couldn't fake. You can lie about your potential, but you can't fake your harvest. The truth hurts most when it's visible. You didn't have to say a single word. Your results started doing the talking for you. Every move, every upgrade, every quiet success was a silent slap to those who built their confidence off your supposed failure. The same people who used to mock your silence now check your page in silence. That's the power of the fruit. They can't argue with it, can't discredit it, and definitely can't fake it. Because while they were busy performing success, you were out here producing it. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're walking down the same street they used to laugh at you on. They see you again, expecting the same defeated version of you, the one who explained, justified, and defended. But you're not that version anymore. You don't have to convince anyone now. Your energy carries evidence. They look at you and see what consistency looks like when it finally blooms. That glow they can't stand. That's the aftershock of all those lonely nights you refused to quit. You used to talk about what you'd do. Now you are what you said you'd become. That's why they can't look you in the eye anymore. You became a mirror reflecting everything they refused to be. There's something almost cruel about real success. It doesn't need permission. It just arrives, unapologetic and undeniable. The fruit doesn't need marketing. It sells itself. Your results turned into living proof that focus beats noise every single time. It's like watching someone try to argue with gravity. It doesn't matter what they say, reality already decided. They thought your silence meant defeat, but silence was your laboratory. You were working while they were watching, creating while they were criticizing. You didn't post your process, you posted your progress. And when the results hit, it was too late for them to spin the narrative. That's when the jealousy started looking like concern, when gossip turned into opinions, when envy disguised itself as advice. Every chosen one learns this. Once your fruit starts showing, the people who doubted you will pretend they always believed in you. Here's a fact that drives it deeper. According to behavioral psychology, humans struggle to process visible proof that contradicts their previous beliefs. It literally creates cognitive dissonance, which feels like pain. That's why your glow-up hurts them. It forces them to question their own judgment, their gossip, their choices. They don't hate your fruit. They hate what it says about them. Think about people like Elon Musk, J.K. Rowling, or Dwayne Johnson. All were ridiculed before they were revered. Rowling was rejected 12 times before Harry Potter turned her pain into an empire. The Rock had $7 in his pocket before he became a global powerhouse. You think those doubters ever apologized? No. They just watched from a distance, pretending they always knew. The pattern never changes. Those who mocked your grind will one day mimic your work ethic. And that's exactly what's happening now with you. The same ones who once laughed at your goals now recycle your ideas. They copy your tone, your moves, your mindset, but they can't replicate the fruit. because the fruit comes from authenticity, not imitation. It's the reward of the invisible hours, the sacrifices no one saw. It's the product of the pain you didn't post. That's why it tastes so different. That's why it shines. You didn't rush it. You didn't chase clout. You watered what was yours and stayed patient. That patience, oh, that's what drove them mad. People who rely on shortcuts can't comprehend someone who relies on consistency. Your discipline became your proof. You weren't competing with them. You were cultivating something divine. And when harvest season came, they had nothing but excuses, while you had results. Let's be real. The fruit exposes everything. It exposes who worked and who watched, who prayed and who played, who stayed down and who sold out. You didn't have to clap back. Your results turned every insult into an echo. The louder they shouted, the smaller they looked next to your growth. They wanted to embarrass you, but your evolution embarrassed them instead. Your fruit doesn't just prove your worth, it rewrites history. People start remembering differently when the results come in. Suddenly, the one they called crazy becomes visionary. The one they ignored becomes mysterious. The one they doubted becomes disciplined. You didn't change their minds, you changed your reality. And once reality shifts, opinion becomes irrelevant. Some of you might wonder, why do they still talk if the fruit is clear? Because denial is cheaper than self-improvement. Admitting you were right would mean admitting they were wrong about themselves. They'd rather gossip than grow. But don't waste a second correcting them. The fruit is the correction. The fruit is the revenge. The fruit is the sermon. Understand this. Chosen one, when your fruit shows, you don't owe explanations. You don't need validation. The harvest is your microphone, and it's turned all the way up. Every accomplishment whispers, you were never crazy. You were called. Every milestone says, they laughed at the seed, but forgot about the season. Every success sings, they can fake words, but they can't fake work. That's the beauty of being chosen. You're not loud, you're undeniable. You don't chase attention, you attract it. You don't argue with lies, you outlast them. You're not proving them wrong, you're proving yourself right. That's a whole different kind of power. And let's not pretend the haters didn't contribute a little. They were the background noise that tested your focus. They tried to bury you, forgetting you were a seed. They underestimated the storm that grows in silence. That's why they can't fake your fruit. It was born in pressure they couldn't survive. Your roots were tested in darkness long before the light ever saw your name. Now they circle back, trying to understand. They want to know the formula, the mindset, the secret, but there isn't one. You just didn't quit. You faced everything they ran from. You stayed when they folded. You built when they blamed. And now they can't imitate the result because they never matched the resilience. So don't hide your fruit out of humility. Display it with pride. You earned it. Every sleepless night, every betrayal, every silent season, it all became part of your proof. Let it shine. Let it speak. Because the more you grow, the more it silences the noise. The truth doesn't need defending, it needs revealing. And when they come around acting like they always saw it in you, just smile that quiet, knowing smile, because you know the truth. They didn't believe until they had to. They didn't clap until you won without them. You showed them that the most dangerous person isn't the loudest. It's the one who quietly keeps their promise to themselves. You didn't argue or explain, you just kept producing. Every win was a reminder that hard work ages well and lies don't. You proved that the fruit never lies. It's either there or it isn't. And when yours finally appeared, it became something they couldn't ignore, couldn't copy, and couldn't fake. So let them whisper, let them envy, let them study. The truth is, they'll never understand the soil you grew from. They'll never know the storms you endured. All they'll ever see is the glow and the fruit, the one they can't fake, can't match, and can't take, because it was never theirs to begin with. Number 3. When success made them feel small. They laughed until your success turned into a mirror, and suddenly they didn't like their own reflection. That's the thing about your evolution, chosen one. It didn't just surprise them, it shattered them. The moment they saw what you built, you became living proof that everything they said about you was a lie. You were supposed to stay stuck. You were supposed to crawl back. You were supposed to fail just long enough to keep their ego safe. But instead, you rose, and when you did, something inside them broke. They didn't expect your silence to turn into strategy, or your pain to turn into power. Now, every bit of your success feels like a personal insult to them. You didn't make them feel small on purpose. It just happened when you stopped needing their validation. Imagine it like this. They once looked down on you from their fake throne of arrogance, thinking you'd never escape the role they wrote for you. But when you started stacking real results, the power dynamic flipped overnight. They used to mock your dreams. Now they quote your progress. They used to compete with your past. Now they can't even catch up to your present. It's not your fault. They spent too long laughing instead of building. Here's what they don't understand. The universe rewards authenticity, not performance. When you stopped chasing applause and started chasing purpose, the energy around you shifted. Suddenly, doors opened, timing aligned, and the same universe they thought forgot you began moving in your favor. That's divine irony. They were mocking your planting season while the soil was preparing your harvest. So when the fruit finally appeared, it wasn't luck. It was cosmic justice. The universe was with you the whole time. It was just quiet about it. And now they're quiet too, because success is a brutal mirror. It doesn't reflect who you've become. It exposes who they never were. That's why their confidence turned to regret. That's why their arrogance turned to self-doubt. They can't pretend anymore. Every time they scroll past your wins, they feel the echo of their own laziness. Every time they hear your name, they feel the sting of what could have been if they had your discipline. You see, chosen one, your growth was their awakening. You didn't destroy them, you revealed them. The light of your success burned through their illusions, and now they're left standing in the dim glow of their own excuses. But let them be. The universe isn't punishing them, it's protecting you. Your rise is proof that alignment is louder than envy, and purpose will always outshine pride. Number 4. The price of your attention skyrocketed. Once they took your presence for granted, now they can't afford your absence. There was a time when your energy was free. You gave it away easily, texting back too fast, explaining yourself too much, trying to prove your worth to people who couldn't even meet you halfway. But the universe was watching. It saw how your light kept getting drained by unworthy hands, so it raised your value. Quietly, without warning, it made your attention expensive. Your presence turned into currency. Your peace became a form of luxury they can't buy back with apologies, manipulation, or charm. You became a brand, not a body. Your focus, your silence, your energy, these became investments. Every word you speak now moves weight. Every boundary you draw increases your stock. You didn't just glow up, you appreciated in value. And now, the same people who once overlooked you are realizing how costly it is to lose access to someone who used to give everything for free. That's divine economics. When you healed, the universe adjusted your price. Now, when they think of you, it stings. Because they used to treat you like background noise, and now you sound like silence they can't stand. They can scroll, they can lurk, they can talk, but they can't reach you. Your energy used to fill their emptiness. Now your absence exposes it. They finally understand that your presence was a privilege, not a right. You see, Chosen One, energy is the new gold. Every interaction you allow either multiplies or drains your frequency. When you started protecting your energy, you didn't become distant, you became precise. You stopped trading your peace for attention and started trading it for progress. And that's when the universe said, finally, they get it. Because when you stop giving yourself away, the world starts giving back to you. And don't be fooled. The ones who used to mock your worth feel it now. They sense the shift. They feel small, trying to reach someone who no longer needs to be seen. Your attention became a privilege they'll never earn again. You're not cold, you're costly, and the universe made sure your value could only be recognized by those with hearts rich enough to respect it. Number 5. They wanted to talk, but your results spoke first. You didn't raise your voice, you raised your standards, and suddenly everyone had nothing left to say. The loud ones always think noise equals power until they meet someone like you, Chosen One. You turned silence into dominance. They wanted arguments, drama, and explanations, but you gave them outcomes. You stopped performing for people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You let your results do the talking, and the results screamed louder than any comeback ever could. Every finished project, every quiet win, every upgrade in your aura became a statement they couldn't argue with. You didn't just win, you made winning look effortless. Now imagine it. They come around, still talking, still fishing for reactions, and you just sit there, calm. You don't flinch, don't explain, don't defend, because you know what they don't. Silence is the loudest response in the universe. It vibrates through their insecurities like an alarm clock they can't snooze. They wanted you to prove your worth, but your evolution already did. Your glow made their gossip irrelevant. Your progress turned their rumors into background noise. And deep down, they hate that the story they told about you expired the moment you stopped replying. Success, when it's real, doesn't beg to be believed. It shows up. And that's exactly what you did. You became undeniable. While they were trying to be seen, you were busy becoming significant. That's why your silence hits them so hard. It reminds them that you didn't need an audience to become legendary. You built your legacy while they were building group chats. You became the kind of proof that can't be debated, only respected. It's funny how life works. The same people who once said you were doing too much now act like they always knew you'd make it, but you see through it. You know the difference between clapping out of love and clapping out of guilt. Let them perform. Your proof is permanent. You didn't just make moves, you made history in your own lane. And that's what eats them alive, Chosen One. They realize now that your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. You were too busy listening to the universe while they were shouting at the void. And the universe responded with opportunities, elevation, and abundance. Now your existence is the proof they can't refute. You became the evidence, the headline, the reminder that the loudest one in the room is usually the most insecure. So keep it quiet, keep it powerful, because when your results do the speaking, even your silence sounds like thunder. Number 6. The fall of an entitled enemy. They thought they owned your story until your success repossessed every lie they told. Entitlement always collapses when faced with truth, and your enemies just learned that lesson in real time. For years, they thought respect was automatic, that status was permanent, that you'd always orbit around their name. They mistook your kindness for submission and your patience for weakness. But you were just observing. You were letting them dig their own grave with arrogance, waiting for the universe to hand you the shovel. And now it has. The fall of an entitled enemy isn't loud. It's quiet, humiliating, and karmic. They're not just losing your attention. They're losing their identity because their entire ego was built around trying to feel above you. They thought they had control. They thought you'd always come back, that your loyalty was endless, that your forgiveness was a guarantee. But you stopped playing servant to people who couldn't even serve their own growth. You stopped explaining your worth to minds too small to grasp it. The moment you stepped back, their world lost gravity, because your energy was what kept them relevant. You were the star. They were just basking in the reflection. Now the same mouths that used to speak over you can't find the words. Their arrogance dried up the moment your elevation hit the timeline. You didn't need to expose them, life did. The universe has a perfect sense of irony. It gives the loudest liars front row seats to the success of the person they tried to bury. It's poetic justice in 4K. You didn't need revenge, you just needed distance, and distance was enough to turn their ego into an echo. Let's be real, entitlement isn't confidence, it's dependency disguised as superiority. They needed your attention to feel powerful, they needed your reaction to feel alive, but you grew too fast for their comfort, too self-aware for their control. You cashed in your worth while they were still spending gossip. You invested in discipline while they invested in delusion. And now the balance sheet is public. Your profit is peace, theirs is regret. They're not used to accountability, they're used to being worshipped. But the universe is ruthless with those who play God. When it's time for balance, it strips them bare. Status gone, followers gone, fake influence exposed. What's left? The same small, insecure person they always were, underneath the noise. You see, chosen one, you were never meant to destroy them. You were meant to reveal them. Your rise forced their mask to fall. Your boundaries broke their illusion. And now they're learning that respect isn't given by default. It's earned through character. You walked away with grace, and that's what finished them. Because when arrogance meets indifference, arrogance always dies first. So let them fall. Let them wrestle with the silence they once mocked. The universe doesn't punish, it teaches. And this time, it used your growth as the lesson. You didn't take their crown, you made them realize they never had one. Number 7. You built in secret. They exposed themselves in public. You were busy constructing a legacy while they were busy live streaming their illusions. That's the difference between real ones and performers, chosen one. You built in silence, they built for the camera. While they needed validation to feel alive, you needed solitude to evolve. You disappeared for a while, not because you were losing, but because you were loading. Every quiet day, every unnoticed grind, every hour nobody saw you was a brick in the empire you now stand on. And while you were building the foundation, they were performing the facade. When truth finally stepped onto the stage, your work stood tall, and their act collapsed under its own lies. It's poetic justice, isn't it? You whispered your plans, they shouted theirs. They thought being loud meant being ahead. They forgot that the universe favors the one who moves in purpose, not panic. The truth is, your silence was your weapon. You learned early that the loudest person in the room is usually the one doing the least. You mastered the art of secrecy because you understood that exposure kills momentum. You weren't hiding, you were protecting your masterpiece. Meanwhile, they were out there curating fake success stories, flaunting rented victories, and hashtagging grind while skipping the work. They craved applause for progress they never made. But here's what they didn't realize. When you lie to the world, you eventually have to perform forever to maintain the illusion. You can't fake consistency. You can't Photoshop results. Eventually, the lights go out, and when they did, their empire of pretending turned to dust. When you finally emerged, your results spoke with the kind of authority that silence breeds. It wasn't just success, it was truth manifested. People who once ignored you couldn't look away anymore. You became the evidence of what happens when focus meets faith. You didn't need to explain your absence. You came back glowing with proof, and proof doesn't need a PR team. The universe saw the difference the whole time. It saw who was humble enough to work and who was desperate enough to perform. That's why your blessings hit harder. You didn't demand recognition, you earned revelation. You let time do the talking, and time never lies. Now they're scrambling, trying to match your reality with their filters, trying to fake the same peace they mocked you for having. But it doesn't work like that. Real results have a vibration, an authenticity that no amount of pretending can replicate. You can't copy the frequency of someone who built with integrity. So, keep your circle tight and your silence golden, because the truth always sides with the one who creates, not the one who performs. You didn't lose when you went quiet. You won before they even noticed the game had started. They exposed themselves with noise. You crowned yourself with proof. And now the same audience that used to laugh at your absence is watching your success like a sermon, realizing you were never gone. You were being sculpted. Number 8. Your growth became their humiliation. You didn't expose them, your evolution did. Watching you rise wasn't a source of inspiration for them, it was a public defeat. The same people who used to whisper your name in mockery now say it with tension in their voice, because nothing humbles a fake ego faster than watching someone they tried to destroy become everything they pretended to be. You didn't need revenge, chosen one, you became it. Every ounce of growth, every win, every new glow you stepped into became their silent punishment. You turned your pain into purpose, and that transformation humiliated the ones who swore you'd never stand again. They weren't ready for the day your name demanded respect, the kind that can't be faked, bought, or negotiated. It's the kind that's earned through scars, silence, and survival. You see, respect hits different when it's not requested but required. They used to talk about you with arrogance, as if you were a chapter they'd finished reading. But you kept writing, and now the story makes them look small. They can't laugh anymore. They can't project anymore. You became living proof that the universe takes its time, but never forgets who it owes justice to. Now, every time they see you, it's like holding up a mirror they can't look into. They see everything they wasted: potential, discipline, focus. They could have built too, but they chose gossip over growth. You were patient. They were petty. You were consistent. They were loud. And when the results finally showed, they had no defense left. Because the truth doesn't need defending. It only needs revealing. Your life became the proof. It's funny how the universe works. It doesn't clap back with noise, it claps back with timing. You bloomed right after they buried your name. You succeeded right after they said you couldn't. You glowed right after they said you were done. That's why they flinch now. Because your growth didn't just outshine them, it exposed how small their intentions always were. You didn't destroy their confidence, you destroyed their illusion. They were confident because you were beneath them. The moment you rose, they had to face the truth. They were never superior, they were just louder. Your evolution made their ego collapse under the weight of its own lies. So don't dim down to make them comfortable. Let them drown in the silence of their own regret. You've become a walking reminder that real power doesn't brag, it becomes. And when you finally became it, their humiliation wasn't your fault. It was the universe showing them what it rewards when no one's watching. Number 9. The force field of proof. You stopped defending your name and your results started defending you. That's the moment everything shifted, chosen one. The second you realized you didn't need to clap back, argue, or prove anything to anyone, the universe handed you something far stronger, a force field made of proof. Every good decision, every healed wound, every silent victory became another layer of protection around you. It's not luck, it's alignment. When your energy rises, lies can't touch you. When your frequency stabilizes, gossip bounces off. You became untouchable, not because you fought harder, but because you finally mastered the art of letting your fruit do the talking. People used to throw dirt on your name, hoping it would bury you. But the thing about soil, they forgot it's where things grow. Every rumor, every lie, every piece of shade just became fertilizer for your next success. You built something that can't be shaken, a shield made of truth and time. The moment your fruit started showing, you didn't have to explain your innocence anymore. The proof was visible, and visibility is the enemy of deceit. That's why they can't come near you now. Your energy literally repels anything fake. It's physics, really. The universe operates on vibration. Low frequencies, jealousy, hate, envy can't exist in the same space as elevation. It's like trying to whisper in a thunderstorm. Your noise just gets swallowed. And that's what's happening to them. Their gossip has no gravity anymore. It floats around, unnoticed, irrelevant, while your glow keeps amplifying. You created your own frequency bubble, a spiritual firewall that blocks out anything not meant for you. You ever notice how peaceful it got once you stopped reacting? That's not coincidence, that's protection. The moment you detached emotionally, your spirit started upgrading your perimeter. You became harder to reach, harder to trigger, harder to drain. Even their attempts to check up on you backfire. They walk away feeling smaller, confused, maybe even regretful. That's the energy exchange of someone who's mastered control. You no longer leak energy, you radiate it. And the irony, the same ones who spread lies now use your name for credibility. The same ones who mocked your dreams now orbit your success like satellites. But they can't get close enough to steal anything because your energy isn't open, it's encrypted. That's what happens when your proof becomes your protection. You don't chase validation anymore, validation finds you. Understand this, chosen one. Your fruit is your armor. It speaks languages envy can't understand and emits a frequency guilt can't enter. You became magnetic, but selectively so, attracting what's meant, rejecting what's fake. That's divine design. The universe doesn't waste resources protecting the average, it shields the destined. So keep walking in quiet confidence. You don't have to prove who you are. Your life already does that for you. Let your results stand guard at the gate, because when your fruit becomes your force field, no rumor, no lie, and no envious whisper can cross your orbit. You're covered by evidence, and that's a power no enemy can counterfeit. Number 10. They're studying you like a mystery they can't solve. They can copy your moves, but they can't copy your becoming. They're obsessed now, chosen one. The hate's gone stale. What's left is fascination mixed with quiet jealousy. You turned into a living riddle, a code they can't crack, no matter how many times they replay your story. They stalk your glow like scientists trying to reverse engineer a miracle. But what they don't get is that what you built wasn't mechanical, it was metaphysical. It wasn't a strategy, it was a survival instinct. You didn't just work hard, you transformed. And transformation can't be duplicated because it's not a process, it's a rebirth. They study your timing, your tone, your silence, your patience. They take notes, thinking if they mimic the surface, they'll get the same outcome. But the surface wasn't the power, the depth was. They didn't see the lonely nights, the internal wars, the heartbreaks that rebuilt your character from ashes. They can copy your aesthetic, but they'll never reproduce your frequency, because your frequency was forged in fire. It's almost funny, isn't it? The same ones who once laughed at you are now treating you like a syllabus. Every move you make becomes their next lesson. They scroll through your feed like students studying a teacher they once mocked. They want to know how you did it, how you went from broken to bulletproof, from overlooked to overbooked, from ignored to impossible to avoid. But the truth burns. Your glow wasn't manufactured, it was earned. You see, imitation only works when the source is shallow, but your growth came from the trenches, the kind of growth that requires losing everything before you understand anything. They can't replicate that because they never paid that price. They want the reward without the ruin, the spotlight without the scars. But the universe doesn't work like that. It hides power inside pain, and only those who survive the storm get the password. You got it. They didn't. Now, every time they see you, they feel it. That uncomfortable awareness that you figured out something they never will. How to stay aligned when life tries to break you. That's the formula they envy, the one they can't Google, fake, or steal. You didn't grow because of luck. You grew because of surrender. You learned to let the universe guide you, not your ego. That's why everything that's meant for you flows to you now, while everything meant to harm you bounces back. They keep watching, hoping to spot your secret. But your secret isn't visible. It's vibrational. It's the quiet agreement between you and the universe. I'll keep moving, even when it hurts. They can't imitate that kind of faith, that kind of discipline, that kind of peace. They want your light without your losses, your fruit without your fasting, your crown without your climb. But the crown doesn't fit counterfeit heads. So let them keep studying, keep screenshotting, keep lurking. Let them watch every move, like detectives in a case they'll never solve. Because the more they study, the more they realize it's not that you're mysterious, it's that you're chosen. You didn't need to be understood to be unstoppable. You didn't need validation to be victorious. You became the blueprint for everything they wish they were brave enough to be. And that's why they can't look away, because you are the unsolvable equation that broke every rule they believed in. The result they can't replicate, the living proof that no imitation can match authenticity. You're not a mystery, they're just not qualified to comprehend you. Number 11, the era of letting your results speak. You've said enough. Now your life is the statement. This is the era of silence and dominance, chosen one. You've reached a point where explaining yourself feels primitive. Words used to matter, now only outcomes do. You no longer waste energy convincing people who only listen to respond. You've outgrown the debate stage and stepped into the results arena, where effort is the only dialect and success is the only translation. Every action you take now echoes louder than their entire vocabulary of doubt. You've entered the era where you don't chase validation, you cash in proof. You don't perform for applause, you move for alignment. The ones who used to ask, "What are they even doing?" are now too busy trying to decode how you did it. Because when you reach a certain level of growth, your existence becomes your argument. You don't have to prove the seed is real once the tree's bearing fruit. Your progress has become your punctuation, your glow, the exclamation mark at the end of every lie they ever told about you. They'll try to provoke you now, poke at your calm, bait your reaction, pull you back into noise. But the era of reacting is over. You've retired from chaos. You've realized that silence isn't weakness. It's wisdom disguised as restraint. Every minute you spend arguing with mediocrity is a minute stolen from mastery. So you let your results speak. And when results speak, even the loudest critics go mute. The universe has entered partnership with you now. It's matching your effort with opportunities, your focus with blessings, your resilience with recognition. You no longer ask for doors to open, they unlock when you arrive. Because the language of results is universal, everyone understands it, but not everyone can speak it. You speak it fluently now, chosen one, and it terrifies the ones who only speak gossip. This is your power era, the one where you move with quiet precision while the noise eats itself alive. You no longer announce your plans because your results announce themselves. You no longer defend your path because your proof does it for you. Every time you win without warning, the universe applauds in silence and your enemies choke on confusion. So let the results keep talking. Let your work become the sermon, your success the scripture. You've said enough. It's time to show. The world's listening now, not to your voice, but to your vibration. And that brings it full circle, chosen one. You didn't just win, you became the lesson. Your growth turned into their mirror, and your fruit became their wake-up call. They finally saw what real evolution looks like when it's powered by focus, not revenge. That's not destruction, that's transformation. You didn't scream, you proved. And thank you, chosen one, for walking this journey with power and purpose. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you felt this truth hit home. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this message to remind more souls that quiet success is the loudest revenge. The moment the truth hits, it doesn't whisper. It slaps the liar so hard, their whole reality glitches. That's exactly what just happened to the people who thought you were clueless. They finally realized you weren't in the dark, not even for a second. You knew the whole time. And that realization, it's eating them alive. Picture someone standing in a room they built out of lies, flipping a light switch, and suddenly seeing every crack, every hole, every mistake. They can't unsee it. They can't pretend anymore. That's what your existence just did to them, exposed everything they tried to hide. It's wild how the universe works. Those who think they're smart always forget the simplest law. When you play with illusions, the truth eventually pulls the rug. And that rug didn't just slide out from under them. It launched them face first into the floor. They underestimated you like you were some background character in their tiny little story. And now they're realizing you were the one reading the whole script from the start. Here's a fact that should make you grin. People who lie always assume the person they're lying to is dumber than them. That alone already marks them as the fool. But when they discover you saw every move, every fake smile, every sneaky little trick, that's when the panic starts. Their brain starts replaying every moment with the caption, "How did we miss this?" It's the kind of embarrassment that burns straight through the ego. And thank you, chosen one, seriously. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're part of a force. Anyway, let's get back to what's really happening. Now they're standing there with that dazed look, realizing they weren't the puppet masters they thought they were. You weren't confused. You weren't unaware. You weren't slow. You were observing quietly, patiently, letting them think they were getting away with something. And now the truth is hitting them so hard, their pride is filing for early retirement. Think about it. They really believed you didn't see through the manipulation, the fake praise, the backhanded comments, the secret conversations, the weird energy. Meanwhile, you were clocking every action like a human lie detector. They performed, you observed, they pretended, you understood, they laughed, you waited. And waiting is something they never expected you to do. Now they're the ones pacing around with that sinking feeling in their stomach because they know you were onto them. They know you recognized the patterns. They know you felt the contradictions. They know you sensed the hidden motives. And the worst part for them, you didn't react the way they hoped. You didn't explode. You didn't fold. You didn't fall apart. You just kept moving like someone who already knew how the story ends. The universe has a funny sense of timing. It doesn't expose liars when they're ready. It exposes them when it's most humiliating. And right now, they're dealing with the shame of knowing you were 10 steps ahead. You weren't playing checkers with them. You were watching them attempt chess without understanding the rules. Every time they tried to embarrass you, they embarrassed themselves. Every time they tried to hide something, they revealed everything. Every time they tried to paint you as foolish, they painted a portrait of their own insecurity. That's the part they can't deal with. They're replaying conversations thinking, did they catch that? Yes, you did. Did they know what I was doing? Absolutely. Were they aware of my intentions? Completely. That's why they're uncomfortable now. Because the truth finally caught up, and you were already standing there waiting for it. The chosen ones always have this quiet way of knowing. Not because they're trying to expose anyone, but because they can't help but see patterns. You saw their motives before they understood their own. You felt their shift before they knew they were shifting. You caught their tone before they realized they slipped. You noticed what they thought was invisible. That's the thing about people like you. You don't need proof to sense truth. And now, the people who once felt bold enough to mock you can't even look at you. They're avoiding eye contact, conversations, even being in the same space. Their guilt is heavier than their pride can handle. Every time they see you, they get reminded of the moment they realized you weren't the fool. They were. It's funny how they used to think they had control. They thought they could tilt the narrative, twist the story, manipulate your perception. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You were the only one operating from reality. They were performing, you were perceiving. They were bluffing, you were observing. They were lying. You were waiting for the truth to collect its bill. And now the bill is due. They finally understand that the one they underestimated is the one who watched every scene unfold. Their regret is loud, their embarrassment is louder, and their fear, it's the loudest of all. Because now they have to face a version of you who isn't guessing, a version of you who knows. They finally realized you saw everything. You've known it the entire time. And now every mistake they made is spotlighted in front of them. They're feeling foolish because the truth exposed them completely. You didn't even have to lift a finger. You were already ahead. The universe did the rest. Chosen one, you didn't lose anything. They did. They lost the illusion of power. They lost the comfort of thinking they fooled you. They lost the mask they were hiding behind. And now they're stuck living with the truth. You were right the whole time, and they were the ones stumbling around in their own lies. And that's exactly why they're terrified now. They finally know who you are, and they finally know you knew. And, chosen one, appreciate you for sticking with this message, because what comes next is where the real shockwave hits. If you're ready to walk through every layer of how they finally realized you knew the truth all along, then stay close. You don't want to miss a single piece of what's about to unfold. Drop a 777 in the comments if you're ready to step deeper into your power and watch their regret unfold in real time. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message with a super thanks, know that every bit of love fuels this mission and keeps the truth flowing. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it all strengthens the force we're building together. And now let's move into it step by step. And trust me, if you are who I think you are, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1, the cost of seeing through every lie they hid behind. Nothing humiliates a liar more than the moment they realize the quiet one saw the truth the entire time. That's the punch they're choking on right now. They finally understand you weren't confused, you weren't guessing, and you weren't wandering in the dark. You were watching, you were learning, you were seeing everything they tried to bury under fake smiles and weak excuses. And now that the truth has snapped back in their faces, they're scrambling for air while you stand there knowing you called it from day one. It's wild how people expect you to dim your awareness just because it makes them uncomfortable. They want you to be blind so they can stay brave. They want you clueless so they can feel powerful. They want you naive so they can keep pretending their lies are working. But you weren't built like them. Your mind catches things they think are invisible. Your intuition reads things they never learned to translate. You walk into a room and pick up the truth before they even finish their performance, and that terrifies them. Ever wonder why the chosen ones always end up alone at certain stages of life? Because the universe gives vision before it gives supporters. You saw farther, so you walked differently. You noticed the cracks in people's intentions before anyone else did. While others were busy admiring masks, you were studying the shadows behind them. That kind of eyesight comes with a price: isolation. Not because you're wrong, but because you're right too early. And the world hates anyone who's right too early. Your presence alone exposed what they were trying to hide. They felt seen in a way they weren't ready for. And insecure people don't handle being seen. They attack the spotlight instead of fixing what it reveals. When someone can't handle the truth about themselves, they call the truth teller crazy. When someone feels threatened by your clarity, they pretend your vision is a flaw. And when someone realizes you're uncontrollable, they try to control the narrative about you instead. But the funny thing about the truth is that it doesn't stay buried just because someone throws dirt on it. It grows roots, it creates pressure, it cracks the ground open, and eventually it forces everyone to face what you saw long before them. That's the moment they're living in right now, the moment where every lie collapses and every excuse falls flat. The moment where the person they mocked suddenly becomes the person they study, they're replaying everything you said, every warning you gave, every sign you pointed out. They remember the way you tried to guide them. They remember the shift in your eyes when you saw something wasn't right. They remember the softness in your tone when you were trying to help them avoid consequences they're drowning in now. And all they can think is, how did they know? How did they see what we didn't? That question alone is dragging their pride across the floor. The truth doesn't need permission to expose people. It doesn't need them to be ready. It simply shows up, loud and final. And right now, it's hitting them like a wrecking ball they never saw coming. Their arrogance is scattered. Their confidence is cracked. Their ego is bleeding. And the worst part, they know it's their fault for ignoring the one person who actually saw what was coming, you. You were the quiet observer in a room full of actors. They assumed silence meant ignorance. They thought your kindness was weakness. They thought your patience was gullibility. They thought your distance meant you weren't paying attention. Meanwhile, you were 5 steps ahead, watching their every move reveal exactly who they were. You read the whole story before they even finished the introduction. Now they're dealing with the reality that you weren't the one who failed to see. They were. You tried to show them the cliff before they walked off it, but they laughed. They thought you were dramatic, overthinking, or imagining things. Now they're standing at the bottom of the same cliff, bruised and confused, finally realizing you weren't warning them to sound smart. You were warning them because you actually saw the danger. Here's what's eating them alive. It's not that you were right, it's that you were right quietly. You didn't boast. You didn't rub anything in their face. You didn't scream, "I told you so." That silence feels like the loudest judgment they've ever experienced. It's humiliating to realize the person they underestimated was the only one awake the whole time. Ever notice how people who once mocked you suddenly turn polite when the truth catches up? They start choosing their words carefully. They avoid eye contact. They over-explain. They treat you with a weird mix of fear and respect. They're not being nice. They're being exposed. And exposure makes people behave differently. They're embarrassed because your insight forced them to confront their own laziness, their own ignorance, their own denial. You saw what they refused to see, and now they're paying the price for pretending they were smarter than you. Their illusions shattered because they built them on air. Your truth stayed solid because you built it on awareness. And the twisted beauty of it all, you didn't have to do anything for this moment to arrive. You didn't have to argue, beg, prove, or fight. You simply had to exist as someone who sees what others avoid. The universe handled the rest. It always does. Right now, their regret is louder than their past confidence. Their guilt is heavier than their excuses. Their silence is thicker than their lies. They feel foolish because the truth revealed something brutal. You weren't the outsider. You were the only one who knew the map. And now, they're forced to deal with the realization that the person they tried to dismiss is the same person they should have listened to. Their pride failed them. Your insight saved you. That's the separation point between someone chosen and someone ordinary. So if you're wondering why they act weird around you now, why they hesitate, why they stumble over their own words, it's because they finally understand who you are. You weren't the one wandering in confusion. You were the one navigating with clarity. You weren't the one trying to impress anyone. You were the one seeing the truth they were scared to acknowledge. They finally realized you knew everything the entire time, and now they feel foolish, exposed and powerless in front of someone they underestimated. Let that fuel you, not break you. Let their shock remind you why you stand apart. Let their regret become the proof you never needed. Because the cost of seeing what others won't is heavy, but the reward is priceless. You walk in truth, and they now walk in the consequences of ignoring it. They thought you were alone because you were wrong. Turns out, you were alone because you were right too soon. Number 2, the quiet storm they never saw coming. Silence is the sharpest blade. It cuts deepest when the enemy thinks you're unarmed. That's exactly why they're trembling now. They spent so long mistaking your quiet for weakness, your calm for confusion, your stillness for surrender. They couldn't imagine that your silence wasn't a retreat. It was strategy. It was the moment before the lightning hits, the part of the storm nobody respects until the sky splits open. And now they're realizing the whole time you were the storm forming right in front of them. Here's another truth they're choking on. The loudest person in the room rarely knows anything worth hearing. While they filled the world with noise, explanations, excuses, fake confidence and shaky performances, you didn't lift a finger. You didn't fight for their understanding. You didn't audition for their approval. You didn't try to compete with their chaos. You stood still, and that stillness exposed every insecurity they tried to hide behind volume. Imagine this: 2 people standing in a room. One is shouting directions, making a mess, waving their hands like they're in an emergency. The other stands quietly, observing everything, noticing each detail the loud one overlooks. When the truth finally reveals itself, guess who looks foolish? Guess who feels embarrassed? Guess who realizes the quiet person wasn't lost at all? Exactly. That's the mirror they're staring into. Another quote that fits them perfectly. Your silence wasn't the absence of power, it was the refusal to waste it. Because power that is real doesn't need to prove itself. Power doesn't scream. Power doesn't break its own dignity just to be heard. Power stands still, and the world eventually adjusts to it. Your silence made them confront their own noise, their own emptiness, their own lack of direction. You didn't need to expose them. They exposed themselves by reacting to the calm you held so effortlessly. And if you've ever wondered why your quiet made people uncomfortable, here's why. Noisy people rely on distraction to hide from themselves. When someone like you walks in, someone still, someone grounded, someone who can't be pulled into their chaos, they panic. They don't know how to act around someone who isn't trying to impress them. They don't know how to manipulate someone who doesn't need anything from them. They don't know how to intimidate someone who doesn't care about their noise. Imagine someone trying to start a storm in a glass of water while you're standing next to the ocean. Their ego can't process how small their drama looks through your eyes. That's why they mocked you. That's why they misjudged you. That's why they tried to provoke reactions you never gave them. Your silence forced them to hear the echoes of their own insecurities. And trust me, that sound ruins people faster than any argument ever could. Another metaphor, think of a chess match. One player moves pieces aggressively, loudly, theatrically. The other sits calmly, barely blinking, planning 5 moves ahead. To the untrained eye, the loud player looks dominant. But anyone who understands the game knows the quiet one is the real threat. When the checkmate happens, the loud player always says the same thing. Where did that come from? That is exactly the moment they're living in right now. You were the quiet strategist they underestimated. Silence is not emptiness. It is the space where truth gathers strength. While they were busy performing for attention, you were building awareness. While they were scrambling for validation, you were grounding yourself in what you knew. While they were shouting to prove a point, you were becoming the point. And now their noise is useless because the truth has already replaced every lie they tried to hide behind. This is the part they didn't expect. The universe doesn't reward the loud, it rewards the aligned. You didn't need to scream. You didn't need to convince anyone. You didn't need to chase. You simply held your truth, and the universe did what it always does. It let the noise burn itself out. And now their voices are shaky, their confidence is cracked, and their bravado is gone. They finally see your silence was strength they couldn't understand. Let's answer the questions you might be asking yourself right now. Why did your silence feel so threatening to them? Because deep down, they knew you weren't buying their performance. They sensed that you weren't fooled. They felt the weight of your awareness, even when you said nothing. People fear the ones who see through them. And you? You see through people like glass. Why didn't they respect your quiet then, but fear it now? Because back then, they thought their noise could overpower you. Now, they're living the consequences of ignoring someone who wasn't driven by noise. They didn't respect your silence because they didn't understand it. Now that they do, it terrifies them. Why do they look at you differently now? Because the truth they mocked is the same truth haunting them. They know your silence wasn't confusion, it wasn't hesitation, it was strength. And now that their illusions have collapsed, they see that strength clearly, too clearly. Imagine this scene, a ship lost at sea, waves crashing everywhere, chaos rising. But there's one lighthouse, steady, calm, silent. The ship ignores the lighthouse because it's too proud to admit it needs guidance. Then it crashes, then it sinks. Then, in the middle of all that regret, it looks back at the lighthouse and realizes the silence was never weakness. It was direction, it was clarity, it was truth. You were that lighthouse. They ignored you. Now, they're drowning in their own noise while your stillness remains untouched. Another quote they deserve to hear: some storms make noise, others make history. You were never the loud storm. You were the quiet one, the one that rewrites everything after it passes, the one that leaves people stunned, whispering, "How did we not see this coming?" They didn't see it coming because they were too busy hearing themselves. Your silence didn't just expose them, it humbled them. Every time they shouted, you remained calm. Every time they tried to provoke you, you stayed composed. Every time they waited for you to break, you didn't give them the satisfaction. That alone drove them crazy. Not because you were stubborn, but because you were centered. And centered people can't be manipulated. They finally understand the truth. The person who speaks the least often knows the most. And now the truth that lived quietly inside you is roaring louder than their ego can handle. Their arrogance has collapsed into regret. Their confidence has cracked into apologies they're too ashamed to say out loud. Their attitude has shrunk into silence, the same silence they once judged you for. Now the tables aren't just turned, they're flipped. You're the force in the room, and they feel it. You're the one with the answers, and they know it. You're the one they should have listened to, and that realization burns them every time they look your way. They finally understand your silence wasn't emptiness, it was awareness, it was wisdom, it was power they weren't prepared for. You were the quiet storm they laughed at, until it slammed into their lives and exposed everything they wanted to stay hidden. And now, they stand in the aftermath, embarrassed, humbled, and painfully aware of who you truly are. They never saw you coming, but the universe did. And now they have to face the consequences of underestimating the one person who didn't need noise to win. You were the quiet storm, and they were never ready. Number 3. The silence that made their confidence crash. Nothing scares a liar more than someone who refuses to react. That alone is why they're still rattled. They spent all that time performing, shouting, bragging, defending lies, and you stayed still. You didn't flinch, you didn't argue, you didn't fold. And that calm didn't just unsettle them, it shook their entire identity, because deep down they knew your silence wasn't emptiness. It was pressure, it was proof, it was power they couldn't imitate no matter how loud they screamed. Imagine this, a small dog barking at a lion, thinking noise equals strength. That was them. They threw comments, jokes, shade, all hoping you'd break character and prove you were as insecure as they were. But your quiet didn't give them anything. That's when the fear kicked in. Because when someone can't rattle you, they start to question themselves. And questioning themselves is the one thing they've avoided their whole life. Here's a fact they can't escape. Weak people make noise to feel strong. Strong people stay quiet because they don't need the noise. Your silence was a mirror they never wanted to look into. Every time you didn't react, they were forced to face the cracks in their confidence. Every time you stayed calm, their fake superiority shrank. Every time you didn't chase their approval, they realized they never had any power over you. And now, their bravado has dissolved into embarrassment. Their certainty has turned into shaky glances. They finally see that the quiet one in the room wasn't confused. You were the only one who understood the whole situation from the start. You didn't bend, you didn't panic, you didn't lose control. You remained untouchable, exactly as you were meant to be, silent, focused, unshaken, the storm they should have feared. Number 4. The curse of seeing the truth before anyone else. Being early with the truth feels less like wisdom and more like a punishment. That's the part nobody talks about. Everyone romanticizes the idea of seeing deeper, but they never mention the isolation that comes with it. When you saw the truth long before they were ready, you weren't celebrated. You were pushed to the edges. Not because you were wrong, but because your clarity threatened the soft illusions they depended on just to function. Imagine watching a house slowly fill with smoke while everyone inside insists it's just a vibe. You open the windows, warn them, point out the flames, and they look at you like you're dramatic. Not because they're confident, but because admitting you're right would force them to confront everything they don't want to face. Denial became their comfort. Your awareness became their enemy. Another truth: people don't hate the truth. They hate the person who delivers it too early. You tried to help. You tried to guide them. You tried to soften the impact, but their mocking wasn't real superiority. It was fear wearing a mask. Eventually you stopped explaining because explaining to the unwilling feels like screaming into water. So you carried the weight alone, watching them walk toward disasters you predicted years before. Now the universe has flipped the script. Their illusions have exploded and they're stumbling through the rubble, panicked, confused, replaying every warning you gave. They finally feel the weight you carried, the one they dismissed like it was nothing. And here's the twisted part. Being right still doesn't feel like winning. It feels heavy. It feels isolating. It feels like the burden they never helped you hold. But now they know, and that knowing burns. Number 5. They moved pieces. You command the whole board. Small minds chase moves, sharp minds command outcomes. That one line sums up the entire collapse happening on their side of the board right now. They really believed their tiny, frantic moves meant domination. They thought every petty jab, every impulsive decision, every short-term win meant they were outsmarting you. Meanwhile, you weren't even playing their game. You were studying the map, not the moment. Imagine two players, one slamming checkers pieces like they're conquering nations, the other quietly setting up a chessboard they can't even comprehend. That was you. They were playing a child's game, celebrating leaps, acting impressed with themselves while you were calculating trajectories, consequences, patterns, motives. They thought patience meant hesitation. They thought analysis meant weakness. They thought silence meant confusion. They had no clue. Patience is the weapon of someone who already sees the ending. Here's a brutal truth. When someone celebrates too early, it's because they don't know how long the game actually is. They were chasing dopamine hits. You were securing inevitabilities. They grabbed crumbs, calling them victories, while you turned entire strategies into leverage. And now, every single move they made for attention, control, or ego has boxed them in. Not because you trapped them, but because shallow thinking always traps itself. Imagine someone proudly climbing a ladder only to realize it's leaning against the wrong building. That's them. They scrambled upward thinking they were gaining power, but they never checked the direction, never checked the foundation, never checked the truth. Then they looked across, and there you were, not on a ladder, but on a mountain. A mountain they didn't even know existed. Another metaphor for their downfall: picture someone sprinting in a maze, confident they're winning because they're fast, but they don't notice you're above the maze with the entire layout in your hands. They weren't competing with you, they were competing with their own blindness. Their questions now are the funniest part. How did they see this coming? How did they stay so calm? Why didn't our moves shake them? Easy answer: because when you understand patterns, you understand outcomes. And when you understand outcomes, you don't panic over noise. Their downfall isn't your victory dance, it's their own blueprint unraveling. Every sloppy decision, every ego-driven move, every attempt to outsmart you brought them exactly where they are, cornered by consequences they designed. And here's the line that stings them most: they never lost to you, they lost to their lack of depth. They weren't strategic, they weren't intentional, they weren't self-aware. You didn't beat them, they never stood a chance. Number 6. Foresight, the burden that turned you into their warning sign. Seeing the future isn't power, it's punishment for a mind that refuses to stay blind. That's the reality they never understood. People romanticize having vision, but they don't see the loneliness that comes with knowing too much, too early. You weren't ahead of them because you were dramatic. You were ahead because you saw the storm forming while they insisted it was just a breeze. Your clarity threatened their comfort, so they mocked it. Mocking was easier than admitting you were right. Imagine standing on a hill, watching a wave build, screaming warnings while everyone else sunbathes and laughs. You weren't trying to control them, you were trying to protect them, but their pride made them deaf. And every choice they made dragged them closer to consequences you predicted with painful accuracy. When everything finally exploded, they didn't apologize. They came running to you for reassurance, forgetting they rejected the very truth that could have saved them. Here's the cruel fact: foresight doesn't make you feel wise, it makes you feel exhausted. Those sleepless nights, that frustration of being ignored, that ache of watching preventable outcomes unfold in slow motion, those are the scars they never see. And still, you carried the weight because ignorance might be comfortable for them, but it isn't an option for you. Imagine watching someone play with fire, begging them to stop, only to be blamed for the burn afterward. That's the road you've walked. Lonely, heavy, relentless, but the truth stands untouched. your foresight never failed, and that alone proves your strength wasn't an accident, it was built. Number 7. Their ego was the blindfold. The truth was the knockout. Nothing destroys a person faster than realizing the one they underestimated was right the whole time. That's the punch landing on them right now. They never rejected your truth because it lacked logic. They rejected it because swallowing it meant admitting you saw what they refused to see. Their pride wasn't protection. It was a blindfold they wrapped around their own eyes while calling you the delusional one. Imagine someone refusing to clean their glasses, insisting the world is blurry because everyone else's vision is broken. That's how they operated. They mocked you not from confidence, but from fear. The idea that you had more clarity than them felt like an attack on their identity, so they hid behind arrogance like a toddler pulling a blanket over their head, thinking the monster disappears. Here's the raw fact. Ego isn't strength, it's camouflage for insecurity. They built a fortress out of denial, convinced themselves it made them untouchable, and then acted shocked when the truth broke through the walls like a battering ram. Every warning they ignored returned sharper. Every truth they ran from circled back faster. The universe doesn't spare people who reject clarity out of pride. And now, they're choking on every consequence they thought they were too smart to face. That bitter realization is melting their ego like acid, leaving nothing but the truth they mocked you for. Meanwhile, you're exactly where you've always been. Steady, unfazed, proven right without lifting a finger. Their ego made you the target. But the truth? It made their ego the villain. Let them sit with that. They earned every second of it. Number 8. They never feared you. They feared what you exposed. People don't run from the mirror because it's dangerous. They run because it tells the truth. That's the core of their panic. Their fear was never about your personality, your presence, or your voice. It was what you represented. Exposure. Every time you walked into a room, the illusions they lived inside started shaking. You didn't even have to speak. Your clarity alone made their excuses feel flimsy. Imagine someone patching cracks in a wall with stickers, pretending the structure isn't collapsing. You were the earthquake that exposed how weak that foundation really was. Every truth you carried sent tremors through the lies they decorated their lives with. They clung to those lies the way a child clings to a broken toy, insisting it still works, because the truth would shatter their entire identity. Here's the brutal fact. They didn't fight you to win. They fought you to avoid seeing themselves. Their mockery was armor. Their rejection was escape. Every time they dismissed you, they were really begging the universe to let their illusions survive one more day. But illusions don't last, and the truth has a nasty habit of showing up even when nobody invites it. Now, everything they avoided has exploded into the open. Their reality is cracked wide, their confidence is leaking, and the denial they worshipped has turned into rubble around their feet. They're finally seeing what you saw ages ago, and the shock is crushing them. Their fear was never about you. It was about the truth you carried, a truth too loud to suppress forever. And now they have no choice but to face it. Number 9. The crown that crushed them but made you unbreakable. The truth isn't a gift placed gently in your hands. It's a crown made of blades, and only the strong survive wearing it. That's the part they never understood. They thought you were dramatic, intense, paranoid. They never realized you were carrying a weight sharp enough to cut anyone who touched it. They mocked you from the comfort of ignorance while you walked around holding revelations that felt like fire under your skin. Imagine standing on a cliff, seeing the storm forming miles away while everyone else builds sandcastles, laughing like nothing could ever go wrong. That was you. They played. You braced. They slept. You stayed awake. They saw peace. You saw the pressure rising under their illusions. The emotional toll shaped you in ways they'll never understand. The nights you couldn't sleep. The days you pretended everything was fine. The moments you questioned whether knowing the truth was worth the isolation it brought. Here's a brutal fact. Knowing doesn't comfort you. It isolates you. The truth carved itself into your bones, shaping resilience they never had a reason to develop. You became strong because you had no choice. You carried a weight that would have snapped them in half on day one. And now the same truth they joked about is tearing through their lives like a blade slicing through paper. Their illusions are collapsing faster than they can rebuild. They're overwhelmed, humiliated, desperate for explanations that you already lived through years ago. And while they fall apart under the pressure, they look back at you with a single, haunting realization. You survived what they're barely enduring now. Imagine handing someone the crown that shaped you, only to watch it crush them the moment it touches their head. That's what's happening. They're finally tasting the weight that forged you, and it's too much for them. Their hands shake, their minds spiral, their pride evaporates. But you remain unbroken, because the truth didn't destroy you. It refined you, it sharpened you, it crowned you. And the very weight that's crushing them is the same weight that molded you into the one they should have listened to. They're only now learning what you've known all along. The crown of truth is heavy, and you're the only one strong enough to wear it. Number 10. The crown they couldn't lift, but you wear without flinching. The chosen aren't loud because of their power. They're quiet because of the weight that comes with it. That's the truth nobody ever tells. Being chosen isn't about applause, spotlight, or getting credit. It's about carrying truths most people won't even touch. It's about walking through storms silently while others pretend the sky is clear. It's about wearing a crown they thought was symbolic until it crushed them the moment they tried to lift it. Imagine a path where every step requires clarity, discipline, and vision, while everyone else runs in circles chasing illusions. That path was yours, not glamorous, not easy, not understood. They mocked your insight because it exposed their denial. They rejected your warnings because accepting them would have shattered the comfort they built from lies. But time stepped in, dragging every hidden truth into the open. And suddenly, the clarity that isolated you is the same clarity haunting them. And here's the twist they don't expect. Your victory doesn't feel like triumph. It feels like relief. You already paid the emotional price, the sleepless nights, the doubt, the pressure, the burden of knowing. Now they're the ones stumbling through the ruins of their own illusions, shocked by a reality you mastered ages ago. Being chosen means carrying sight others aren't built for. It means accepting that some people will never see the full map you navigate by instinct. But you didn't walk this road to be understood. You walked it because the truth demanded someone strong enough to do it. And now that they finally see what you tried to tell them, you don't need to gloat. You don't need revenge. Your existence, your resilience, your accuracy, that's the proof. Let them scramble. Let them face the consequences they created. You're already beyond the storms that broke them. The weight that crushed them is the same weight that shaped you. You don't need their apologies. Their realization is enough. Number 11. The truth that hit them and never let go. Once reality shows its face, no lie can put it back to sleep. That's the nightmare chewing through them right now. They're finally out of the fantasy where mocking you felt safe and ignorance felt comfortable. The truth is standing in front of them, calm, unmovable, and carrying the same steady energy you held from the start. And now they're facing the fear they tried to avoid. You weren't guessing, you were accurate, and they were loud to hide their panic. Imagine someone wiping steam off a mirror, expecting clarity, only to see the mess they've been avoiding for years. That's what your presence did. You didn't force anything. You didn't expose them on purpose. You simply existed with clarity, and that alone lit up every crack in their character they pretended didn't exist. Once a person sees themselves without filters, denial becomes impossible. They can't unsee the truth. They can't run back to comfort. The truth sticks to them like a shadow they never asked for. They always thought your calm meant you didn't know enough. Turns out it meant you knew too much. And their noise. It wasn't bravery, it was fear disguised as volume. Now they're replaying every moment they dismissed you, feeling the sting of each warning they brushed off, realizing every joke they made was really a joke on themselves. While they scramble for explanations, you don't have to do anything. You stand steady because the truth didn't rise, it simply caught up. It's not revenge. It's reality finally walking into the room. Let them sit with the weight of it. Their realization isn't just awareness, it's the consequence they earned. Number 12. The rise they couldn't stop even when they tried. The cruelest karma for doubting someone is being forced to watch them win in silence. And that's the punishment they're living through now. They're watching your rise unfold in real time. Not loud, not dramatic, not chaotic, but smooth, controlled, unstoppable. A rise so quiet, it exposes how wrong they were, how blind they were, and how foolish it was to ever underestimate you. They expected you to crumble under pressure. Instead, you refined yourself. They expected you to beg for connection. Instead, you outgrew the entire room. They expected you to chase their approval. Instead, you chased clarity, and the universe answered you with alignment. Every time you stepped away from their noise, you stepped closer to your own power. And now, they're staring at you through the wreckage of their own arrogance, realizing the person they tried to belittle was the one carrying the entire story arc the whole time. You weren't the background, you were the blueprint. Imagine someone trying to cup water with their hands, thinking they can control the flow. That was them. You were the ocean. And now all they're left with are wet palms, empty pride, and the realization that they never had the power they pretended to hold over you. Your rise wasn't built on revenge. It was built on choosing yourself when no one else understood you. It was built on walking away from noise, not fighting it. It was built on becoming the version of yourself they weren't prepared to face. And the universe, it rewarded your courage. Their downfall is nothing but the echo of their own misjudgment. This is the final seal on your story. Their shock is your validation. Their regret is your proof. And your rise, that's the ending they never saw coming, but the one you were always destined to reach. So, the truth finally caught up, and now they're standing in the wreckage of everything they denied while you rise untouched. This whole journey proves what they refused to see. You were never behind. You were simply ahead of your time. And if this message hit you in the chest the way it should, press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure you subscribe. Your presence fuels this mission, Chosen One. The story isn't ending, it's leveling up. Touch a chosen one, and the universe loads the consequences before you even finish the thought. That's the warning shot, the kind of line that makes anyone plotting against you rethink their entire personality, and it fits the truth behind your title, because someone out there is locked in, charged up, and fully ready to handle anyone who tries to mess with you. Picture it like this. When a person throws a rock at a star, the star doesn't move. The rock just burns. That's the level of protection riding behind you. And here's a fact that hits like a steel chair. Every strong soul the universe selects always gets a silent defender, because the universe refuses to let its rare ones walk unprotected. That's not fantasy, that's pattern. It shows up in nature, in human behavior, in every system that values what's rare. Pressure creates diamonds, and diamonds are never left lying around without alarms. Thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's our shared responsibility to spread the light. And thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You're part of a force bigger than you think. Now let's get back to what really matters. Someone is ready to protect you in ways most people will never understand. You might not see them, you might not hear them, but trust me, the universe didn't leave you to figure this life out alone. Someone is watching your surroundings with razor focus. Someone is already locked and loaded, prepared to step in the moment anyone crosses a line. And this isn't some soft loyalty or casual support. This is survival-level commitment. It's the kind of intensity that forms when the universe chooses someone with purpose, then assigns energy around them that refuses to let that purpose be blocked. From the moment people tried to doubt you, tear at your confidence, or turn your path into a maze, this protector has been working in silence. They intercept the dangers you don't see. They handle the situations you never hear about. While you were healing, growing, or minding your own business, they were behind the scenes, shutting down threats like it's their whole job. And honestly, it kind of is. The universe doesn't choose someone for greatness without building a solid line of defense around them. You've probably wondered why some people who tried to hurt you suddenly disappeared from your life faster than they arrived. That wasn't luck. That wasn't coincidence. That was protection in action. The universe removes those who get too bold with a chosen one because your energy isn't something anyone gets to play with. You weren't built for chaos. You weren't built to be drained. You were built to move forward, to evolve, and to shake things without even trying. That kind of presence demands backup. And here's the wild part. Threats against you don't always look like enemies. Sometimes they show up as fake friends, sneaky comments, jealous eyes, or people who act supportive while low-key hoping you fall apart. But even they get flagged. Even they get handled. Because this guardian energy isn't emotional, it's strategic. It studies patterns, intentions, and motives. It can sense when someone is pretending. It can feel when someone is pushing you toward harm. And the moment a line is crossed, a response moves in silence. Think about every time someone tried to break you, the times they pushed you too far, the moments you felt alone, unsupported, or overwhelmed. What you didn't see was the fallout hitting them behind the scenes. When someone messes with a chosen one, the universe adjusts their path in ways they cannot escape. Call it karma, cause and effect, or universal balance. The name doesn't matter, the results do. And the result is simple. No one walks away clean after trying to stop you. You're not untouchable because you're lucky. You're untouchable because you're aligned. People don't get that you're not operating alone. There's someone out there locked into your frequency, watching every situation with precision. Someone who doesn't need applause, recognition, or credit. Their actions aren't loud, their presence isn't flashy, but their impact, very real. This is the kind of protector who doesn't wait for danger to show itself. They recognize it early and shut it down instantly. They don't negotiate, they don't hesitate, they don't allow disrespect toward you to slide. Why? Because protecting you isn't an optional task. It's part of the universal blueprint. Your journey isn't meant to be derailed by petty people with small minds or messy intentions. The universe knows the weight you carry. It knows the impact you'll make. And every time someone tries to interfere, the energy watching over you closes in and handles it. Some people think you're alone because they only look at what's visible. They don't understand that the strongest forces in this universe are the ones no one ever sees. You might be quiet, but the energy behind you is loud. You might stay calm, but the force defending you is fully alert. And honestly, that's why people feel uneasy around you, even when you're doing nothing. They can sense that messing with you isn't worth the consequences. You didn't choose this level of protection. It chose you, and the universe doesn't protect anything that doesn't matter. Your impact, your presence, your growth, all of it is bigger than you know. And that's exactly why someone is ready at all times to step in when danger moves toward you. So when people try to provoke you, disrespect you, or drag your name into things you never asked for, don't stress. The universe has already positioned someone who won't let that slide. Someone locked and loaded to make sure that anyone who tries to mess with you learns swiftly why that was the worst idea they ever had. And as this story unfolds, you'll start to see exactly why you're considered a chosen one and why messing with you always comes with a cost. And hey, chosen one, real quick before we go deeper, if you're still here, that already proves something. The force protecting you isn't the only one locked and loaded. Your focus is too. So tap in for a second. Drop a 777 in the comments if you're ready to stand in the truth that anyone who messes with you is basically signing their own downfall. And if you want to keep this mission alive, feel free to support the team behind this message. Whether it's a tiny amount or something big, every bit of energy you send helps this message reach more souls who need it. You're not just listening, you're part of the force behind it. And now, let's move forward step by step. If you really are who the universe says you are, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1, they picked a fight they already lost. Anyone who comes for a chosen one is basically handing the universe their own downfall with a smile. That's the punchline your enemies never see coming. They think they're bold, they think they're plotting, but the second they move against you, the universe stamps their defeat like it's already filed in the system. Let's be real. Messing with a chosen one isn't bravery, it's self-destruction disguised as confidence. And watching them walk into their own disaster is honestly the kind of motivation that fuels your rise. Because nothing hits harder than seeing people underestimate you, then crumble under the weight of consequences they thought would land on you instead. The truth is simple. The moment anyone tries to mess with you, they're not just up against you, they're up against the force that's locked and loaded behind you. You have someone, something, a presence aligned with you that doesn't play fair and doesn't play small. It reacts fast. It reacts sharp. It reacts with that silent promise. Touch the chosen one, and you'll learn why the universe doesn't tolerate stupidity. Here's the part most people can't wrap their tiny minds around. Your defeat was never an option. Their defeat always was. You were built with a path that adjusts, reroutes, and strengthens itself around every attack. But your enemies, they walk in blind, driven by jealousy, hatred, insecurity, or some dusty urge to drag you down. They think they're making moves. What they're really doing is stepping into a malfunctioning elevator with no floor. Every insult they throw, every plan they plot, it's just gravity waiting to grab them. Picture it like this. Imagine someone punching a wall, thinking they'll break it. Cute. What really breaks is their hand. That's exactly what happens when someone comes for you. You're the wall, solid, unmoving, built by the universe, and they're the hand, fragile, clueless, and shocked when reality cracks their bones instead of yours. And I know, Chosen One, you probably wonder at this point, why do they even try? Why do they keep coming for me? Why do people push their luck around me, knowing they're not built for the fallout? It's because they only see the surface. They don't see the guardian energy behind you that's been shadowing your steps since the beginning. They don't feel the pressure that wraps around you like armor. They don't sense the silent warning that tells smarter people to back off. Only the foolish miss the signs. Let me spell it out. Your guardian wasn't created to play defense. They're built for elimination. They don't wait for your enemies to strike. They watch patterns, motives, intentions. The moment someone aims at you, your guardian is already 10 moves ahead, shutting down doors, exposing weaknesses, bending paths until the attacker becomes the attacked. This isn't some soft devotion. It's coded into the core of their existence. They're not loyal to you because they want to be. They're loyal because the universe designed them like that, wired into your mission. And here's a fact that should make you sit up straighter. Anyone who tries to disrupt what the universe protects ends up losing more than they bargained for. They lose their stability. They lose their confidence. They lose relationships. They lose opportunities that seemed unrelated but were connected behind the scenes. That's the part people never understand. When they harm a chosen one, the universe responds by removing the things they rely on, not as revenge, just balance. When they push you off track, their own lives tilt out of alignment. Your protector sees all of this long before you do. They move in silence, not because they're hiding, but because silence is the most effective weapon. Loud threats show off. Silent threats end battles. And your guardian? They specialize in ending things before they even begin. They don't need credit. They don't need recognition. Their reward is simple: your safety, your rise, your continuation. Protecting you is not a hobby. It's their entire reason for existing. Now here's something you may have wondered deep inside. If my guardian is so powerful, why did I still go through pain? Why did I still get hurt? Why did some people get close enough to cause damage? Because your growth required pressure, not destruction. Pressure. You needed experiences that shaped your strength, sharpened your instincts, and exposed the ones who didn't deserve you. Pain didn't happen because you were unprotected. Pain happened because your protector knew you'd survive it, learn from it, and become stronger than before. And once that lesson was done, the universe handled the rest. And yes, the people who tried to break you already felt the aftermath. Maybe they hide it. Maybe they pretend they're doing fine. But you and I both know balance never forgets. You may have healed quietly, but their consequences scream inside them. They lost things they never expected to lose. They suffer delays, setbacks, blocks. Not because you wished it, because the universe rebalanced what they damaged. What your enemies fail to grasp is that your protector treats every threat like a direct insult to the universe's architecture. You're not just a person. You're a blueprint in motion. You're a project the universe takes personally. Anyone who tries to interfere gets treated like debris in the way of something bigger than they can comprehend. They think they're challenging you. They're actually challenging the entire system holding you up. And systems don't lose. Your guardian isn't soft, isn't gentle, isn't patient with disrespect. They don't negotiate with people who want to see you hurt. They move fast, sharp, and with the kind of precision that makes your enemies question their reality. One moment they're plotting against you, the next moment their life hits a wall. They don't connect the dots, but the dots are connected for them. And that should motivate you, chosen one. Not to be reckless, not to be arrogant, but to stand in your truth. You're not moving through life alone. You're backed by something that refuses to let your light be dimmed. Every time someone tries to tear you down, it becomes fuel for your growth. Every attack becomes a stepping stone. Every insult becomes evidence that you were never meant to blend in. Remember this, people try to break what they fear, and you bring out fear in people who don't understand power. You intimidate without trying. You shake rooms without speaking. You challenge their comfort simply by existing. That's why they target you, not because you're weak, but because they sense your strength before you even use it. And before you ever swing back, your guardian already does. They're locked and loaded, waiting for the slightest sign of danger. They're watching your path, clearing obstacles, shutting down threats, and making sure anyone who tries to mess with you gets a front row seat to their own defeat. So let this sink in. Your enemies aren't losing because you fought them. They're losing because they chose you as their opponent, and that was their first mistake and their final one. Number 2. When your guardian woke up, everything around you changed. The day your guardian awakened was the day every enemy's luck ran out. That one line alone could shake the room if your enemies ever heard it. Because the truth is, the moment your guardian's eyes opened to you, something in the universe clicked into place. A shift happened. A pressure rolled across every timeline you're connected to. It wasn't chance, it wasn't coincidence, it was alignment, pure and undeniable. And the universe does not align things like this unless something major is at stake. Imagine this, someone walking alone at night, unaware that a massive wave is building behind them. Quiet, steady, undeniable. That's what your guardian's awakening was like. A silent force rising, a force preparing, a force recognizing the mission carved into their very existence. The kind of recognition that isn't polite or gentle. It's primal. It's the universe saying, this is the one you protect. This is the one you stand for. Here's a quote that sums it up perfectly. Your guardian didn't choose you, they remembered you. And that memory hit them with the power of a storm. You might wonder, chosen one, why did this guardian appear in my life the way they did? Why did it feel sudden, powerful, like something waking up inside them the second our paths crossed? Simple. Their soul already knew you. Their purpose already knew you. Their instinct already knew you. The outside world calls it obsession because they can't comprehend intensity that isn't fake. But obsession isn't the word. Alignment is. Two frequencies locking together like gears that refuse to turn without each other. Imagine gears inside a clock. One gear turns, and suddenly the whole system moves. That's what happened when your guardian recognized you. Their entire inner world shifted, and because they are tied to your path, the outer world began shifting too. Here's another truth that hits hard. When the universe assigns a guardian, reality bends to make space for that protection. Your guardian didn't step into your life gently. They awakened like something ancient, stretching after centuries of sleep. And that awakening didn't just affect them, it reshaped the environment around you, the energy around you, the paths ahead of you. It created pressure on anyone who ever thought about stepping toward you with bad intentions. Enemies think they're challenging a person. Cute. What they're actually challenging is a force that has fought unseen battles long before they even existed. A force that carries old instincts, old vows, old memories of protecting light like yours. They're fighting something that was already preparing for war before they even learned how to pretend they're bold. Imagine this, a spark landing in dry grass. The grass thinks nothing of it until flames roar across the field. That spark is the moment your guardian awakened. The fire is everything that changed because of it. Your enemies cannot comprehend how badly they miscalculated. They look at you as a target, forgetting the universe doesn't give its rare ones open access. When your guardian woke up, their awareness locked onto you with laser precision. You became their mission, their anchor, the purpose they didn't even realize they were waiting for. And from that moment forward, anyone who tries to mess with you walks into a battlefield they cannot win. Quote number 3, your guardian doesn't protect you because you're weak. They protect you because your strength threatens the wrong people. That's the truth your enemies choke on without realizing it. Let's answer the question you might be wondering right now. Why does my guardian's awakening feel so intense? Why does it feel like my whole life shifted the minute they appeared? Because their energy didn't just connect with yours, it amplified yours. You became more visible, more magnetic, more powerful, which also made you a bigger target for insecure people who can't handle strong souls. But the universe never raises the wattage of your light without raising the security system around it. Your guardian's awakening is that security system. And they don't tire, they don't break, they don't second-guess the mission. Their devotion is not emotional, it's structural, like gravity, like fire, like the ocean. Forces don't ask for permission, they just do what they're built to do. Imagine the ocean when the tide rises. It doesn't rise because it feels like it. It rises because the moon pulls it. Your guardian rises for you because the universe pulls them toward you. This connection is law. It's cause and effect on a level deeper than logic. Quote number 4, some protect out of kindness. Yours protects out of programming. That's the part the world misunderstands. Your guardian's awakening wasn't a coincidence. It was a system reboot, a soul-level reminder of the mission they were born into. Like a soldier waking up in the middle of a war they didn't know they were already part of. And you were the battlefield they were assigned to defend. Enemies don't see this. They only see the surface. They see you working, healing, growing, staying calm. They don't see the shadow behind you that rises the moment danger moves. They don't feel the pressure in the air when your guardian senses something wrong. They don't realize that the universe shifted in your favor the moment this protector awakened. You might wonder, if this guardian is so powerful, why didn't they come earlier? Why did I face so many hardships alone? Why did I fall before they appeared? Because your strength needed to form first. Not the kind of strength that comes from comfort, the kind that comes from surviving hits you weren't supposed to survive. You had to learn resilience, clarity, and discernment. Your guardian cannot protect someone who doesn't know their own value. You needed to see your worth. Once you did, the universe activated the guardian meant to shield that worth. This wasn't a delay, it was timing. Perfect, brutal, intentional timing. Imagine a sword being forged. Fire, pressure, hammering. If the sword skips that stage, it snaps in battle. But once it's fully formed, the universe assigns a warrior to wield it. That's you. You are the sword. Your guardian is the warrior. And your enemies are the ones stupid enough to stand in front of both. When the world abandons you, your guardian steps forward without blinking. They don't flinch, they don't waver, they don't ask for credit or praise. They simply act. They act because your path matters. They act because your light matters. They act because the universe refuses to let its rarest creation walk through life without backup. And if you're thinking, what exactly changed when they awakened? What shifted? Everything. Your momentum increased, your intuition sharpened, your enemies became more exposed. People started revealing their true intentions faster. Fake friends fell off, hidden threats became obvious, opportunities aligned. Obstacles that used to block you suddenly opened like automatic doors. That's not coincidence. That's guardianship in motion. Your guardian doesn't protect you gently. They protect you with a kind of silent violence that the universe respects. Their awakening was like a key turning in a lock, opening layers of protection you didn't even know were around you. And from that moment forward, every person who thought they could harm you found themselves facing complications they couldn't explain. It's not karma. It's not bad luck. It's the ripple effect of attacking someone with a guardian whose soul woke up to their mission. Your guardian knows what you are. They know the weight of your presence. They know the scale of your purpose. And the universe knows it too. That's why their awakening came with a shift so strong your enemies felt it before you did. Not consciously, but in that uneasy feeling they got when they tried to play with your name. Something in them whispered, "This isn't smart." But their ego pushed them anyway. And now, the consequences follow them like shadows. Your guardian awakened not to watch your life, but to shield it. Not to stand behind you, but to stand between you and anything that tries to dim you. They are locked in, loaded, and forever aligned with your rise. And your enemies, they've been fighting more than they ever signed up for, and losing without even understanding why. That's the power of a guardian who woke up for you. Number 3, the law that makes your enemies panic. The universe doesn't ask your guardian to protect you, it commands them. That's the part your enemies never understand. They think protection is optional, like your guardian just pops in when they feel inspired. Wrong. The universe has laws, and one of the hardest, coldest ones is this. A chosen one never walks unprotected. When your energy dims, when your strength dips, when your voice shakes, that law kicks in like a silent alarm. The darker it gets around you, the louder your guardian's instinct roars awake. Imagine this. A flame flickers in a storm, and instead of going out, the wind bends around it like it knows better. That's what happens every time you hit a low point. Forces shift, people show up, circumstances twist. Not because you're lucky, but because protection is built into your blueprint. You're not surviving life by accident. You're surviving because breaking you is forbidden. And yeah, I know what you might be thinking. Why does help always show up at the last second? Why do these guardians appear out of nowhere, like the universe is pulling strings behind the curtain? Because that's exactly what's happening. The universe sends whoever it needs, friend, stranger, opportunity, warning, different faces, same mission. Guardians don't brag, they don't reveal themselves, they just intercept danger before it touches you. When you fall silent, your guardian gets louder. When you dim, they ignite. enemies think they're facing just you. Cute. They're facing an entire universal law standing between you and harm. A law as strict as gravity and twice as unforgiving. Your guardian isn't loyal out of emotion. They're loyal because your existence triggers their purpose. They don't rest. They don't doubt. They don't slip. They are vigilance shaped into a being, a sentinel the universe refuses to deactivate. And anyone who tries to break you ends up learning the first rule the hard way. The chosen one never stands alone. Number 4. The battles they never knew you were winning. Your enemies plot in whispers, not knowing your guardian has already stolen the air from their lungs. Let's be blunt. The only reason your enemies talk so loud is because they think you're clueless. They think you're easy to fool, easy to distract, easy to stab in the back. Cute. Meanwhile, your guardian has already dissected every move they're about to make. Before they even imagine the betrayal, your protector has the blueprint, the timestamps, the exit routes, and the downfall already sketched out. Imagine this, someone smiling at you while hiding a knife behind their back. What they don't know is that your guardian already swapped the knife for rubber. They walk into their own plan, thinking they're clever, only to realize nothing went the way they pictured. Their messages leak, their alliances crumble, their lies rot in their own hands. That wasn't luck. That was a silent war fought on your behalf. And you might wonder, why do these people get so bold? Why do they mock my intuition, then act shocked when everything collapses on them? Because fools confuse your silence for weakness. They don't realize silence is your battlefield. It's where your guardian dominates them without you lifting a finger. The universe doesn't expose your enemies. It lets them expose themselves. Your protector catches the fake hugs, the subtle jabs, the secret conversations, the smiles that taste like poison. They intercept sabotage mid-flight and dismantle it so quietly you never even feel the impact. While your enemies brag about plans they barely understand, your guardian is 10 steps ahead, shutting down their moves with surgical precision. Imagine this. 2 players sit at a chessboard. One thinks they're winning because they took a pawn. They don't see the checkmate waiting in the fog. That's what your guardian is. Checkmate hiding in the shadows, while your enemies celebrate their tiny, meaningless wins. Every silent war your guardian fights becomes fuel for your rise. Every lie exposed strengthens your insight. Every betrayal sharpened your instinct. The darkness doesn't scare you anymore because that's where your true defense lives. That's where your guardian moves with full power. Real protection doesn't roar. It watches. It waits. It strikes without warning. Your enemies don't even realize the battle ended before they ever picked their weapon, because the universe doesn't let a chosen one fall in the dark. It lets the enemies fall there instead. Number 5. The evidence that burned your enemies alive. Lies die fast around a chosen one because the universe always delivers the receipts. Your enemies really thought they could rewrite reality around you. They thought they could twist your intuition, make you doubt yourself, flip the script, and walk away clean. They underestimated one thing, your guardian's obsession with truth, and not the soft, gentle kind, the kind that slices through deception like a blade made of light. Remember when people tried to gaslight you, when they laughed at your instincts, when they called you dramatic, paranoid, too much. Funny how their confidence collapsed the moment your guardian stepped in with undeniable proof. Not rumors, not guesses, proof. The type that shuts mouths, ends arguments, and exposes everything hiding behind fake smiles. The type that hits so hard even your enemy's shadows flinch. And you might wonder, how did my guardian always know? How were they always 10 steps ahead? How did the truth reveal itself right when I needed it? Because your guardian isn't guessing. Their mind is wired to dissect manipulation before it forms. They read intentions the way other people read road signs. Their instinct is a radar for dishonesty, and the universe sharpens that radar every time someone tries to play you. Imagine this, someone building a sandcastle of lies, thinking it looks solid. They pose, brag, admire their own masterpiece. Then one silent wave crashes in and wipes the whole thing clean like it never existed. That wave, that's your guardian's precision. No lie can outrun the truth when the truth has your name on it. Your guardian doesn't expose deception for drama. They do it because your integrity is tied to the balance of the universe itself. Every attack on you is an attack on that balance, and your protector takes that personally. Imagine someone trying to hide in the dark, not realizing your guardian carries a spotlight that cuts through shadows like they're made of glass. Fake friends, manipulative partners, jealous rivals, they all break under that light. Their plots crumble, their masks crack, their narratives implode under the weight of evidence they never thought would surface. Your guardian doesn't defend just your body. They defend your legacy. They protect who you are, what you stand for, and where you're going. They guard your reputation from silent assassins. They catch manipulation before it becomes damage. They shut down betrayal before it becomes consequence. And here's the part that makes your enemies lose sleep. Every time they lied about you, the universe made sure the truth came back louder. Every time they tried to smear your name, evidence rose to clean it. Every time they mocked your intuition, reality proved you right. Your guardian doesn't let shadows survive. They don't let lies breathe. They don't let manipulation settle. They shine so much truth on every dark corner that the only thing left standing is proof, and the wreckage of the people who tried to deceive you. That's the unbreakable law they're bound to. No lie survives around a chosen one, not when a guardian this precise is locked and loaded behind you. Number 6. The quiet force that ends your enemies. Real power doesn't announce itself, it just ends things. Your enemies make noise because noise is all they have. They run their mouths, throw shade, brag about moves they'll never make, and hype themselves up like they're unstoppable. Meanwhile, your guardian is the exact opposite, silent, calculating, and deadly in a way that doesn't need an audience. They don't flex, they don't warn, they don't negotiate, they strike, they disappear, and the results speak louder than any threat your enemies could ever imagine. Imagine this, a snake in tall grass. It doesn't rattle, it doesn't hiss. It simply waits for the right moment, then hits with precision that leaves no room for recovery. That's how your guardian operates. Quiet presence, loud consequences. And you might wonder, why don't I see their moves? Why does everything happen behind the scenes? Why do enemies suddenly fall apart without me lifting a finger? Because real protection isn't a performance, it's a strategy. Your guardian doesn't need credit, they need effectiveness. Their only concern is that anyone who dares to cross you pays the exact price the universe has lined up for them. The loudest one in the room dies first. The silent one is the one everyone should fear. Your guardian is that silence, a force that hits without warning, like lightning striking a tree that thought it stood tall. Enemies get comfortable until the ground shifts beneath them. One wrong move toward you, and the universe flips their life upside down. Imagine a storm forming far out at sea, quiet, unseen, but inevitable. By the time it reaches shore, it's too late for anyone to run. That storm is your guardian's response. They have one rule: cross the line and consequences follow. Not gently, not slowly, not negotiable. Swift, brutal, final. Because your guardian doesn't talk, they deliver. Number 7. The code that terrifies your enemies. Your guardian fears nothing except the idea of you getting hurt. Your enemies think courage is something people hype themselves into, like a pep talk before doing something stupid. Your guardian, they operate on a different wavelength entirely. Their courage isn't loud, emotional, or dramatic. It's weaponized, it's instinctual, it's coded into their bones. They don't ask, they don't wait, they don't hesitate. They see a threat forming and erase it before the universe even files the paperwork. Imagine this: a firefighter running into a burning building while everyone else runs out. They don't stop to think about smoke, heat, or risk. They think about the person inside. That's your guardian. They'd rather scorch themselves than let you take even one hit. And that's what your enemies can't comprehend. They think your protection is casual, like your guardian has limits. They don't realize your guardian would step into fire, chaos, or destruction without blinking if it means keeping you standing. Courage isn't the lack of fear, it's choosing you over fear every single time. And you might wonder, why do they go this far? Why do they take risks I never asked for? Why do they act before I even know something's wrong? Because to your guardian, hesitation is betrayal. Hesitation gives danger a window. Hesitation gives enemies confidence, and your guardian refuses to feed your enemies anything. Imagine a lion defending its territory. It doesn't think, what if I get hurt? It thinks, nothing touches what's mine. That's the level of certainty your guardian carries. Not ego, not obsession, purpose. And when an enemy tests that purpose, your guardian responds with a level of courage that flips outcomes instantly. They remove risks before consequences land. They break paths meant for you. They swallow fear whole. Because your guardian lives by one code, courage must outweigh consequence every single time. Number 8. The flame your enemies can't extinguish. Your enemies keep trying to dim you, not knowing your guardian burns hotter every time they touch the switch. Your guardian isn't warm, gentle, or soft-spoken when it comes to protecting you. Their courage is fire, but not the candle kind. It's volcanic. It erupts when needed, melts obstacles, and scares the life out of anything foolish enough to move against you. Your enemies treat you like you're fragile, like your glow can be snuffed out with a little pressure. They have no idea that pressure is the exact fuel that makes your guardian burn brighter. Imagine this: a dark cave where everyone else's torch goes out, except one. Yours, and behind you stands the force holding that flame steady, shielding it from wind, from cold, from anything trying to swallow it. That flame is your courage. The shield is your guardian, and together they're unstoppable. Some fires fade with time, yours grows teeth. Your enemies never understood this. They thought you'd collapse when life got heavy. They thought your strength would flicker when they whispered lies or threw dirt on your name. But every time darkness tried to swallow you, your guardian rose like a heat wave. They don't ask, what if this goes wrong? They don't pause to calculate the risk. They move because failure isn't on the table. They move because letting you fall is a violation of everything the universe wired into them. And maybe you've wondered, why do I still stand after so much? Why do I keep surviving fires that should have burned me out? Because your guardian doesn't sleep. Their fire doesn't cool. Their vigilance doesn't fade with time. When your strength dips, theirs spikes. When your path darkens, their flame expands until the shadows have nowhere left to run. Imagine metal forged in a furnace. The hotter the fire, the stronger the steel. That's you. Every heat wave you endured made you sharper. Every attack made you tougher. And your guardian? They are the furnace. Constant, relentless, unyielding. Your guardian wasn't built to rest. They were built to burn for you. Every silent interception, fueled by fire. Every protection you never saw, lit by fire. Every downfall your enemy suffered, scorched by that same fire. This isn't sentimental loyalty, it's primal purpose. It's the universe shaping a force that refuses to dim, refuses to hesitate, refuses to let your light die. Your guardian is the fire that never fades, and anyone who comes for you gets burned. Number 9, when the threat turns into your bodyguard. The universe loves irony, especially when the ones who wanted to break you end up defending you. Your enemies thought they were built to hurt you. They came in loud, confident, ready to play villain in your story, but getting close to your light did something they didn't expect. It cracked their ego. It burned through their lies. It exposed their weakness. Suddenly, the person they tried to destroy became the only person they respected. The universe flipped their role before they even realized the script changed. Imagine this, a wolf stalking a lion, thinking it's the predator, until it gets close enough to feel the heat of something far more powerful. That wolf doesn't attack, it bows. That's exactly what happened when your enemies got close enough to see who you really are. Their hate couldn't survive contact with your presence. Their illusions melted. Their intentions got rewritten. Some enemies don't switch sides. They just finally recognize the side they never stood a chance against. And maybe you're asking yourself, why would someone who tried to harm me suddenly protect me? Why would the universe twist the story like that? Because the universe wastes nothing, not even opposition. The ones who studied your weaknesses ended up learning your strengths. They saw the fire behind your calm, the force behind your silence, the guardian behind your shadow. And that kind of truth rewires people. Imagine a blacksmith forging a sword. The heat that shapes the blade becomes the same heat that tempers the shield. Your enemies were the fire testing you, sharpening you, only to become the barrier that protects you later. The universe doesn't do randomness. It does reversals. The ones who wanted to ruin you became the ones who refused to let anyone else touch you. They mocked you before, now they defend your name when you're not even around. They tried to wound you once, now they stand in front of others to block the hit. They thought they were your downfall. They didn't realize they were training to become your shield. Opposition turned into loyalty. Resistance turned into reverence. What started as a threat transformed into protection. That's the plot twist the universe specializes in. Your enemies don't just lose. Sometimes they switch sides, and they guard you harder than anyone ever expected. Number 10, the protection that no one can challenge. Your guardian doesn't ask to protect you. They claim you like a territory the universe marked as untouchable. People like to pretend protection is something soft, something polite, something you earn, not for a chosen one, not for someone with a force locked and loaded behind them. Real guardianship isn't handed out, it's seized. It's instinct. It's the universe correcting the battlefield and placing warriors exactly where they're meant to stand, between you and anything stupid enough to try you. Imagine this, a hawk circling high above, watching every movement in the field. Long before danger even thinks about getting close, that hawk is already descending at full speed. That's your guardian. They don't wait for the threat to hit. They see the spark before the fire starts. They hear the footsteps before the attack forms. Their defense is so proactive, your enemies lose the fight before they even realize a war existed. For a chosen one, safety isn't a privilege. It's a law the universe enforces with force. And maybe you're wondering, why is my protection this intense? Why do people step toward me with bad intentions and fall apart before touching me? Because your guardian doesn't play defense. They play dominance. They don't build walls slowly. They drop them from the sky like fortresses that crush anything beneath them. No hesitation, no negotiation, no loopholes for your enemies to crawl through. Imagine a fortress with gates made of steel, but every brick is alive, sensing danger, tightening itself, becoming stronger each time someone tries to breach it. That's how your guardian operates. Their protection isn't passive. It expands. It adapts. It evolves around you like armor that learns every threat and upgrades itself instantly. The universe doesn't allow harm to touch what it considers sacred. Your destiny is not an open field. It's a guarded territory, a mapped zone, a protected realm. And your guardian stands at every border, every corner, every doorway. Their vigilance is relentless because your rise is non-negotiable. Your safety isn't a suggestion. It's a command encoded into cosmic structure. Guardians who claim you don't shield you out of emotion. They shield you out of purpose. They know what you're meant to become. They know what you're carrying. They know the cost of letting something unworthy get close. So when an enemy turns into a protector, it's not luck, it's alignment. It's the universe repositioning people exactly where they need to be. The ones who once tried to sabotage you now feel compelled to guard you. The ones who saw weakness now defend your strength. The ones who underestimated you now protect the very power they dismissed. Your guardian doesn't merely defend you, they own the responsibility, fiercely, instinctively, absolutely. And anyone who tries to breach what they guard learns one truth fast. Your safety isn't fragile, it's sacred. And sacred things are impossible to attack without facing consequences that hit back harder. Number 11. The promise that crushes every enemy. Your enemies never hear the storm coming because the universe only lets you hear the silence before it hits them. The wild part is, your enemies always think they're safe. They move around confidently, whispering trash, plotting nonsense, believing they're about to win something. Meanwhile, the universe is already loading consequences behind the scenes. By the time they realize a storm is forming, it's too late. The damage is already ripping through the parts of their life they thought were untouchable. Imagine this. Lightning strikes a tree, but the tree never heard a sound beforehand. That's your guardian style. Silent build-up, violent impact, zero warning. Every downfall your enemies faced, every random setback, every collapse that came out of nowhere, those weren't coincidences. Those were battles your guardian already fought and won before their schemes could touch you. What you call a miracle, the universe calls standard procedure. And maybe you've wondered, why do things fall apart for people who come for me? Why do their attacks fail even when I don't see them coming? Why do I walk away untouched from situations built to break me? Because your guardian doesn't wait for danger to grow teeth. They don't let threats mature. They intercept the moment something shifts out of alignment with your purpose. You're not just protected, you're pre-defended. Imagine a chessboard where every time someone tries to corner your king, their own pieces collapse mysteriously. Their strategy dissolves, their moves backfire. They think they're outplaying you, but the universe is playing the board, not them. The universe doesn't negotiate when it comes to you. It enforces. Your guardian's warfare is unseen, strategic, and surgical. You don't witness the fight because you're not meant to. You're meant to walk forward while the universe clears the battlefield. That's the cosmic guarantee. Your enemies never win, not because they fail, but because your guardian succeeds first. And your enemies never understood the truth. You were protected long before they ever planned their first move. The universe stays locked and loaded behind you, clearing paths they'll never see and ending battles you never had to fight. If you felt that truth in your chest, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, hit that subscribe button. Stay here, chosen one. Your rise is only getting started, and the universe isn't done proving exactly who stands behind you.